Hello guys, welcome to Pika Fiction. So in this video, we will see, what if Ash found a wounded Gardevoir who swore a soul bond to protect him as his eternal partner. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Wounded and the Willing. The last ferry to Vale Reach left Coumarine City at dusk, and Ash Ketchum almost missed it. He sprinted down the harbor planks with Pikachu clinging to his shoulder, one hand clamped on his cap to keep the sea wind from ripping it away. The gangplank was already pulling back when he leapt, both feet leaving the dock, a solid half-second of nothing but salt air beneath him, and hit the ferry deck hard enough to buckle his knees. A deckhand stared at him. "Cutting it close, kid." Ash grinned, still catching his breath. "Story of my life." Pikachu shook himself, ears flattened in annoyance, and let out a pointed "Pika" that roughly translated to never again. "You loved it," Ash said. "Chew. Fine. You tolerated it." The ferry groaned away from the dock and swung its bow toward open water. Ash leaned against the railing and watched Kalos shrink behind him, the lighthouse at Coumarine becoming a pinprick, then nothing. Ahead, the ocean stretched flat and dark all the way to the horizon, where a band of clouds sat low and purple against the dying sun. Vale Reach. He'd heard the name 3 times in the last month from 3 different people, and none of them had been able to tell him much. An archipelago, somewhere between Kalos and nothing. No official league. No gym circuit. Just islands, ruins, and trainers who didn't answer to anyone. That was enough. He'd been drifting since the World Coronation Series. Not physically he'd been everywhere, Kanto to Paldea and back. But something had gone quiet inside him after the final match. The crowds, the trophy, the interviews. Everyone telling him he'd done it. He'd reached the top. And all he'd felt, standing on that stage, was the question he couldn't answer: now what? So he chased rumors. Uncharted places. Pokemon nobody had documented. He wasn't running away from anything, he just hadn't found the thing worth running toward. Not yet. The ferry captain told him Vale Reach's outermost island was a 6-hour crossing. Ash found a bench on the upper deck, stretched out with his bag under his head, and let Pikachu curl against his chest. The stars came out. The engine hummed. Somewhere below, a windgull argued with itself. He closed his eyes. And dreamed of drowning. Not water, something thicker, darker. An ocean that wasn't an ocean. He sank through it without struggling because struggling felt pointless. The dark pressed against his skin like a living thing, and far below, impossibly far, something moved. Vast. Patient. Aware. A voice reached him. Not words. A pressure behind his eyes, a frequency that bypassed his ears entirely. She cannot hide forever. Ash jerked awake to gray dawn and a stiff neck. Pikachu was already up, perched on the railing, watching the approaching landmass with his ears pricked forward. Islands. A chain of them scattered across the water like broken pieces of a continent. The nearest one was all green cliffs and white sand beaches, thick forest pressing right up to the coastline. No harbor that he could see. No buildings. "Welcome to Vale Reach," the deckhand said, tossing a rope. "Outer Ring, Isla Verde. The actual settlements are further in, Port Ashera, 2 islands over. This is as far as the ferry goes." Ash shouldered his bag. "How do people get to Port Ashera from here?" "Boat taxi. Or they walk the island bridges during low tide." The deckhand gave him a look. "You sure about this? Not exactly tourist country." "I'm not exactly a tourist." He stepped off the ferry onto a rickety wooden pier that looked like it had survived several hurricanes out of pure spite. The wood groaned under his weight. Pikachu hopped to his shoulder, and together they watched the ferry pull away, its engine fading until the only sounds were waves and the distant calls of Pokémon he didn't recognize. Ash took a breath. Salt, green things growing, something faintly sweet he couldn't place. "All right," he said. "Let's see what's out here." The forest on Isla Verde was nothing like Viridian or Santalun or any woodland Ash had ever walked through. The trees were enormous, trunks wider than houses, bark that shifted color depending on the light, canopy so dense that noon looked like twilight on the forest floor. Psychic energy hung in the air. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it, a faint pressure at his temples, like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. Pikachu felt it too. His cheeks sparked intermittently, small crackles of static discharge that told Ash his partner was on edge. "Easy, buddy. It's just ambient energy. Must be a lot of psychic types around here." "Pika Pie." Pikachu's tone was skeptical. They followed a game trail deeper into the island's interior. Ash kept his pace steady, noting details out of habit, claw marks on tree bark too high for anything small, berry bushes stripped clean recently, a stream with water so clear he could count the pebbles at the bottom. The ecosystem was healthy. Thriving, even. But something was off. No Pokémon. An hour into the forest and he hadn't seen a single one. In a habitat this rich, that was wrong. He should have tripped over a Zigzagoon by now, or had a territorial Beedrill chase him up a tree. Instead, nothing. Just the wind and the creak of branches and that low psychic hum. "They're hiding," Ash said quietly. Pikachu's ears rotated like satellite dishes, tracking sounds Ash couldn't hear. Then they locked forward, both pointing at the same spot deeper in the forest. "What you got?" "Pika." "Urgent." "Low." Ash moved. Not running, he'd learned that lesson years ago, but fast and quiet, letting Pikachu's ears guide him. The psychic pressure increased with every step. It went from ambient hum to genuine weight, like walking into a headwind made of thought. His temples throbbed. Then he smelled smoke. Not campfire smoke. Something chemical and wrong. Scorched earth and ozone and something else, something that smelled like a migraine felt. He pushed through a wall of ferns and stopped dead. The clearing had been beautiful once. He could tell by the edges, flowering trees in full bloom, soft moss, a ring of stones that might have been a garden border. But the center was destroyed. Trees snapped like matchsticks. Ground cratered and burned. Scorch patterns that radiated outward from a central point, like something had detonated. The psychic residue was so thick here that Ash's vision blurred at the edges, reality itself bruised by whatever had happened. And at the center of it all, crumpled in the burned grass like a broken bird, was a Gardevoir. Ash's stomach dropped. She was in terrible shape. The green that should have colored her hair and arms was faded to near white, drained. Her white gown, the flowing body structure that made Gardevoir look almost ethereal, was torn and dark with dried blood. Her horn, the red psychic focus point on her chest, pulsed weakly, irregularly, like a heart struggling to beat. One of her arms bent at an angle that arms shouldn't bend. But the worst part was her eyes. They were open. Staring at nothing. The red irises had gone dull, almost gray, and they tracked nothing, no movement, no life, no hope. She was dying. Not quickly. Slowly, and she knew it. "Oh no," Ash breathed. He was already moving, bag dropping, knees hitting the scorched ground beside her. "Hey. Hey, can you hear me? I'm going to help you." The Gardevoir's eyes snapped into focus. For one instant, Ash looked into them and saw something that made every nerve in his body fire at once, not fear, not pain, but fury. A rage so deep and so old it had calcified into something harder than diamond. Then the psychic blast hit him. It was like being kicked in the chest by a Machamp. The force lifted him clear off the ground and hurled him backward into a tree trunk hard enough to crack bark. He slid down, vision swimming, the taste of copper in his mouth. Pika. Pikachu was off his shoulder instantly, cheeks blazing, sparks showering the air. He planted himself between Ash and the Gardevoir, electricity arcing from his body in a defensive display that would have made most Pokémon think twice. The Gardevoir didn't even look at him. Her dull eyes stayed locked on Ash, and she raised one trembling hand, psychic energy gathering at her fingertips, weaker now, so much weaker than the first blast, but enough to kill at this range. Pikachu, stand down. Pika. I said stand down. Ash pushed himself upright against the tree. His back screamed. Probably bruised, maybe cracked a rib. Didn't matter. He stepped forward, hands open, palms out. The Gardevoir's hand shook. The psychic energy flickered like a candle in a storm. I'm not here to hurt you, Ash said. Steady voice. Calm eyes. The same way he'd talked to frightened Pokémon 100 times before, except this one could scramble his brain with a thought. I don't know what happened here. I don't know who did this to you. But I'm not with them. I'm just a trainer passing through, and I'm not going to leave you here to die. The energy at her fingertips flared. Go ahead, Ash said. He took another step. If you need to hit me again to feel safe, hit me. But I'm still going to help you after. Pikachu made a strangled sound of protest. Ash ignored him. Another step. He was close enough now that the Gardevoir could have touched him. The psychic energy crackled between her fingers, unstable, desperate. Her eyes searched his face with an intensity that felt like it went past his skin, past his skull, into something deeper. She was reading him. Not his mind, she was too weak for that. But his emotions, his intent. Gardevoir were empaths. They could feel the emotional truth of a person the way humans felt temperature. Whatever she found in Ash, the fight went out of her. The psychic energy died. Her hand dropped. And her eyes, those terrible, rage-filled eyes, went wet. She made a sound. Not a word. A low, keening note that vibrated in a frequency Ash felt in his chest more than his ears. It was the sound of someone who had been strong for so long that breaking was its own kind of agony. Ash knelt beside her. Slowly. No sudden movements. He shrugged off his jacket and draped it carefully over her torso, covering the worst of the wounds. I've got you, he said quietly. I've got you. You're not alone anymore. She looked at him. Through the pain and the exhaustion and the grief, she looked at him, and something passed between them that Ash couldn't name, a recognition, maybe. Two creatures who understood what it meant to fight past the point where fighting made sense. Then Pikachu's ears snapped to the left, and a bolt of lightning ripped from his cheeks into the tree-line. Choo! The bolt struck a shape that had been creeping through the underbrush. A man in dark tactical gear crashed backward, his Maitaiana partner yelping and scrambling. Two more figures emerged from the trees on the opposite side, another man and a woman, both armed with pokeballs and something else. Devices. Handheld units that hummed with a sound that made Ash's teeth ache. Target confirmed, the woman said into a comm unit. The Gardevoir is here. She's got company, one trainer, one Pikachu. Neutralize both. The commander wants the sentinel alive. Ash stood. The shift was instantaneous, from gentle and careful to something harder, colder. His hand found Pikachu's pokeball by instinct, then released it. Pikachu didn't need a ball. Pikachu needed space. Buddy, you heard them. Pika. The word was flat. Dangerous. Who are you people? Ash said, but he was already reading them, formation, equipment, the way they moved. Military training. Coordinated. This wasn't a random encounter. They'd been tracking her. Walk away, trainer, the first man said, recalling his Maitaiana and sending out a Scrafty instead. This doesn't involve you. It does now. The woman released a weevil. The second man sent out a Toxicroak. 3-on-1, and Ash had one Pikachu and a dying Gardevoir behind him. He'd had worse odds. Pikachu. Agility, then quick attack on the weevil, don't commit. Hit and move. Pikachu vanished. Not literally, but Pikachu's agility, honed through years of battles against legendaries and champions, was something most trainers had never seen. One moment he was beside Ash. The next he was a yellow blur slamming into Weevil's chest, knocking the Ice-type back 3 feet, and already gone before the counterattack came. What the woman's eyes went wide. That Pikachu's speed is, Toxicroak, poison jab. Cut it off. The Toxicroak lunged, purple glowing fist leading. Fast. Well trained. Iron tail, redirect. Pikachu's tail flashed silver mid-sprint, and instead of dodging the poison jab, he deflected it, Iron tail meeting the fist at an angle, knocking it wide. The Toxicroak stumbled. Pikachu was already behind it. Thunderbolt. The bolt hit Toxicroak point-blank in the spine. The poison type seized, crashed forward, and didn't get up. 1 down. 5 seconds. The Scrafty and Weevil converged, a pincer attack, coordinated, their trainers barking commands simultaneously. Ice punch and high jump kick, coming from opposite angles. Smart. Pikachu couldn't dodge both. Electro-ebb between them, then straight up. Pikachu spat a crackling net of electricity directly into the gap between the two attackers. It wasn't aimed at either, it was a wall. Both Pokémon flinched, momentum broken for half a second, and Pikachu launched himself vertically using his own tail as a springboard. Now, Volt Tackle. The Weevil. Pika-Ea, Pikachu came down from above wreathed in electricity so bright the clearing lit up like noon. Weevil looked up just in time to take the full force of a Volt Tackle to the skull. The Ice-type hit the ground and carved a trench. 2 down. 15 seconds. The Scrafty's trainer went pale. What are you? I'm someone you really don't want to mess with today. Ash's voice was quiet. Controlled. His eyes hadn't left the battle. Recall your Pokémon and leave. I won't ask twice. The man looked at his Scrafty. Looked at Pikachu, barely winded, sparks dancing across his fur like he was bored. Looked at the 2 unconscious Pokémon. He recalled his Scrafty. This isn't over, the woman said, backing toward the tree-line with her unconscious Weevil's ball in hand. Commander Riven will, I don't care about your commander. I care about the fact that you tracked down a wounded Pokémon to finish her off. Tell your commander this, she's under my protection now. And I don't lose. The 3 operatives melted back into the forest. Ash stood perfectly still, listening, until Pikachu's ears relaxed. They're gone. Pika. Good. Keep watch. He turned back to the Gardevoir. She'd watched the entire battle without moving, couldn't move, probably, but her eyes had changed. The dullness was gone. In its place, surprise. Confusion. And underneath both, something cautious and fragile that Ash recognized because he'd seen it in the mirror after every defeat that almost broke him. Hope. Dangerous, unwanted hope. He knelt beside her again. More of them will come. We need to move. Can you? He stopped. Obviously she couldn't walk. Her body was barely holding together. Okay. I'm going to carry you. It's going to hurt, and I'm sorry. But we have to get out of this clearing. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, she nodded. Ash gathered her as carefully as he could. She was lighter than he expected, lighter than she should have been, like the injuries had consumed her from the inside. She made a choked sound when he lifted her, and through the contact, he felt something, a flutter of psychic energy against his skin. Not an attack. A reflex. An empath in agony, unable to contain the bleed. He felt her pain. Just a fragment. It nearly dropped him. How is she still conscious? Pikachu, take point. Find us somewhere sheltered, a cave, a cove, anything with cover. Stay off the trails. Pika. Pikachu darted ahead, nose working, ears scanning. Ash walked. The Gardevoir lay against his chest, her breathing shallow and ragged, her psychic horn pulsing weakly against his sternum. Every few minutes, another wave of her pain bled through the contact, and Ash gritted his teeth and kept moving. He talked to her. Not about anything important, just talked. It was something he'd learned from Brock, years ago. When a Pokémon is hurt and scared, the sound of a calm voice matters more than the words. My name's Ash. The angry yellow guy up ahead is Pikachu, don't let the cute face fool you. We've been traveling together since I was 10. I was terrible then. Like, genuinely awful. I overslept on the day I got my first Pokémon, and the only one left was a Pikachu who hated me. Literally shocked me unconscious the first day. The faintest tremor against his chest. Not pain, something else. He glanced down. Was that almost a reaction? True story. He electrocuted me in the middle of Viridian City. I had to bribe him with ketchup to get him to follow me. The actual condiment. He's obsessed with it. Don't bring it up, he gets defensive. From up ahead, Pika. Defensive. See what I mean? Another tremor. Her eyes were closed now, but her breathing had steadied slightly. Barely perceptible. But Ash noticed. He kept talking. Through the forest, down a slope, across a rocky stretch where the trees thinned and the ocean appeared between the trunks, wide and blue and indifferent. Pikachu found a cove tucked into the base of a cliff, a natural alcove, sheltered from wind and sight, with a freshwater stream trickling down the rock face and a sandy floor. Perfect, buddy. Ash laid the Gardevoir down on the sand as gently as he could, using his bag as a pillow and his jacket as a blanket. He dug through his supplies, potions, berries, bandages. Standard trainer kit. Enough for a Pokémon with minor injuries. These injuries were not minor. He did what he could. Cleaned the wounds he could reach. Applied potion to the ones that weren't too deep. Set her arm as best he could using a splint made from driftwood and his spare shirt. It was field medicine, rough, imperfect, but her body responded to the potions. Slowly. The bleeding stopped. Some color returned to her face. But the deeper damage, the psychic wounds, whatever had drained her energy so thoroughly, those were beyond anything in his bag. He built a small fire as the sun dropped. Pikachu took a perch on a rock at the cove's entrance, standing guard with the seriousness of a Pokémon who'd protected his trainer through everything from Team Rocket to Ultra Beasts. The firelight danced on the cave walls and caught the faint, rhythmic pulse of the Gardevoir's chest horn. Ash sat beside her, close enough that she'd see him first if she opened her eyes. She didn't open her eyes for 3 hours. He waited. Fed the fire. Ate a ration bar that tasted like compressed cardboard. Gave Pikachu a handful of berries. Watched the stars come out through the cove's opening, different stars than Kanto, different constellations. A new sky. When the Gardevoir finally stirred, it was with a sharp intake of breath and a psychic pulse that scattered sand across the cove. Her eyes flew open, red irises bright in the firelight, wild with the remnants of whatever nightmare she'd been trapped in. Hey, Ash said. Just that. Quiet and steady. She turned her head. Saw him. For a moment, the wildness stayed, fight or flight, the hard logic of a creature that had been hunted. Then recognition. The trainer from the clearing. The one who'd taken a psychic blast to the chest and come back with open hands. She tried to sit up. Her broken arm screamed at her, and she gasped, falling back. Don't, Ash said. You're hurt. Badly. I did what I could, but you need a real Pokemon Center. He paused. Or whatever passes for one out here. She looked at him with an expression he couldn't read. Then she looked at her own body, the splint, the bandages, the jacket draped over her. She looked at the fire, the food, Pikachu on guard. All of it made by a stranger for no reason she could calculate. Her lips moved. No sound came out. Gardevoir communicated primarily through psychic projection, but Ash saw the shape of the question. Why? Because you needed help, Ash said. That's it. That's the whole reason. She stared at him like he'd spoken a language that shouldn't exist. The silence stretched. The fire popped. Waves murmured against the shore. Then the Gardevoir did something that Ash felt before he understood. A psychic energy radiated from her, not hostile, not defensive. Something else entirely. It reached toward him like a hand in the dark, tentative and terrified. He felt it touch his mind, not invasive, just, there. Present. Asking permission without words. Pikachu was on his feet instantly, sparks flying. Pika. Wait, the Gardevoir's eyes locked with Ash's. And in them, he saw the decision being made. Not calculated. Desperate. The same desperation of someone drowning who sees a hand extended and grabs it knowing they might pull the other person under. She was dying. Not from the wounds, from something deeper. The psychic drain, the loss of whatever had sustained her before. She didn't have days. She had hours. And in those hours, with the last of her strength, she could do one thing, survive. Not alone. She couldn't survive alone, that option had ended in the clearing. But bonded to a living anchor, a soul strong enough to bear the weight of her failing psychic core. She didn't have time to explain this. She didn't have the strength to ask properly. She had instinct, desperation, and the echo of a centuries-old right that her kind had carried in their psychic DNA since the first Gardevoir pledged herself to the first human worthy of the bond. What are you? The light hit him like a wall. Not light, everything. Every sense he had overloaded simultaneously. He saw colors that didn't have names. He heard frequencies that existed between sounds. He felt the Gardevoir's entire emotional landscape crash into his consciousness like an ocean breaking through a dam. Grief, massive, tectonic, the grief of someone who'd lost everything and everyone and kept breathing out of sheer refusal to give the universe the satisfaction. Rage, white-hot and ancient, directed at whoever had destroyed her home, her family, her world. Fear, not of death. Of dying meaningless. Of being the last one and having that mean nothing. And underneath it all, buried so deep she might not have known it was there, hope. Fractured, battered, bleeding-edge hope. The same stubborn, irrational, impossible hope that had kept Ash Ketchum getting back up every single time the world knocked him down. She'd felt it in him. In the clearing, when he'd walked into her psychic blast with open hands. She'd felt his hope, and it was the same shape as hers. The light intensified. Ash couldn't see the cove anymore, couldn't see anything except white and the silhouette of the Gardevoir, and he felt something happening at a level deeper than his body. A connection forming. Roots growing between two separate minds, intertwining, locking. Permanent. He felt her heartbeats sync with his, not matching, but harmonizing, two rhythms finding a shared frequency. He felt himself drowning again. The same dark ocean from his dream. But this time, he wasn't alone in the water. She was there. And together, they weren't sinking. They were becoming something new. The light died. Ash was on his back. The stars spun above him. Every cell in his body felt like it had been taken apart and reassembled slightly differently. Pikachu was beside his head, patting his cheek frantically, sparking with panic. Pika Pie. Pika. I'm okay, Ash managed. His voice sounded strange to him, fuller, somehow. Resonant. I'm okay, buddy. He felt her. Not beside him, inside him. Not invasive. Present. Like a second heartbeat he'd never noticed before, or like discovering you'd always been hearing a harmony line in a song but only just became aware of it. The Gardevoir's consciousness existed at the edges of his own, distinct but connected, breathing when he breathed, aching where he ached. He turned his head. She lay where he'd placed her, but the change was visible. Color had returned to her face and body, not fully, but dramatically. The green of her hair was richer. Her breathing was steady. The pulse of her chest horn had strengthened from a flicker to a rhythm. The bond was sustaining her. Drawing from his energy, his life force, his emotional strength, and using it to hold her together. She was watching him. Her eyes were clear for the first time since he'd found her. Red irises, luminous in the firelight, full of an emotion too complex for any single word. Something passed between them through the bond. Not words, she was still too weak for telepathy. A feeling. An acknowledgement. Gratitude tangled with guilt, tangled with something like awe. I'm sorry, the feeling said. I didn't have a choice. Ash sat up slowly. The world tilted, then stabilized. He looked at the Gardevoir, at this stranger who just tied her soul to his without asking, and waited for the anger. The fear. The panic that should have come with having his autonomy violated at the deepest possible level. It didn't come. What came instead was understanding. Not complete, he didn't understand the mechanics or the implications or what this meant for either of them long term. But he understood her. Through the bond, he felt the shape of her decision, and it wasn't manipulation or selfishness. It was a drowning person grabbing a rope. It was someone standing at the edge of nothing and choosing to reach for the only hand extended. He'd have done the same thing. It's okay, he said. She blinked. Through the bond, he felt her disbelief, sharp and bright. I mean it. I don't fully get what just happened, but I can feel enough to know you didn't have another option. So it's okay. He paused, rubbed the back of his neck, a gesture so Ash that Pikachu relaxed slightly. We'll figure out the rest as we go. That's kind of how I do everything. The Gardevoir stared at him for a long time. Through the bond, he felt her emotions cycling, disbelief, confusion, something that might have been the beginning of trust. Then she sent him something new. An image, pushed through the bond with visible effort. Not a word, an impression. A name. Ashera. Ash felt it settle into his mind like it belonged there. Ashera, he repeated. I'm Ash. And you've already met Pikachu. Pikachu approached cautiously. He'd been bristling since the soul bond, his trainer sense telling him something fundamental had changed. He circled the Gardevoir, Ashera, with his cheeks sparking softly, sniffing the air. She watched him without moving. Then Pikachu stopped. His ears twitched. He looked at Ash, then back at Ashera, then at Ash again. Pikachu. Yeah, Ash said. She's with us now. Pikachu considered this. Then, with the decisiveness of a Pokémon who'd accepted stranger things than a psychic soul bond on a random island, he walked over, curled up between Ash and Ashera, and closed his eyes. Ash almost laughed. Almost. The fire crackled. The ocean breathed against the shore. Through the bond, he felt Ashera's exhaustion, deep and total, the kind that went down to the marrow. But underneath it, safety. For the first time in however long she'd been running, hunted, alone, she felt safe. Because of him. The weight of that settled over Ash's shoulders. Not heavy. Not unwelcome. Just real. Get some sleep, he said. I'll keep watch. She wanted to protest. He felt it through the bond, pride, stubbornness, the instinct of a protector who didn't know how to be protected. But her body made the decision for her. Her eyes drifted shut, and within minutes, her breathing deepened into sleep. Ash sat in the cove's entrance, Pikachu dozing beside him, and watched the dark ocean. Somewhere out there, people with military training and technology he didn't recognize were hunting the Pokémon now bonded to his soul. Someone called Commander Riven was giving orders. And the Gardevoir, Ashera, carried something worth killing for. He should have been afraid. A smarter person would have been afraid. Ash thought about the clearing. The destruction. The fury in her eyes and the hope underneath it. The way she'd reached for him when reaching was all she had left. No. He wasn't afraid. He was exactly where he needed to be. She woke screaming. Not out loud, through the bond. The scream tore through Ash's mind at 3 a.m, ripping him out of a dead sleep with such force that he was on his feet with his fists clenched before he knew what had happened. Pikachu discharged a panicked thunderbolt that shattered a rock near the cove entrance. Ashera was sitting upright, her good hand clutching her chest horn, her eyes seeing something that wasn't there. Through the bond, Ash caught fragments, fire, screaming, a place of white stone and moonlight coming apart at the seams. Figures in dark uniforms. Pokémon falling. A structure that had stood for centuries collapsing in minutes. And a feeling, the specific, annihilating feeling of being the only one left. Ashera. He was beside her, his hands hovering, unsure whether to touch her. Ashera, it's a dream. You're here. You're safe. She didn't hear him. The nightmare had her, and through the bond, it was pulling at him too. He could feel his own vision blurring, the cove walls flickering, replaced by flashes of burning stone and the silhouettes of Gardevoir falling from the sky. He grabbed her hand. The contact was a lightning rod. Her psychic energy surged through him, and for one terrifying instant, he was there, standing in the burning sanctuary, smoke searing his lungs, the sound of destruction everywhere. He saw them die. A Galade, shielding younglings with his body. An Alakazam whose psychic barrier held for 30 seconds before it didn't. A Gardevoir, older, with scars, who turned to Ashera and said something he couldn't hear before a blast took her out of existence. Then Ash did something he couldn't explain. Instinct, maybe. Or the bond itself, guiding him. He didn't try to block the nightmare. He pushed into it. Not with psychic power, he didn't have any. With emotion. With presence. He focused on the most honest feeling he had, I'm here, I'm real, and you're not there anymore, and shoved it through the bond with everything he had. The nightmare cracked. Ashera gasped. Her eyes refocused. The cove materialized around her again, sand, firelight, the sound of waves. She looked at Ash, and through the bond, he felt her shock. Not at the nightmare. At him. At the fact that he'd followed her into the dark and pulled her out. Her hand tightened on his. Her grip was stronger than he'd expected, the kind of strength that has nothing to do with muscles. They sat like that for a long time. The fire had burned to embers. Pikachu, after a careful survey of the cove's perimeter, settled back down with one ear still cocked. Ash didn't let go of her hand. She didn't let go of his. Eventually, the fragments she'd been sending through the bond, chaotic, jumbled, began to settle into something almost coherent. Not telepathy. More like emotional shorthand. Impressions that carried meaning. Home. Destroyed. They came at night. Couldn't stop them. Ran. Only one left. Only one. The people in the clearing, Ash said quietly. They called you a sentinel. What? A wall went up. He felt it through the bond, a deliberate closing, like a door slamming. Ashera pulled her hand away. Her expression hardened, the vulnerability of the nightmare replaced by the same fierce guard she'd worn when he first found her. Not yet. The feeling was unmistakable. Okay, Ash said. When you're ready. She looked at him with an expression that said she expected him to push. When he didn't, the hardness in her eyes flickered. Just for a second. Then it was back. But Ash had seen the flicker. And through the bond, underneath the walls and the guard and the grief, he felt something he hadn't felt from her before, curiosity. About him. He took that as a win. Morning came in shades of gold and blue, light pouring through the cove's opening in a way that turned the sand to copper. Ash was already up, he hadn't slept much after the nightmare. His body hummed with a strange energy that he was beginning to realize came from the bond. He felt more awake than he should have after 4 hours of sleep, like someone had turned up the brightness on the world. He could feel Alara's consciousness at the edge of his own, muted, because she was still sleeping, but present. Warmth where before there'd been nothing. It should have been unsettling. A stranger living in the margins of his mind. But Ash had spent his life connecting with Pokémon on levels most people didn't understand. Aura, instinct, the wordless communication that happened between a trainer and a partner in the heat of battle. The bond with Alara was different in degree, not kind. Or so he told himself. He used the morning to scout. Pikachu stayed with Alara, grudgingly, after Ash promised to stay within earshot. The cove was well hidden, the entrance was narrow, partially blocked by fallen rocks, and the cliff above overhung enough to screen it from aerial view. The freshwater stream was clean. Berry bushes grew within 50 meters. They could stay here. For now. The bigger question was, where were they going? Ash stood on the rocks above the cove and looked inland. The forest stretched unbroken across the island's interior, dense and ancient. Somewhere in there were the remains of the clearing, the battlefield where Alara had made her last stand. And somewhere beyond that, on the inner islands of Vale Reach, were the people who'd sent soldiers to finish her off. Commander Riven. The severing hand. The words rattled around his head like fragments of a code he couldn't crack. He needed information. A town. Someone who could explain what was happening in these islands. But first, a pulse through the bond. Alara was awake. He climbed back down to find her sitting up against the cove wall, Pikachu a respectful distance away, watching her with the evaluative stare he usually reserved for Pokémon who hadn't earned his trust yet. Alara was testing her broken arm, gently, methodically, with the clinical detachment of someone used to assessing damage. She looked better. Not good, her color was still faded, and she moved like every joint was full of broken glass, but the improvement from yesterday was dramatic. The bond's energy was working. Morning, Ash said, dropping into the cove. How's the arm? She met his eyes. Through the bond, he felt the answer before she could formulate it, bad, but functional. The potions had accelerated healing. It would need another day, maybe 2. I found a stream and some berries. Citrus and oran, mostly. Should help. He offered her a handful of citrus berries. She took them with her good hand, and as their fingers brushed, a flicker of something passed through the bond, complex, quickly suppressed. She ate slowly, each berry visibly restoring a fraction of her strength. Pikachu edged closer. He had a berry in his paws, an offering, held out at arm's length with an expression that said, "I'm being polite but I'm watching you." Alara looked at the berry, then at Pikachu. Something shifted in her face, not a smile, but the ghost of one. She took the berry. Pikachu said. It sounded like your welcome filtered through suspicion. He's warming up to you, Ash said. Chew, Pikachu retorted. I am not. He's definitely warming up to you. Alara ate the berry. Her gaze moved between Ash and Pikachu with the focused attention of someone trying to solve a puzzle. Through the bond, Ash caught the edges of her thought process, not clear words, but shapes. She was studying the relationship between them. The way Pikachu's protestations were performance. The way Ash's casual teasing was love in the only language the two of them needed. She didn't understand it. Not yet. But she was studying it the way a scholar studies a text in a language they're just beginning to learn. We need to move soon, Ash said, shifting to practical matters. Those soldiers will be searching this island. There's a settlement called Port Ashera on one of the inner islands. If we can get there, we can resupply, maybe find out what's going on. Elara tensed. Through the bond, danger. Recognition. Port Ashera was not safe. You know it? She sent an impression, a woman's face. Elegant, cold, wearing authority like a second skin. A title attached to the face, not a word, but a feeling. Warden. There's someone there you don't trust. Confirmation. And more, the woman was connected to what had happened. Not directly, Elara wasn't sure how, but the scent of the conspiracy touched her. Ash processed this. Okay. So Port Ashera's complicated. But we can't stay on this island, it's too exposed, and I need supplies your berries can't replace. We go in careful. Stay under the radar. I've walked into worse situations than a sketchy port town. Elara sent a pulse of skepticism through the bond that was so clear it was almost audible. You walk into danger on purpose? That's not, Ash stopped. Okay, yes. Frequently. But I'm really good at walking out again. More skepticism. But underneath it, the faintest thread of amusement. They moved an hour later. Elara couldn't walk, not well. She could stand, and with concentration, take steps, but the effort drained her visibly. Ash solved this without discussion. He knelt, offered his back, and carried her. She resisted. He felt the pride flare through the bond, hot and sharp, but pragmatism won. She was lighter than yesterday. The bond's energy was going to healing, not weight. Pikachu took point again. They moved through the forest slowly, sticking to dense cover, avoiding the game trails. Ash kept up a quiet, one-sided conversation, habit, mostly, but also because he'd noticed that talking steadied the bond between them. When he was silent, her pain bled through more. When he talked, it was like his voice gave her something to focus on besides the damage. He told her about Pallet Town. About his mom, who worried enough for 10 parents. About Professor Oak and the ranch and the herds of toros he'd accidentally caught. About Misty and Brock and Dawn and Serena and every friend who'd walked beside him for a while and then gone their own way. She listened. He felt her attention through the bond, sharp, analytical, taking in every detail not just as story but as data. She was building a model of him inside her mind, fitting pieces together, testing the shape of the person she'd bound herself to. And she was finding something. He couldn't tell what. But the walls she'd erected came down a fraction with every story. Every piece of himself he offered freely, she accepted carefully, like someone learning to eat again after starving. They reached the island's edge by noon. The inner islands of Vale Reach were visible across a strait of turquoise water, close enough to swim, except for the currents that carved white water channels between the rocks. Pikachu, you see a bridge? The deckhand mentioned island bridges at low tide. Pika Pi. Pikachu scampered to a high rock and scanned. His ears perked. Chew. A land bridge. Stone and coral, exposed by the retreating tide, linking Isla Verde to the next island in the chain. It was narrow and slick, but passable. They crossed. Ash picked his way carefully over the wet stone, Elara on his back, Pikachu hopping ahead to test footing. Halfway across, a tentacle surfaced in the channel beside them and regarded Ash with an expression of mild offense. Just passing through, Ash told it. The tentacle considered this, then sank beneath the surface with a disdainful bubble. Everyone's a critic. Through the bond, amusement. Small, surprised, instantly suppressed. But real. The second island was smaller, more rocky, and showed signs of human activity, a trail with actual footprints, a fishing line tied to a rock. They followed the trail uphill and came over a ridge to see, spread out below them on a natural harbor, the settlement of Port Ashera. It was bigger than Ash expected. A proper town, if rough-edged, wooden buildings climbing the hillside from the harbor, fishing boats crowded at the docks, a market square busy with people and Pokemon. Smoke from chimneys and cooking fires. The sound of voices and calls and the ring of a smith's hammer. Above it all, on a bluff overlooking the harbor, stood a larger structure, stone and timber, flying a banner Ash didn't recognize. The seat of the local warden, he guessed. Alera's grip on his shoulders tightened. Through the bond, a complex weave of caution and recognition and something close to dread. She'd been here before. Or near here. And the memories weren't good. Stay close, Ash murmured. If anything feels wrong, tell me through the bond. Don't wait. She sent an affirmation. Then, after a pause, something else, a sensation like a hand closing around his, but inside his chest. Protective. Fierce. If anything threatens you, the feeling said, I will end it. The intensity startled him. Through all her pain and weakness, the core of her was still this, a protector. A guardian. She was broken and barely standing, and she'd just sworn, wordlessly, through a bond she'd forged in desperation, that she would destroy anything that tried to hurt him. He didn't know what to say to that. So he walked down the hill, toward the town, with a wounded guardian on his back and a Pikachu at his side and the faint, persistent feeling that his life had just changed in a way that no badge or championship or title had ever managed. And behind them, far out to sea, the water was darker than it should have been. Just a patch. Just a shadow that moved against the current, in a direction shadows shouldn't move. Something beneath the waves, watching. Patient. Port Ashera's market district was loud, crowded, and smelled like grilled fish and engine grease. Ash loved it immediately. He'd found a cloak for Alera at the first stall, a dark green thing, hooded, that covered her enough to avoid immediate recognition as a Gardevoir. She couldn't maintain the disguise of it on her own, but with the hood up and Ash's jacket still wrapped around her, she passed for an injured human at a distance. Up close, the illusion wouldn't hold. The horn on her chest glowed faintly through the fabric, and her eyes, no human had eyes like that. But Port Ashera, Ash was learning, was not a place that asked questions. The settlement had the energy of a frontier town. Trainers from half a dozen regions mixed with local fishermen and merchants. Pokemon wandered freely, not just small ones, but Machoke carrying crates at the docks, a Flygon sleeping on a rooftop, a pair of Lucario sparring in an alley while onlookers placed bets. Nobody had a uniform. Nobody represented a league. The authority here was something else, something older and more personal. Ash found an inn called the Anchor's Rest, run by a massive woman named Dorsa who had arms like ship cables and a conkeldurr that served as both bouncer and bartender. She gave Ash a room, no questions, for a price that would have made a Kalos hotel weep. "Your friend okay?" Dorsa asked, eyeing the cloaked figure on Ash's back. "Injured. Resting. There's a healer 2 streets over. Pokemon and human both. Name's Marin. Thanks." The room was small, a bed, a chair, a window overlooking the harbor. Ash laid Alera on the bed and closed the shutters. She pulled back the hood immediately, her expression tight with the discomfort of confinement. "I know," Ash said. "Just until we figure out what's safe." Through the bond, reluctant acceptance. And exhaustion. The journey had cost her. Rest. "I'm going to find this healer, get some real supplies. Pikachu stays with you." Pikachu hopped onto the bed and sat beside Alera like a small, electric gargoyle. She looked at him. He looked at her. Some silent negotiation occurred. "Pika," he said finally. It sounded like a grudging oath of protection. Alera reached out with her good hand, slowly, giving Pikachu every chance to pull away, and touched the top of his head. Just briefly. A gentle brush of fingers between his ears. Pikachu's cheek sparked. But he didn't move. And his ears, which had been rigid with suspicion, relaxed a fraction. Ash left them there. The healer's shop was easy to find, a cluttered storefront with dried herbs hanging from the ceiling and a chancy organizing bottles behind the counter. Marin herself was a weathered woman with sharp eyes and a Blissey who immediately tried to hug Ash when he walked in. "I've got a Pokemon with severe injuries," Ash said, gently extracting himself from the Blissey. "Physical and psychic trauma. She's been drained, like her energy was siphoned." Marin's expression changed. "What species?" "Gardevoir." Something flickered behind the healer's eyes. Recognition, and something else, caution. "Where did you find her?" "Isla Verde." "In a destroyed clearing." Marin was quiet for a moment. Then she pulled a curtain across the shop's front window and lowered her voice. "You need to be careful who you talk to about this. A few months ago, something happened on the outer islands, nobody official will say what, but fishermen started avoiding certain waters, and psychic types across the whole archipelago got agitated. Some fled. Some went violent for no reason. And soldiers started showing up. Not warden soldiers, something else. Private. Organized. The severing hand, Ash said. Marin's face tightened. "You know them. They tried to kill my Gardevoir. 3 operatives in the forest. Then you've got bigger problems than healing, kid. The severing hand answers to a man named Riven, and Riven doesn't leave loose ends." She studied Ash's face. "You're not from here. Kanto. By way of everywhere. And you found a wounded Gardevoir in a war zone and decided, what, to carry her to safety on your back." "Pretty much." Marin stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed, a short, harsh sound. "Either you're the bravest trainer I've ever met or the dumbest. People tell me it's both, usually." She assembled a kit for him, proper healing supplies, the kind trainers couldn't buy over the counter. Full restores, psychic-specific tinctures, a salve that Chansey prepared by hand, by egg, that was specifically formulated for Gardevoir physiology. "These will stabilize her body," Marin said, handing over the pack. "But the psychic damage, that kind of drain doesn't heal with medicine. It heals with connection. With something to anchor to." "She has that," Ash said quietly. Marin's eyes narrowed. Then widened. "You didn't. Tell me you didn't." "She initiated it. I didn't exactly have a vote." "A soul bond? A human Gardevoir soul bond? Do you have any idea?" Marin stopped herself. Took a breath. "Those are ancient. Rare. The last documented one was centuries ago, when the Sentinel Order was still active." The word landed like a stone. The soldiers called her a sentinel. Marin sat down heavily. Her Blissey made a concerned noise and offered her a berry. "Sentinels were an order of Gardevoir," she said slowly. "Guardians. They protected the Veil Reach Islands for generations, a living shield against psychic threats. They operated from a hidden sanctuary called Moonvale. Nobody knew where it was except the Sentinels themselves." She looked at Ash with an expression that was equal parts wonder and fear. "If your Gardevoir is a Sentinel, and Moonvale was destroyed, she might be the last one." The weight of that hit Ash in the chest. Through the bond, he felt an echo. Elara, in the room above the inn, had sensed his emotional spike. A questioning pulse came back. "Are you safe?" He sent reassurance. "Warm. Steady. Fine. Just learning things." "What does the severing hand want with her?" Ash asked. "Same thing everyone wants when they find something powerful, to use it or destroy it. Riven's ideology is that human Pokemon bonds are a form of slavery. He wants to sever them all, permanently. And if the legends about Sentinels are true, they're connected to something that could do exactly that. The etheric core. Marin went still. Where did you hear that name? I didn't. He paused. Had he heard it? Or had it come through the bond? A fragment from Alara's memories, leaking through. It doesn't matter. What is it? Nobody knows for certain. An artifact, a power source, a weapon, depends on who you ask. The one thing everyone agrees on is that it's real, it's connected to the Sentinels, and whoever controls it controls the future of every human Pokemon bond in existence. The room felt smaller. Ash thought of Pikachu. Of every Pokemon he'd ever partnered with, fought beside, loved. The idea that someone could sever those bonds, just cut them, like cutting strings, made something in him go cold and hard. That's not going to happen, he said. Marin looked at him. Whatever she saw in his face made her nod slowly. There's one more thing you should know. The warden of Port Ashera, Sable. She's powerful, connected, and she's been asking questions about Sentinels for months. If she finds out what your Gardevoir is, she'll want her. Sable collects power the way other people collect coins. I'll keep that in mind. He paid for the supplies, thanked her, and left. The evening was settling over Port Ashera, lanterns flickering to life along the streets. He walked fast, supplies under one arm, mind working. The scope of what he'd walked into was becoming clear, and it was enormous. A destroyed sanctuary. An ancient order. A weapon that could reshape the relationship between humans and Pokemon. A paramilitary group with a charismatic leader. A local authority who couldn't be trusted. And at the center of all of it, a wounded Gardevoir who'd bound her soul to a trainer from Pallet Town because he was the only person who'd offered a hand instead of a weapon. Ash climbed the stairs to his room and opened the door. Pikachu was asleep on the pillow. Alara was awake, sitting up in bed, the moonlight through the shutters catching the slow pulse of her chest horn. She looked at him when he entered, really looked, the way she had in the clearing, and he felt the bond between them hum with something warm. You came back. The feeling was soft. Surprised. I told you I would. People say many things. He sat on the chair beside the bed and unpacked the supplies. Applied the salve to her wounds, carefully, gently, trying not to think about the fact that her skin felt like cool silk and the bond amplified every point of contact into something almost electric. She watched his hands work with an intensity that had nothing to do with the medicine. I learned some things, he said, keeping his voice even. About Sentinels. About the etheric core. About what people want from you. Her walls went up. He felt them, solid, defensive. I'm not asking you to tell me everything. Not tonight. But I need you to know something. He met her eyes. Whatever it is you're carrying, whatever secret is worth burning down a sanctuary and hunting the last survivor, I'm not going to use it. I'm not going to trade it. And I'm not going to let anyone take it from you. That's not what this bond is. She searched his face. Through the bond, she searched deeper, past his words, past his expression, into the emotional bedrock of who he was. He let her. He had nothing to hide. What she found made her breath catch. He meant it. Every word. Not because he was naive, she could feel the steel beneath his warmth, the part of him that had faced legendaries and criminal organizations and never flinched. He meant it because he'd made a decision, the way he made all his decisions, with his whole heart, without reservation, and with absolutely no intention of going back on it. Through the bond, something broke in her. Not painfully, the way ice breaks in spring. A crack, and beneath it, water that had been frozen for a very long time. She reached out and touched his face. Just her fingertips. Light as thought. Against his cheek, tracing the line of his jaw with a touch that carried everything she couldn't say yet, gratitude, wonder, the terrifying first stirring of something she hadn't felt since before Moonveil burned. Ash held perfectly still. His heart was doing something complicated. Through the bond, he knew she could feel it. Neither of them moved. Then Pikachu sneezed in his sleep, and the moment shattered. Ashera pulled her hand back. Ash cleared his throat. The bond between them vibrated like a plucked string, resonating with an emotion neither of them was ready to name. "You should rest," Ash said. His voice was rougher than he intended. She lay back down. But her eyes stayed open, watching him as he moved the chair to the window and settled in to keep watch. Ash. Not through the bond, actual telepathy, the first word she'd managed. Her voice in his mind was like music heard through water, clear, achingly beautiful, and tinged with an accent he couldn't place. He turned. "Thank you." 2 words, carrying the weight of everything she'd lost and everything she was beginning to find. "Always," he said. She closed her eyes. Within minutes, her breathing deepened. Through the bond, he felt her dreams, still dark, still haunted, but less alone. His presence in the bond was a lantern in the dark corners of her mind, and the nightmares gave it a wide berth. Ash watched the harbor through the shutters. Moonlight on water. Ships rocking at anchor. The quiet bustle of a frontier town settling in for the night. And out beyond the harbor, past the breakers, the ocean held its darkness like a secret. The same patch of shadow he'd seen from the hill, still there, still moving against the current. He thought of his dream on the ferry. The dark ocean. The vast shape. The voice. She cannot hide forever. His hand found the windowsill. He gripped it until his knuckles went white. "She won't have to," he said to the dark. "She's got me now." The dark didn't answer. But through the bond, in the depths of Ashera's sleeping mind, something ancient stirred, a memory older than her, passed down through generations of sentinels. A warning, etched in psychic code that the Gardevoir carried in their very souls: when the last sentinel falls, the seal weakens. When the seal breaks, the hollow wakes. And when the hollow wakes, the memory cut off. Fragmented. Lost with the sanctuary that had preserved it. But the ocean remembered. The ocean always remembered. Ash kept watch until dawn. The bond hummed between them, his heartbeat and hers, synchronized in the dark, a harmony that the world hadn't heard in centuries. Outside, the waves whispered against the shore. Inside, for the first time in longer than she could remember, a Gardevoir named Ashera slept without screaming. And a trainer named Ash sat beside her and didn't look away. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The Language of Scars. 3 days in Port Ashera, and Ash hadn't slept more than 4 hours a night. It wasn't the bed, the inn's mattress was actually decent, better than half the Pokémon Center bunks he'd crashed on over the years. It wasn't the noise from the harbor, or the unfamiliar stars through the window, or even the lingering unease of being in hostile territory. It was Ashera's nightmares. They came every night, somewhere between 2 and 4 in the morning, and they hit the bond like a wrecking ball. Ash would jolt awake with his heart hammering and images burning behind his eyes, white stone shattering, psychic barriers collapsing, the faces of Pokémon he'd never met twisting in agony. Each nightmare was a fragment of the same event, replayed from a different angle, and each one carried the same crushing finale: Ashera standing alone in ruins, surrounded by silence. He'd learned the rhythm by now. Wake up. Reach through the bond. Push warmth and presence until the nightmare cracked. Wait for her breathing to steady. Go back to the window. Don't sleep. She never acknowledged it in the morning. He never brought it up. But on the 3rd morning, when he came back from a supply run with fresh berries and a thermos of something the market vendor called Veilreach Black, which tasted like someone had brewed coffee using spite as a filter, he found Ashera standing. Not leaning. Not bracing against the wall. Standing, upright, weight balanced, her broken arms still splinted but held against her body with a posture that spoke of discipline rather than pain. She was at the window, shutters cracked, watching the harbor with an intensity that reminded him she was not, and had never been, fragile. "You're up," Ash said. She turned. The morning light caught her face, and he noticed, really noticed, for the first time without the haze of crisis, how striking she was. Not in the way humans thought about beauty. Something else. The architecture of her, the way her form balanced between ethereal and solid, the red eyes that held more intelligence than most professors he'd met. She carried herself like a blade that had been sheathed too long and was remembering its edge. Through the bond, alertness. Assessment. She'd been studying the town while he was out. Soldiers, she sent. Not words yet, she was saving her strength for more precise communication, but the impression was clear. She'd seen something from the window. Where? An image through the bond, two figures in the market square, wearing civilian clothes that didn't fit right. Too clean, too uniform. Military people trying to look casual and failing the way military people always failed. Severing hand. Uncertainty. They could be. Or they could belong to someone else. Ash set down the supplies and joined her at the window. The market was filling up, morning traders, fishermen selling the dawn catch, a group of kids chasing a skitty between the stalls. He spotted the two figures Ashera had flagged, a man and a woman, browsing a fruit stand with the rigid body language of people who'd rather be holding weapons. Could be Sable's people too, Ash murmured. The warden. Marin warned me about her. Through the bond, Ashera sent the image again, the cold, elegant woman she'd shown him before. The warden. And with it, a sharper impression, danger. Smarter than the soldiers. More patient. You've dealt with her before. A pause. Then, reluctantly, not directly. But the sanctuary knew of her. She sought us out. Sent envoys. Offered protection. A bitter edge to the emotion. The kind of protection that comes with chains. It was the most she'd communicated about her past. Ash filed it away without pushing. All right. We keep our heads down, get the information we need, and, a knock at the door. 3 sharp raps. Pikachu was off the pillow and on the floor in a blink, cheeks sparking. Ashera's good hand came up, psychic energy coiling at her fingertips, still weak, but enough to slow someone down. Ash positioned himself between them and the door. Who is it? Dorsa sent me. A male voice, young, clipped. Says the warden wants to see the new arrival. That's you, in case you were wondering. Ash exchanged a look with Pikachu. Through the bond, Ashera's reaction was immediate and unambiguous, trap. He opened the door anyway. The man in the hallway was about Ash's age, maybe a year older. Tall, lean, with close-cropped dark hair and the kind of face that looked like it had been designed for suspicion. He wore practical clothes, well-made but not showy, and at his belt hung a single poke ball with a metal casing that Ash didn't recognize. His eyes were pale gray, sharp, and they swept the room behind Ash with professional efficiency before settling on Ash's face. Kale, the man said. Not friendly. Not hostile. Neutral in the specific way of someone who'd been trained to be neutral. Lieutenant to Warden Sable. She requests your presence at the garrison. Requests or requires? Kale's expression didn't change. In Valereach, those are the same thing. Give me 10 minutes. 5. Kale glanced past Ash's shoulder, and his gaze snagged on something, a flash of green beneath the cloak, or the faint glow of Ashera's horn through the fabric. His eyes narrowed fractionally, then returned to Ash. 5 minutes. I'll be downstairs. He left. Ash closed the door. Pika Pi, Pikachu said, which translated roughly to I don't like him. I don't think we're supposed to like him yet. Ash turned to Ashera. I have to go. If Sable's already noticed me, dodging her summons makes us look suspicious. I'll go, feel her out, buy us time. Ashera's response through the bond was a wall of refusal. She was coming with him. You can barely stand for 20 minutes. And if Sable is what Marin says she is, walking a Gardevoir into her office is like, I am not staying behind. The telepathic words cut through the bond with a precision that surprised them both. Her telepathy was getting stronger. The bond weakens with distance. If something happens to you and I'm not there, she didn't finish. She didn't need to. Ash felt the rest of it, the terror of being separated from the one anchor keeping her alive. Not dependence, survival instinct. The bond was literally sustaining her. Too much distance, and she'd start to fade. Okay, Ash said. But stay cloaked. Don't speak, telepathically or otherwise. Let me do the talking. And if things go sideways, I level the building. I was going to say we leave quietly, but sure. Your plan works too. Was that the ghost of a smile? Through the bond, he caught a flicker of dark humor, the kind of humor that grew in people who'd survived things that should have broken them. He helped her with the cloak. The contact, his hands adjusting the hood around her face, fingers brushing the curve of her jaw, sent a cascade of sensation through the bond. Warmth from him. A sharp intake of breath from her, quickly controlled. He pretended not to notice. She pretended she hadn't reacted. They were both getting very good at pretending. Kale was waiting outside the inn, leaning against the wall with the patient posture of someone accustomed to waiting for people he didn't respect. His eyes tracked the cloaked figure behind Ash but he said nothing. A Bisharp materialized beside him, released from its ball without a command, as if it simply knew when its presence was required. The steel type fell into step beside Kale with the synchronized precision of a long partnership. They walked through Port Ashera in a formation that was technically casual and actually strategic. Kale in front, Ash behind, Elara beside Ash, Pikachu on Ash's shoulder, Bisharp at the rear. The market crowds parted for Kale, not with fear, exactly, but with the automatic deference of people who recognized authority. Ash studied the town as they walked. Closer up, the frontier roughness he'd noticed before had layers. The buildings were solid, built to last, not slapped together. The harbor was well organized, with a system of buoys and channels that spoke of serious naval knowledge. And the people, trainers, merchants, fishermen, they all had a certain quality. Hard to define. A watchfulness. Like everyone in Valereach had learned to sleep with one eye open. How long have you been Sable's lieutenant? Ash asked. Long enough. That's not an answer. It's the answer you're getting. Pikachu made a sound that was distinctly unimpressed. Kale's Bisharp rotated its bladed head toward the electric type, assessing. Pikachu stared back with the flat, unblinking confidence of a Pokémon who'd fought gods. The Bisharp looked away first. The warden's garrison sat atop the bluff overlooking the harbor, a compound of stone and heavy timber, more fortress than government building. Guards flanked the entrance, serious men and women with Pokémon at their sides. Not the civilian-clad watchers from the market. These were open about what they were. Kale led them through a courtyard where trainers drilled with their Pokémon, coordinated exercises that looked more military than competitive. A Houndoom breathed controlled fire at targets. A pair of Galade sparred with wooden practice blades. An Alakazam meditated at the center of a psychic barrier exercise, 3 junior Pokémon trying to breach its defenses. Elara watched the Alakazam through the shadow of her hood. Through the bond, Ash felt her reaction, recognition of technique, and contempt. Crude. No finesse. The barriers are brute force, they'd collapse against a real psychic assault. The judgment of a professional watching amateurs. Ash filed that away too. They entered the main building and climbed stairs to a room that pretended to be an office but was actually a throne room. High ceiling. Windows that commanded a view of the entire harbor and the islands beyond. Maps on every wall, nautical charts, topographic surveys, trade routes. A desk of dark wood that was less a workspace and more a statement. Behind it sat Warden Sable. She was exactly what Alara's impression had suggested, but more. Mid-40s, with silver-streaked black hair pulled back in a style that was severe and flattering at the same time. Her face was sharp-boned and handsome, not beautiful. Beauty implied softness, and there was nothing soft about this woman. She wore no uniform, no insignia. She didn't need them. Authority radiated from her like heat from a furnace. Her eyes were dark brown, almost black, and when they settled on Ash, he felt himself being calculated. Not evaluated, calculated. Like she was running numbers on everything he was worth. A Gothitelle stood behind her chair, motionless as a statue. Its eyes, unlike its trainers, were fixed directly on Alara's cloaked form. Ash Ketchum, Sable said. Her voice was warm. Welcoming. It matched the smile she offered him, the kind of smile that could make you feel like the most important person in the room. Welcome to Vale Reach. I must confess, I didn't expect a world coronation champion to wash up on my islands. I didn't wash up. I took a ferry. The smile widened. Sit, please. Kale, bring our guest something to drink. Kale moved to a side table with bottles and glasses. Ash sat in the offered chair. Alara stayed standing behind him, hooded, silent, positioned where she could see both Sable and the door. Sable's eyes flicked to the cloaked figure. And your companion? Shy. In Vale Reach, we consider it poor manners to conceal one's face in the warden's presence. In Kanto, we consider it poor manners to summon guests instead of inviting them. The room temperature dropped about 3 degrees. Kale's hand paused on a bottle. The Gothitelle's eyes intensified. Sable's smile didn't waver, if anything, it sharpened. Fair point, she said. I apologize for the formality. Vale Reach is protective of its peace. When a champion-level trainer arrives unannounced, carrying what appears to be an injured Pokémon and asking questions about the severing hand, protective instincts activate. Ash kept his face neutral, but behind it, his mind was sprinting. She already knew about Marin. Or she had people watching the healer's shop. Either way, she was miles ahead of where he'd assumed she'd be. I ran into some severing hand operatives on Isla Verde, Ash said. They were hunting a wounded Pokémon. I intervened. I'd like to know why a paramilitary group is operating in your jurisdiction. As would I. Sable leaned back. Commander Riven's organization has been a thorn in the archipelago's side for over a year. They operate from mobile bases, ships, temporary camps on the outer islands. They believe human Pokémon bonds are inherently exploitative and seek to sever them using technology they've developed from studying ancient Vale Reach artifacts. And what are you doing about it? Everything I can. Which brings me to why I invited you here. She steepled her fingers. I could use someone with your capabilities, Ash. The severing hand has escalated their operations recently, attacks on supply lines, disruption of fishing routes, harassment of trainers. My forces are stretched thin across 5 islands. A trainer of your caliber, here at the right time, that feels like more than coincidence. Through the bond, Alara's warning pulsed, she's recruiting you. Don't let her. Ash didn't need the warning. He could smell the manipulation from across the desk. Sable was good, the warmth, the flattery, the appeal to his protective instincts. She'd read his profile and constructed a pitch designed for exactly who he was. I appreciate the offer, Ash said. But I'm not looking for employment. I'm just a trainer passing through. Of course. But while you're passing through, perhaps you'd accept an escort. The islands can be dangerous for the unfamiliar. I'll assign Kale to you, he knows the territory better than anyone. Spy, Alara sent. She wants eyes on us. Ash hesitated. On one hand, having Sable's lieutenant glued to him was the last thing he wanted. On the other, refusing would signal distrust and put Sable on alert. And there was something about Kale, the way he stood, the way his eyes moved, the slight tension in his jaw when Sable spoke, that didn't quite match a loyal subordinate. "Sure," Ash said. "An escort would be helpful." Kale showed no reaction. But his bisharp shifted its weight, barely perceptible, in a way that Ash read as surprise. "Wonderful." Sable rose, extending her hand. "I do hope your stay in Valereach is productive. And please, if your companion ever feels comfortable removing that hood, I'd love to meet them properly." Ash shook her hand. Firm grip. Dry palm. The handshake of someone who never sweated, literally or figuratively. "One more thing," Sable said as he turned to leave. "The Pokémon you rescued on Isla Verde. Is it a psychic type?" The question landed like a knife on a table, casual delivery, sharp edge. "Why do you ask?" "The Severing Hand has a particular interest in powerful psychic types. If you're harboring one, there are certain precautions I'd recommend." "I'll keep that in mind." He left. Elara and Pikachu followed. Kale fell into step beside them without a word. They were halfway down the stairs when Elara sent through the bond. "Her Gothitelle was scanning me. It couldn't penetrate the bond's interference, but it knows I'm not human." "She knows, Ash. She's known since we walked in." Ash's stride didn't break. His expression didn't change. "But through the bond, he sent back a single, clear response, then we make sure that knowing isn't enough." The street outside the garrison was bright and busy, the mundane world reasserting itself after the pressure of Sable's office. Ash breathed salt air and let the tension bleed from his shoulders. "Your warden's something else," he said to Kale. "She's effective." "That's not a compliment." "It's not an insult either." Kale's voice was flat. "Where are you headed?" "Back to the inn. Then I need to find the island bridges. I want to explore the inner islands. The bridges at low tide are unreliable past the second island. I can arrange boat transport." "That'd be great. Thanks." They walked in silence for a block. Pikachu rode Ash's shoulder, ears tracking Kale's bisharp the way a radar dish tracks an aircraft. Elara kept pace beside Ash, her hood low, her presence in the bond a constant hum of analysis and alertness. Then Kale said, without looking at Ash, "Your companion. She should avoid the psychic training grounds at the garrison. Gothitelle reports everything to the warden, and another scan with better preparation would be thorough." Ash glanced at him. Kale's face was stone. But the words themselves, the warning, unsolicited and risky, said something his expression wouldn't. "Thanks for the tip," Ash said carefully. Kale nodded once. Said nothing else. But his bisharp fell back a step, positioning itself between Sable's garrison and the group, and Ash didn't think that was an accident. Through the bond, Elara's assessment shifted. Not trusting, she was too damaged for easy trust. But recategorizing. He's not fully hers. No, Ash agreed silently. He's not. The market district was where Ash went to think. There was something about crowds, the noise, the movement, the sheer aliveness of people going about their business, that helped him process. It drowned out the noise in his head and let the important thoughts float to the surface. He found a bench near the fish stalls, bought skewers of grilled Magikarp. The vendors were very specific that they were farmed, not caught from bonded partners, and handed one to Elara. She took it cautiously, studying the food with the focused confusion of someone who'd subsisted on berries and psychic energy for too long. She took a bite. Her eyes widened slightly. "Good, right?" Ash grinned. "Street food is always the best food. It's a universal law." Through the bond, a burst of flavor translated into emotion. She hadn't tasted cooked food in weeks, maybe months. The simple pleasure of it was so sharp and so unexpected that it cut through her defenses like a knife through silk. She ate the rest of the skewer in focused silence, and Ash pretended he couldn't feel the waves of quiet, fierce joy radiating through the bond. Kale stood 10 feet away, leaning against a pillar, watching the crowd with professional detachment. His bisharp was nowhere visible, which meant it was everywhere. Steel types were excellent at finding angles of cover. "We need to talk about the bond," Ash said quietly. Elara stiffened. "Not about whether it should exist, that ship sailed. I mean the practical stuff. I don't understand what it does, what it costs, what the limits are. And right now, I'm flying blind." She was quiet for a long moment. Through the bond, he felt her wrestling, pride versus pragmatism, secrecy versus the undeniable fact that her survival depended on the person sitting next to her actually understanding what connected them. Pragmatism won. "The soul bond is ancient," she began. Her telepathy was stronger today, full sentences now, though each one cost visible effort. It was created by the first Sentinels as a covenant with their human partners. "A merging of psychic cores, your life force anchors mine, and my psychic energy extends to you. So that's why I feel more. Since the bond. Everything's sharper, sight, hearing, reflexes. My psychic field reinforces your senses. It will increase as the bond deepens. Eventually, you may develop rudimentary psychic sensitivity, nothing like true telepathy, but awareness of intentions, emotional states. You've already experienced this." He had. The way he'd read Kale's body language. The way Sable's pitch had felt transparent. He'd attributed it to experience, but... And the cost? Energy. The bond draws from both of us. In balance, it's sustainable, we feed each other. But I'm damaged. The balance is wrong. You're carrying most of the weight. That's why I'm not sleeping. Guilt through the bond, hot and sharp. Yes. My nightmares drain us both. I've tried to control them, stop. His voice was gentle but firm. Don't apologize for being hurt. I've functioned on 4 hours of sleep before. I once stayed awake for 3 days during an Ultra Beast crisis and still won a battle at the end of it. I can handle this. For how long? As long as it takes. She stared at him. Through the bond, he felt her searching for the lie, the performance, the angle. Finding nothing. Finding, instead, the bedrock stubbornness that had carried Ash Ketchum through every impossible situation from age 10 onward. You are unreasonable, she sent. I've been told. It was not entirely a criticism. The bond hummed between them. Something warm. Something that didn't have a name yet but was growing roots. There's something else, Ash said. The bond, it's permanent. Marin said if one of us dies, the other follows. Silence. Through the bond, confirmation, and beneath it, a well of emotion so deep he couldn't see the bottom. Yes. Our life forces are entwined. Severing the bond would kill us both. And if one falls. She trailed off. I did this to you without consent. I bound you to my death. You bound me to your life, Ash corrected. There's a difference. She turned away. Through the bond, he felt the tears she wouldn't shed, not because she was too proud, but because starting to cry meant acknowledging everything she'd lost, and she wasn't sure she'd be able to stop. He didn't push. He sat beside her on the bench, eating his fish skewer, watching the market, letting the bond carry his steadiness to her like a current carries warmth. After a while, she spoke again. There is something you should know about the bonds, other properties. Other properties? The soul bond is not just survival. In the old texts, it was considered the highest form of partnership between human and Pokemon. A union of souls. The Sentinels and their bonded humans were. She paused. Through the bond, something flickered, an emotion she clamped down on before he could identify it. Close. Deeply close. The bond encourages this. It amplifies emotional resonance between partners. What one feels, the other echoes. Over time, the distinction between individual emotions and shared ones becomes blurred. Ash processed this. So the bond is going to make us feel things about each other that might not be real? No. The word was sharp. The bond does not create false emotion. It amplifies what is already present. It removes barriers, fear, pride, doubt, that normally prevent connection. What you feel through the bond is true. It is simply accelerated. Something about the way she said that, the precision of it, the careful neutrality, told Ash she wasn't just explaining mechanics. She was warning him. Or warning herself. He didn't know what to do with that, so he did what he always did with things he didn't know what to do with. He put it aside, trusted that the answer would come when it needed to, and focused on the next problem. Okay. Accelerated truth. I can work with that. He stood, brushing crumbs from his jacket. Come on. We need supplies, a map, and a plan that doesn't involve walking into Sable's office again. Ashera rose beside him. She was steadier today, the potions, the bond's energy, the simple miracle of food and rest were rebuilding her. She still couldn't fight, not really. But she could walk, she could think, and through the bond, Ash could feel her mind sharpening with every hour. Whatever she'd been before Moonveil fell, a sentinel, a guardian, a psychic warrior, that core was still intact. Dormant, not destroyed. She just needed time. And Ash was going to make sure she got it. The challenge came that afternoon. Ash was at a supply store near the docks, haggling over the price of rope, because apparently rope in Vale Reach cost 3 times what it cost anywhere else on the planet, when a voice cut through the shop's interior. So you're the champion. Ash turned. A trainer stood in the doorway, a big man, broad-shouldered, with the sun-darkened skin and calloused hands of someone who'd earned every scar the hard way. He had a Hariyama at his side, the fighting type filling the doorframe like a living wall. That depends on who's asking, Ash said. Name's Gregor. I run the docks. The man stepped inside. He wasn't hostile, not yet, but there was a challenge in his stance, the wait-forward posture of someone testing boundaries. Word travels fast in Port Ashera. Champion from the mainland shows up with a mystery companion and gets a personal audience with the warden. People talk. People always talk. They do. And what they're saying is that you're either Sable's new pet or you're something worse. Either way, the docks don't like surprises. Gregor crossed his arms. So I figured I'd come take your measure myself. Through the bond, Ashera's reaction was sharp, he's challenging you. If you decline, we lose standing in the entire port. Ash had already figured that out. In frontier towns, reputation was currency. And right now, he was an unknown, an outsider with a fancy title that meant nothing to people who'd never seen him battle. I don't have anything to prove to you, Ash said. Not aggressively. Honestly. Then you won't mind proving it. Gregor's Hariyama cracked its knuckles, a sound like boulders grinding. 1-on-1. Market Square. Unless the world coronation champion is scared of a dock worker. Pikachu's cheek sparked. Not with anger, with anticipation. He'd been cooped up for 3 days, guarding a room and eating berries. He wanted a fight. Ash smiled. 10 minutes. Market Square. Word spread the way it always did in small towns, instantly and everywhere. By the time Ash reached the market square, a crowd had gathered. Fishermen, traders, trainers, kids on rooftops. Even a few of Sable's uniformed guards, watching from the garrison steps with studied indifference. Kale was there too, arms crossed, Bisharp beside him. His expression was unreadable, but Ash caught something in the way he positioned himself, close enough to observe the crowd's reaction, not just the battle. He was gathering intelligence. The question was for whom? Ashera stood at the edge of the crowd, cloaked and hooded, invisible. Through the bond, Ash felt her attention, laser-focused, analyzing. She was studying the dynamics of the port, reading emotional currents in the crowd, building a map of allegiances and tensions that Ash couldn't see. Gregor is respected here, she sent. Feared, even. He controls dock access, nothing enters or leaves Port Ashera without his approval. This battle is political, not personal. If you defeat him, the port's independent faction accepts you. If you lose, we're outsiders permanently. Great. No pressure. The space cleared. Gregor took one side, Ash the other. 20 feet between them. The crowd formed a rough circle, buzzing with the energy that battles always generated, that primal excitement of watching creatures of incredible power collide. One Pokemon each, Gregor called. No items. First to knockout. Agreed? Agreed. Gregor's Hariyama stepped forward. The fighting type was massive, easily twice Pikachu's height, with palms like dinner plates. It settled into a sumo stance, low and immovable, radiating the kind of physical power that could crack concrete. Pikachu hopped off Ash's shoulder and landed in the dust. He was a tenth of the Hariyama's size. The crowd murmured, some amusement, some skepticism, a few knowing looks from trainers who recognized what they were seeing. Whenever you're ready, Ash said. Gregor wasted no time. Arm thrust. The Hariyama charged, not fast in the traditional sense, but with a momentum that was its own kind of speed. Each step shook the ground. Its hands blurred, palms thrusting forward in rapid succession, each strike capable of launching a Pokemon across the square. Pikachu. Don't dodge left, go under. Pikachu dropped. Flat to the ground, the arm thrust passing over him by inches. The crowd gasped. The Hariyama's momentum carried it forward, iron tail, rising strike. Pikachu's tail ignited silver. He spun from his prone position like a coiled spring unloading, the iron tail arcing upward and catching the Hariyama under the chin with a crack that echoed off the surrounding buildings. The fighting type's head snapped back, and it staggered. But it didn't fall. It planted. Hariyama's legs drove into the ground like pylons, absorbing the force through sheer mass and determination. It shook its head, more angry than hurt, and slammed both palms into the earth. Earthquake. Gregor shouted. The ground buckled. A shockwave rippled outward from the Hariyama's impact point, cracking stone, upending market stalls, sending the crowd scrambling. The earthquake hit Pikachu, there was nowhere to dodge on ground that was the attack itself, and the electric type tumbled, stunned. Ash's mind raced. Earthquake was a problem. On the ground, Pikachu was vulnerable. Hariyama could repeat it indefinitely, turning every square foot into a weapon. Quick attack, vertical. Get off the ground. Pikachu recovered mid-tumble, converted his fall into a sprint, and launched himself straight up. Not at the Hariyama, just up. 15 feet into the air, above the shockwave radius, above the dust cloud. Now Electro Ball, maximum charge. At the apex of his jump, backlit by the noon sun, Pikachu's tail curled. Electricity pooled at its tip, a sphere of compressed lightning that grew as Pikachu's speed differential with the stationary Hariyama widened. The ball blazed white gold, big as a watermelon, humming with enough voltage to power the harbor for a week. The crowd went quiet. Gregor's face changed. He'd expected a champion-level battle. He hadn't expected this. The electro ball hanging above his Hariyama wasn't a technique, it was a statement. Hariyama, protect, too slow. Ash had timed it perfectly. The electro ball launched in the gap between Gregor's command and Hariyama's execution, the window of reaction that separated good trainers from great ones. The sphere hit Hariyama dead center, and the detonation turned the market square white. When the light faded, Hariyama was on its back. Unconscious. The ground around it was scorched in a perfect circle, stone still crackling with residual charge. Pikachu landed beside Ash. He shook himself, sparks dancing, and let out a satisfied chew that needed no translation. Silence. Then the crowd erupted. Ash had learned something over the years: people didn't cheer for power alone. They cheered for style. And the image of a tiny Pikachu hanging in the air above a Hariyama 5 times its size, lit up like a small yellow god, was the kind of image that imprinted. Gregor recalled his Hariyama and crossed the square. His expression was hard to read, pride and defeat warring behind his eyes. He stopped in front of Ash and extended his hand. "You're the real thing," Gregor said. "Not happy about it. But honest." Ash shook his hand. "Your Hariyama's incredible. That earthquake was the real deal," Pikachu felt it. "He's got a thick skull. Be fine by morning." Gregor paused. "You're not Sable's pet." "No." "Good. The docks don't work for the garrison. We tolerate each other. You need anything, supplies, boat access, information, you come to me. Not her." "I appreciate that." Gregor turned and walked away through the crowd, which parted for him with renewed respect. He'd lost, but he'd lost to a champion, and he'd lost without flinching. In Port Ashera, that counted. Ash let out a breath. Pikachu climbed to his shoulder, and through the bond, he felt Alara's assessment, layered, nuanced, and tinged with something that made his pulse skip. "You fight beautifully," she sent. The words carried weight. She wasn't complimenting technique. She was acknowledging artistry. A sentinel who'd spent her life mastering psychic combat, recognizing mastery in a different form. "Thanks," Ash sent back, keeping his tone light. "Pikachu did the hard part." "No. Pikachu did the visible part. You did the hard part." A pause. The timing on the electro ball. Between command and execution. You saw the gap. I always see the gap. It's the only thing I've ever been good at. Through the bond, disagreement. Strong, immediate, almost indignant. That is a lie you tell yourself. You are good at many things. You simply refuse to notice. The observation hit him harder than he expected. He deflected with a grin that she couldn't see but could feel. First compliment and first insult in the same sentence. "We're making progress." Her response was a pulse of emotion that didn't translate to words, exasperation and warmth tangled together so tightly they were indistinguishable. From his position against the wall, Kale watched the exchange. He couldn't hear. His expression was still neutral. But his eyes were doing math. That night, the second nightmare was worse. Ash didn't just feel it through the bond, he was pulled into it. One moment he was sitting at the window, watching the harbor, the next, he was standing in a place of white stone and moonlight, and everything was burning. Moonvale Sanctuary. It was beautiful, even in destruction. Towers of crystalline rock that caught and refracted moonbeams into prismatic light. Gardens of psychic flowers, living plants that pulsed with emotional resonance, blooming in response to joy, wilting in the presence of grief. A central temple with a dome of woven psychic energy, shimmering like an aurora. All of it, burning. Ash moved through the nightmare like a ghost. He couldn't interact, couldn't touch, couldn't speak. But he could see. And what he saw carved itself into his memory with the permanence of stone. Gardevoir, fighting. Dozens of them, organized in formation, sentinels, he realized. Their movements were synchronized, psychic attacks coordinated with a precision that made competitive battling look crude. They fought against figures in dark armor, humans with technology that disrupted psychic fields, and Pokémon that had been somehow enhanced, Bisharp and Hydreigon, and things Ash didn't recognize, twisted and wrong. The Sentinels were losing. Not because they were weaker. Because the attackers had planned for them. Every psychic technique was countered by technology. Every formation was met with a tailored response. This wasn't a battle, it was an execution by someone who had studied their target for years and designed the perfect kill. Ash watched a Galade take a blast meant for 3 young Curlia, his barrier holding just long enough for them to flee before it shattered and took him with it. He watched an elderly Gardevoir, the one from Alara's memory, the one with scars, plant herself at the temple entrance and hold an entire assault force at bay for 90 seconds of incandescent fury before a device on one of the attacker's wrists emitted a frequency that shattered her psychic core. 90 seconds. She'd fought like a god for 90 seconds, and it wasn't enough. And through it all, he saw Alara. Younger, not physically, but in her eyes. The eyes of someone who still believed the world made sense. She fought with the precision and savagery of a sentinel at the peak of her power, and she was devastating, every attack a surgical strike, every movement efficient, lethal, elegant. But there were too many. Always too many. The moment came, the moment Ash had felt in fragments through the bond. The scarred Gardevoir, the elder, turning to Alara in the chaos. Reaching out with one hand. Sending something, a psychic package, dense with information, into Alara's mind. The elder's lips moved, and this time, Ash heard the words. Carry it. Carry us. Be the last, and make it matter. Then the blast took her. And Alara screamed. The scream ripped Ash out of the nightmare. He was on the floor of the inn room, hands braced against the wood, breathing like he'd sprinted a mile. Alara was sitting up in bed, both hands pressed to her head, the bond between them vibrating with so much pain and grief that the air itself felt bruised. Alara, don't. The word was ragged. Don't look at me right now. Too late. He was beside her. Not touching, he'd learned that in the first seconds after a nightmare, contact could overwhelm. But close. Present. His end of the bond radiating the only thing he had to offer, I'm here. You're not there. This is real. She shook. Not crying, something deeper than crying. The tremors came from a place inside her that predated tears, a place where loss lived in the marrow. And then she did something she'd never done before. She reached for him. Not through the bond. Physically. Her good arm extended, her hand finding his chest, fingers curling into the fabric of his shirt. Pulling him closer. Not romantic, desperate. The way a drowning person grabs the only solid thing in the current. Ash let her pull him in. His arms came up, slowly, carefully, and closed around her. She pressed her face against his shoulder, and through the bond, the dam broke. Everything she'd held back poured through. Every death she'd witnessed. Every face she'd lost. Every morning since Moonvale when she'd woken up and, for one merciful second, forgotten, then remembered. The weight of being the last. The guilt of surviving. The terror that surviving might not mean anything at all. Ash held her and didn't flinch. He absorbed it. Not passively, actively. He took her grief and didn't let it drown him, instead, he met it with his own truth. His own losses, smaller in scale but no less real. His father, gone before memory. Friends who'd walked away. The loneliness of being surrounded by people and still feeling like nobody truly saw you. I see you, he pushed through the bond. Not in words. In feeling. In the unshakable reality of his presence, Ash Ketchum, who had never in his life turned away from someone in pain. I see you, and you are not nothing. You are not the last. You're the first. The first person I've met who understands that getting back up isn't strength, it's just the only option that matters. She trembled against him. The bond between them blazed, not with psychic power, but with something rawer. Connection. The terrifying, irrevocable connection of two people who had seen the worst of each other and refused to look away. When the shaking stopped, she didn't pull back. And he didn't let go. They stayed like that, on the bed in a cold room in a frontier town on the edge of nowhere, while the moon traced its arc across the sky and Pikachu kept watch from the windowsill with uncharacteristic solemnity. After a long time, Alara spoke. Telepathy, but quiet. Intimate. The volume of a whisper. Her name was Meridia the Elder. She founded the modern Sentinel Order 400 years ago. She was everything. Teacher. Leader. The strongest psychic I ever knew. A pause. She gave me the location before she died. The place where the etheric core's resonance is strongest. The place where the original seal was made. Ash didn't move. Didn't press. Just held her and listened. I've been carrying it alone. The location, the knowledge, the responsibility. It's why they hunt me. They know a sentinel carries it, and I'm the only one left. Another pause, longer. I haven't told anyone. Not because I don't trust you. Because telling you puts a target on your soul that nothing will remove. It's already there, Ash said quietly. The bond made sure of that. Whatever they want from you, they'll have to go through me to get it. That's true whether you tell me or not. You don't understand. This isn't just about soldiers and politics. There's something else, something sealed beneath these islands. Something that feeds on broken bonds and psychic despair. The Sentinels have kept it contained for centuries. With the sanctuary gone, with me weakened. Through the bond, he felt the shape of her fear, vast, oceanic, the fear of someone who understands exactly how bad things can get. The seal is failing, Ash. And what's behind it is not something that can be fought with thunderbolts and courage. The dark ocean from his dreams. The vast shape moving beneath the surface. The voice. She cannot hide forever. The hollow, Ash said. Ilara went rigid. Through the bond, shock. How do you know that name? I've been dreaming about it since the night I arrived. Dark ocean. Something underneath. A voice that talks about you. Horror through the bond. Genuine, searing horror. It knows about the bond. It sensed it when we connected. If it can reach your dreams, she pulled back, gripping his arms, her red eyes burning with an urgency that was almost panic. Ash, the hollow is not a Pokemon. It's not a person. It's something that existed before the bond between humans and Pokemon was formed, a psychic void, a hunger that feeds on the space between minds. The Sentinels sealed it using the etheric core's resonance. If the seal breaks, then we fix the seal. She stared at him. You say that like it's simple. I didn't say it was simple. I said we do it. He held her gaze. You just told me there's an ancient psychic horror trying to eat every bond between human and Pokemon, and the only thing holding it back is failing. That's bad. That's really, really bad. But you know what? I've faced legendary Pokemon that wanted to reshape reality. I've fought ultra beasts from other dimensions. I once punched a guy who was trying to use Arceus to rewrite the laws of physics. Pikachu confirmed from the window. He actually did that. The point is, I don't do hopeless. Not because I'm brave or special. Because hopeless isn't useful. Hopeless doesn't fix anything. So we skip it and go straight to, what do we do next? Through the bond, he felt her reaction, layers of it, building on each other. Disbelief that hardened into reluctant admiration. Admiration that softened into something she was still fighting not to feel. And beneath it all, the unmistakable realization that she had bonded with exactly the right person, not because he was powerful or because he was smart, but because he was constitutionally incapable of giving up. You are the most unreasonable human I have ever encountered, she sent. Second time you've said that. It bears repeating. Is it still not entirely a criticism? A beat. Through the bond, warmth. Fierce, unwilling, undeniable warmth. No, she sent. It is not. They held each other's gaze in the moonlit room. Something shifted between them, not dramatic, not a revelation. A settling. The way a foundation sets after being poured. Permanent, load-bearing, and meant to hold whatever was built on top of it. Ash was the one who broke the moment, because one of them had to. We should sleep. Both of us. Tomorrow we start figuring out the hollow situation, and I need you rested. I won't sleep well. Then I'll be here when you wake up. She lay back down. He returned to the chair by the window, but she stopped him with a pulse through the bond. Stay closer. Please. The bond stabilizes with proximity. The nightmares are less when you're near. He looked at the bed. Then at the chair. Then at the very narrow distance between them. His heart did something complicated again. Pikachu solved the problem by hopping off the windowsill, landing on the bed, and curling up precisely in the middle. He looked at Ash with an expression that said, I'm the chaperone. Deal with it. Ash grabbed the blanket from the chair and settled on the floor beside the bed. Close enough that his hand could touch the bed frame. Close enough that the bond sang steady and clear. Elara's hand slid off the edge of the bed and found his. Neither of them spoke. The bond hummed between them, grief and warmth and something growing that scared them both for entirely different reasons. She slept. For the first time since Moonvale, she slept deep enough to dream of something other than destruction. Through the bond, Ash caught glimpses, sunlight on white stone, a garden of psychic flowers in full bloom, a younger Elara laughing at something he couldn't see. He held her hand and guarded her good dreams the way he'd guarded her nightmares. And outside, in the harbor, a ship slid into port under no flag. On its deck, a man with white-streaked hair and the eyes of a zealot studied a device in his hand, a screen showing a pulsing dot on a map of Port Ashera. Commander Riven had found them. Contact Warden Sable, he said to his lieutenant without looking up. Tell her the sentinel is confirmed. Tell her I want a meeting. And if she refuses? Riven's jaw tightened. The scar that ran from his left ear to his chin, the scar his own partner Pokemon had given him, the Absol who'd been driven mad by a trainer's command and lashed out at the only person nearby, pulled his mouth into something that wasn't quite a smile. She won't. She wants this as badly as I do. She just wants it for different reasons. He closed the device and looked up at the dark windows of Port Ashera. Find the trainer. The one who bonded with her. I want to know everything about him, battle record, psychology, weaknesses. And tell our operatives in the port to stand down. We don't move until I say so. And the Gardevoir? Riven was quiet for a moment. When he spoke, his voice carried the terrible conviction of a man who had long ago decided that his pain justified any action. Every bond is a chain. Even the ones that feel like love. Especially the ones that feel like love. He turned from the window. We'll free her from it. We'll free them all. That's what we do. The ship rocked gently at anchor, anonymous among the fishing vessels. The harbor lamps reflected on the black water, and beneath the reflections, deeper than light could reach, something stirred. The hollow didn't dream. It didn't sleep. It waited, and it watched, and it felt the soul bond burning like a beacon in the psychic dark, two lives intertwined, growing stronger, growing closer. Growing into exactly the kind of bond it most loved to devour. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, What the Bond Demands. The broadcast hit every screen in Port Ashera at dawn. Ash was at the market with Pikachu, buying breakfast, flatbread and smoked fish from a vendor who'd started giving him double portions after the Gregor fight, when every display panel in the square flickered, went black, and resolved into a single face. Commander Riven. He was younger than Ash had expected. Maybe mid-30s, with sharp features and white-streaked hair that aged him from the temples outward. The scar running from his ear to his chin gave his face an asymmetry that drew the eye. But it was his expression that held attention, calm, composed, and utterly certain. The face of a man who'd burned away every doubt and replaced it with purpose. Citizens of Port Ashera, Riven said. His voice carried through the market speakers with the clarity of someone who'd practiced commanding attention. My name is Commander Riven of the Severing Hand. I'm speaking to you today because your warden won't. Because the truth she's hiding would shatter the comfortable lie you've been living. The market went silent. Vendors stopped mid-transaction. Trainers froze with pokeballs in hand. Every eye turned to the nearest screen. You believe your bonds with your Pokemon are partnerships. Friendships. Love. Riven paused, and something flickered behind his eyes, pain, quickly controlled. I believed that once. Before I watched a trainer command his Pokemon into a firefight it couldn't survive. Before I watched my own partner, my Absol, my friend, go mad from the psychic stress of a bond that asked more of her than any living creature should bear. Before she scarred me trying to break free of a connection she never chose. His hand went to the scar. Not performatively. Reflexively. The gesture of a man who touched his wound the way others touched a prayer bead. The soul bond is the oldest and most insidious chain. We dress it up in ceremony and tradition and call it sacred. But it is, at its core, the subjugation of one will to another. And here in Vale Reach, there exists an artifact, the etheric core, that can end this. Permanently. Every bond. Every chain. Every Pokemon freed to choose its own path without a human voice in its head telling it what to do. Through the bond, Ash felt Alara's reaction from the in-room above, a spike of fury so intense it made his vision blur. She was watching from the window. Riven leaned toward the camera. There is a Gardevoir in Port Ashera. A sentinel, the last of an order that guarded the etheric core for centuries. She carries the key to ending every forced bond on this planet. And she is being held, not protected, by a trainer who has soul bonded her to himself. Chained her life force to his own. Made her survival dependent on his existence. Ash's blood went cold. I have 3 demands. First, the trainer releases the Gardevoir to neutral custody. Second, Warden Sable discloses the location of the etheric core research she's been conducting in secret. Third, the people of Vale Reach are given the choice, the informed choice, about whether bonds should continue to exist. Riven paused. The screens held on his face, angular, scarred, burning with conviction. If these demands are not met within 12 hours, I will begin demonstrating what happens when bonds are severed against their will. I have the technology. I have operatives already inside Port Ashera. And I have 3 bonded pairs in my custody who will serve as the first examples. The screens went dark. For 3 seconds, Port Ashera was completely silent. Then the noise hit, voices, shouts, arguments erupting across the market like flashpoints in a wildfire. Trainers pulling their Pokemon close. Vendors shuttering stalls. A woman clutching her EV with both hands, eyes wide with a fear that hadn't existed 30 seconds ago. Ash stood in the middle of it, the flatbread cold in his hand, and felt the entire port shift around him like tectonic plates grinding. Ash. Alara's voice through the bond, tight and controlled. Come back. Now. He was already moving. The in-room was chaos when he arrived, not physical chaos, but emotional. Through the bond, Alara's fury and fear and strategic calculation hit him in overlapping waves that made it hard to separate his own thoughts from hers. She was pacing, actually pacing, which meant her body had healed enough for sustained movement, and her good hand crackled with psychic energy that left afterimages in the air. Pikachu had positioned himself on the bed, ears flat, the charged silence of a Pokemon ready for anything. He knows about the bond, Ash said, closing the door. He knows about everything. The Sentinels, the core, the soul bond specifically. Someone told him. Through the bond, the name landed like a blade, Sable. You think she's feeding him information? I think they're playing different sides of the same game. She wants the core for control. He wants it for destruction. They both need me to find it. Alara stopped pacing. Her red eyes were molten. And now the entire port knows what I am. Every person with a grudge or a price tag will be looking for a Gardevoir. Ash leaned against the door. His mind was doing what it always did in crisis, cutting through noise, finding the signal. Riven's broadcast wasn't just ideology. It was strategy. By making the soul bond public, he turned Ash and Ashera into targets while simultaneously framing himself as a liberator. And the three bonded pairs in custody, that wasn't a bluff. Riven would sever those bonds in 12 hours, and the trauma of forced severance would be his proof of concept. A demonstration that bonds could be broken. A promise that all of them would be. He said his Absol went mad, Ash said quietly. From the bond. From a command she couldn't refuse. Irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. It's the reason he's doing this. He watched his partner suffer because of a bad trainer's orders, and he decided the problem was the bond, not the trainer. Understanding his trauma does not excuse his methods. No. But it means he's not faking it. He believes this. Completely. That makes him more dangerous than someone doing it for power. A knock at the door. Ash opened it to find Kale, Bisharp at his side, expression harder than usual. The warden is convening an emergency council, Kale said. All capable trainers are being summoned to the garrison for defense coordination. And what does the warden actually plan to do? Kale's jaw tightened. Officially, defend the port and negotiate for the release of the hostages. Unofficially, he lowered his voice. She's already sent a runner to the outer islands. Not to evacuate. To retrieve something from a research site she's been funding for months. Ashera's attention through the bond was razor-sharp. What research site? She's been studying Sentinel artifacts, Kale continued, looking past Ash at the cloaked figure he hadn't officially acknowledged as non-human. Ruins on the fourth island. Her scientists have been trying to replicate Sentinel psychic techniques using technology. He paused. Riven's severing technology didn't come from nowhere. The early prototypes were developed in Sable's labs. He stole them. The room went very quiet. She built the weapon, Ash said flatly. She built a tool. Riven turned it into a weapon. The distinction matters to her. Kale's voice was carefully neutral, but something behind it strained. It doesn't matter to the three trainers whose bonds are about to be severed. No, Ash agreed. It doesn't. Silence. The harbor bells rang once, the half-hour mark. 11.5 hours left on Riven's clock. I'm not going to the garrison, Ash said. Kale blinked. The warden expects to use me. Either as a weapon against Riven or as a bargaining chip. Probably both. I'm not playing that game. Ash straightened. I'm going to find those 3 hostages and get them back. That's the priority. Not politics, not the core, not Sable's power play. 3 trainers and their Pokemon are going to have their bonds ripped apart in less than 12 hours, and that's not happening on my watch. Ash. Ashera's voice through the bond was sharp. This is exactly what Riven wants. He's using the hostages to draw you out. To isolate you from the port's defenses. To force a confrontation where he controls the ground. I know. Then why? Because they're people, Ashera. 3 people who trusted their Pokemon and their Pokemon trusted them back, and right now they're sitting in a room somewhere waiting to have that ripped out of them. I can't sit in a garrison playing strategy while that happens. I can't. Through the bond, she felt the bedrock of him, the thing that made Ash catch him who he was. Not stupidity. Not recklessness. A moral center so solid it warped everything around it, like a star warping space. He would walk into a trap to save 3 strangers because not walking in was simply not a configuration his soul could achieve. She wanted to argue. He felt her wanting to argue, the tactical mind screaming that this was foolish, that the smart play was to let Sable handle Riven while they slipped away to find the seal site. But she couldn't argue with what she felt through the bond. His certainty wasn't blind, it was the most clear-eyed thing about him. He knew the risks. He was choosing to accept them because the alternative was to be someone he couldn't live with being. "Then I'm coming with you," she sent. "Ashera, you're still recovering, I am a sentinel of Moon Vale. I have fought threats that would break this entire port like kindling. I am wounded, not finished." The telepathic words rang through the bond like struck steel. "And the soul bond means your death is my death. If you're walking into a trap, I will be beside you. Not because of the bond. Because of the choice." The distinction mattered. Ash felt it matter through the bond, the gap between compulsion and decision, obligation and commitment. She wasn't coming because the bond forced her. She was coming because she'd decided he was worth following into danger. Something in his chest ignited. Not the bond. Something older, simpler, and infinitely more powerful. He turned to Kale. "You said Riven has operatives in the port. Can you find them?" Kale hesitated. Then something in his expression shifted, a decision being made behind pale gray eyes. "Bisharp can track dark-type energy signatures. Most of Riven's operatives use dark and poison types to counter psychic detection. If they're in the port, Bisharp will find the trail. Then help us. Not for Sable. Not for politics. For the 3 people who don't deserve what's about to happen to them." Kale was quiet for 5 seconds. Then he said, "I became a warden's lieutenant because I believed in protecting people. Somewhere along the way, I started protecting a system instead." He touched his Bisharp's pokeball. "Let's go." Bisharp tracked the energy signatures through Port Ashera's lower docks, the industrial section, where warehouses stored cargo and the air smelled like salt and diesel and the kind of activity that preferred not to be watched. The steel type moved through the shadows with predatory grace, its blade arm extended like a dowsing rod, tracking microfluctuations in the ambient energy field. Ash, Ashera, Pikachu, and Kale followed. They moved fast, the clock was ticking, and Riven's broadcast had sent the port into a state of semi-panic that provided cover but also unpredictability. Armed patrols from the garrison moved through the streets. Trainers clustered in defensive groups. A few were already trying to leave by boat. Through the bond, Ashera provided constant psychic reconnaissance. Her range was limited, maybe 50 meters, but within that radius, she could sense emotional signatures. Fear here. Aggression there. The cold, disciplined focus of soldiers trying to blend in. 2 operatives, north side of the 3rd warehouse, she sent. They're watching the approach. And inside, I can feel them. 3 humans, 3 Pokemon. The hostages. They're terrified. Ash signaled Kale. They ducked into an alley between warehouses, out of the Watcher's sightline. "How many inside?" Ash whispered. 6 combatants. Trained. Armed with both Pokemon and the severing devices. And something else, a psychic dampening field. Artificial. It's suppressing my range. I should be able to sense twice this far. That's why they chose this location, Kale murmured. The dampening field neutralizes psychic-type advantages. Your Gardevoir, Ashera. Ashera won't be at full power inside. Through the bond, confirmation. And frustration. The dampening field was like fighting with one hand tied behind her back. "We need to knock out the field first," Ash said. "Where's the generator?" Ashera concentrated. Through the bond, Ash felt her strain, pushing her senses against the dampening field like pressing against a wall. Rooftop. Northwest corner. Small device, heavily guarded. 1 operative, 1 Pokemon, I can't identify the species through the dampening. Kale, can Bisharp reach the roof without being seen? Kale glanced at his partner. The Bisharp's bladed head tilted, considering, calculating. Then it nodded once. Night Slash is silent, Kale said. If the rooftop guard doesn't see him coming, it's over in one strike. Good. Bisharp takes the generator. On my signal, when the field drops, Pikachu and I hit the front. Ashera, the moment your full range comes back, I need you to lock down the operatives inside. Immobilize them. Can you do that? She met his eyes. Through the bond, he felt her answer before she gave it, pride, determination, and the faintest flicker of something like excitement. The sentinel, waking up. Watch me. The plan crystallized. Kale sent Bisharp up the side of the adjacent warehouse, the steel type's claws finding purchase in the corrugated metal with barely a whisper of sound. It disappeared over the roofline. Ash and Pikachu approached the warehouse from the front. Not sneaking. Walking. Directly toward the two sentries. Hey, Ash called out. I'm looking for Commander Riven. He made a pretty compelling broadcast this morning. I'd like to discuss terms. The sentries reacted, hands going to poke balls, bodies shifting into combat stances. Stop where you are. Identify yourself. Ash Ketchum. The trainer with the soul-bonded Gardevoir. The one your commander specifically called out in front of the entire port. He held his hands up, open, visible. I figured if he wants to talk, we should talk. The sentries exchanged a glance. One spoke into a comm unit. Ash couldn't hear the response, but the sentry's posture shifted from aggressive to controlled. Commander Riven will see you. But the Pikachu stays outside. Pikachu goes where I go. Non-negotiable. Another comm exchange. Another shift. Fine. Follow us. They were escorted to the warehouse's main entrance. Heavy doors, reinforced. As they opened, Ash felt the dampening field intensify, a pressure behind his eyes, like descending in an airplane. Through the bond, Ashera's presence dimmed. Not gone. Muffled. Like hearing someone through a wall. He stepped inside. The warehouse interior had been converted into a command post. Equipment lined the walls, screens, comms gear, and the devices he'd seen the operatives carrying in the forest. The severing technology. Up close, it looked disturbingly elegant, handheld units with crystalline cores that pulsed with a sickly lavender light. And in the center of the space, 3 cages. Not metal cages. Energy cages, fields of the same dampening technology, scaled up to containment level. Inside each one, a trainer and their Pokémon. A young woman and her Flareon. An older man and his Macamp. A teenage boy, couldn't be older than 15, and his Riolu. They were together inside their cages. Touching. Holding. The woman had her Flareon pressed against her chest, its flame mane guttering weakly in the dampening field. The man's Macamp sat beside him, all 4 arms wrapped around its trainer in a protective embrace that the field was slowly, visibly weakening. And the boy was curled around his Riolu, whispering to it, and the Riolu's eyes were squeezed shut with an expression that Ash recognized because he'd seen it on Pikachu's face once, long ago, in a situation where they'd both believed they were going to die. Trust. Absolute, terrified, unbreakable trust. Ash's hands clenched at his sides. Pikachu's cheeks crackled. Impressive, isn't it? Riven stepped out of the shadows at the far end of the warehouse. In person, his presence was magnetic, the same charisma from the broadcast amplified by physical proximity. He moved with the economical grace of a fighter, and beside him padded an Absol. The Absol. Riven's partner. The one he'd said went mad. It didn't look mad. It looked exhausted. Loyal. Old in a way that had nothing to do with age. It walked beside Riven with the gait of a creature that had followed its person into hell and back and would do it again, and Ash saw in its eyes the same paradox that defined Riven himself, love twisted into something it was never meant to be. The Absol still loved him. Despite everything. And Riven loved it back. Ash could see it in the way the man's hand rested on the Absol's neck, the unconscious gentleness. He loved his Pokémon. He loved all Pokémon. And that love had curdled into something that looked like liberation but functioned as control. You came, Riven said. Not surprised. Satisfied. I hoped you would. The broadcast was designed for a general audience, but the hostage deadline, that was for you specifically. I read your battle record. Every fight where someone's Pokémon was at risk, you prioritized their safety over the win. It's a pattern. Noble, but predictable. Let them go, Ash said. Straight to it. I respect that. Riven crossed his arms. But no. Not yet. Those 3 pairs are going to demonstrate something the world needs to see. The severance technology doesn't destroy, it liberates. The Pokémon wake up after severance with no memory of the bond. No attachment. No compulsion. They're free. Truly free, for the first time in their lives. No memory of the bond, Ash repeated. So the Flareon won't remember the woman who raised her from an EV. The Macamp won't remember the man who trained with him for years. And the kid's Riolu will be free to choose its own path. Not one imposed by a child who can't possibly understand the weight of what he's asking another being to carry. That's not your call to make. Riven's expression hardened. Isn't it? Tell me, when you bonded your Pikachu, did you ask its permission? When you caught your first Pokémon, did you explain the terms? I'm going to store you in a device, call you out when I need you, and direct your combat actions based on my judgment. Did any trainer, ever, sit their Pokémon down and get informed consent? The question landed. Ash didn't flinch from it, he'd wrestled with versions of it his entire career, but he felt its weight. Pikachu chose to stay with me, Ash said. Every day, he chooses. He's not in a ball. He's never been in a ball since the first week. He walks beside me because he wants to. Because the bond tells him to want to. Because years of psychic and emotional conditioning have rewritten his autonomy. He can't even conceive of leaving you, not because it would be bad, but because the bond has made it unthinkable. Riven stepped closer. His voice dropped, not threatening, but intense. Personal. I know you believe your bond with your Pikachu is genuine. I believed it too. About my Absol. Right up until the moment a trainer's command pushed her past her breaking point and she attacked me trying to break free of a connection that was killing her. The Absol made a low sound. Riven's hand tightened on its neck, then relaxed. Gentle. Always gentle. The bond didn't break, Riven continued. Even after she scarred me. Even after the trauma. She came back. Not because she forgave me or because she chose to, because the bond wouldn't let her leave. That's not love. That's a leash. Through the dampened bond, Ash felt Alara's fury, distant but unmistakable. And beneath it, something more nuanced. Because Riven's words weren't entirely wrong. The bond did create dependency. The soul bond especially, Alara had tied her survival to Ash without his consent, and that dependency was real. The difference was intent, and choice, and the 1,000 daily decisions that separated a partnership from a prison. But Ash couldn't articulate that here, in this warehouse, with 3 people in cages and a clock ticking. Philosophy was a luxury that hostages couldn't afford. You make good arguments, Ash said. And some of them are even true. Bonds aren't perfect. Trainers abuse them. Pokémon suffer. I've seen it. I've fought against it. But your solution isn't liberation, it's lobotomy. You're not freeing those Pokémon. You're erasing the people who love them from their memories. That's not compassion. That's violence wearing compassion's face. Riven's eyes flashed. And the soul bond? The one you share with the sentinel? Is that compassion? You've chained a dying Gardevoir to your life force. If you die, she dies. She can never leave you, never exist independently, never be free of your emotional influence. You call that partnership? She initiated the bond. Not me. Because she was desperate. Because she was dying and you were there. That's not choice, that's survival instinct. The same instinct that makes a Pokémon return to a trainer who hurts it because the alternative is the unknown. Riven's voice was quiet now. Precise. You're not her partner, Ash. You're her life support. And as long as the bond exists, she'll never be free to discover if what she feels for you is real or if it's the chain telling her to feel it. The words hit bone. Not because Ash believed them. But because he'd thought them. Late at night, in the chair by the window, feeling Alara's nightmare grief pour through the bond. He'd wondered, is this real? Does she feel what she feels because of who I am, or because of what the bond makes her feel? Through the dampened bond, Alara felt the doubt. Even muffled, even suppressed, the spike of his uncertainty reached her, and her response was immediate, volcanic, and so powerful it punched through the dampening field like a fist through paper. Don't you dare believe him. The words hit Ash's mind with the force of a psychic attack, but warm, burning hot, not cold. Through the bond, she opened a channel wider than anything she'd managed before, and she showed him. Not arguments. Memories. The moment in the clearing when she'd read his emotions, not the bond's influence, not proximity, but the raw shape of who he was. Hope. Stubborn, irrational, beautiful hope, identical to her own. The moment she touched his face in the in-room, her choice, her desire, driven by something that had started growing before the bond was even hours old. The morning she'd watched him carry her through the forest, talking about Pikachu and ketchup and stupid things that shouldn't have mattered, and felt something crack open inside her that the bond hadn't created and couldn't explain. That is mine, she sent. Not the bond's. Mine. He does not get to tell me what I feel. Ash steadied. The doubt didn't vanish, it was a question he'd keep asking, probably forever, because honest people interrogate their happiness, but it settled. Filed away. Not because she'd answered it, but because she'd shown him that she was asking it too, and her answer, arrived at independently, was the same as his. Here's what I think, Ash said to Riven, and his voice was steady now. Bedrock steady. I think you loved your Absol, and something terrible happened, and you couldn't save her from it. I think the pain of that broke something in you, and instead of healing the break, you built an ideology around it. You turned your wound into a worldview, and now you're going to wound 3 more people to prove yourself right. Riven's face went still. But you're not right. You're hurt. And there's a difference. For one moment, just one, something behind Riven's eyes cracked. The Absol beside him shifted, pressing closer against his leg. The old bond, the scarred bond, asserting itself even now. Then the crack sealed. Riven's jaw set, and the certainty returned, harder, colder. 11 hours, he said. If the Gardevoir isn't surrendered by then, the demonstrations begin. Starting with the boy and his Riolu. Ash's blood went cold. The 15-year-old kid. The Riolu curled in his arms. You'd do that to a child. I'd free a child from the greatest lie ever told. Riven turned away. Escort him out. Operatives moved. Ash held his ground for one more second, long enough to catch the teenage boy's eyes through the energy cage. The kid was terrified, but when he saw Ash, something sparked. Recognition, maybe. Hope. Ash nodded at him. I'll be back. Then he let the operatives guide him out. The warehouse doors closed behind him. The dampening field fell away, and the bond with Alara roared back to full strength, her presence flooding into his consciousness like air into starved lungs. She was beside him in seconds, having moved from her concealed position the moment the bond cleared. Pikachu leapt to his shoulder. Kale materialized from the shadows of the adjacent building. Bisharp is in position on the roof, Kale said. Generator located. One guard, one Sneasler. Bisharp can take them both in under 3 seconds. Good. Ash was thinking fast. The encounter with Riven had given him what he needed, not a philosophical victory, but tactical intelligence. Layout. Guard positions. Cage mechanics. The cages are energy-based, powered by the same tech as the dampening field. Take out the generator, and everything collapses, dampening field, cages, all of it. But the operatives inside will still be armed, Ashera sent. 6 of them, with Pokémon. In the confusion of a power failure, they could panic. The hostages are in the crossfire zone. Which is why we need a distraction. Something big enough to pull the operatives' attention away from the cages for the 3 seconds it takes to get the hostages out. I can provide the distraction. Ashera's telepathic voice was cool and professional. The Sentinel, fully engaged. When the dampening field drops, my psychic range returns to full. I can project a sensory disruption, false inputs to every mind in the building. They'll see, hear, and feel an attack coming from the wrong direction. How long can you maintain it? At my current strength? 8 seconds. Maybe 10. I need 15. Through the bond, strain. Calculation. 12. That is my limit. 12 it is. Kale, when Bisharp takes the generator, I need you at the east entrance. 2 operatives will break for the exit, intercept them. Don't let them reach the comms array outside or they'll call in reinforcements. Understood. Pikachu, you and I go through the front. Our target isn't the operatives, it's the cages. We get to the hostages, we break the cage emitters, physical destruction, not technical. Smash them. Iron Tail, Thunderbolt, I don't care. The moment those people are free, we evacuate through the loading dock on the south side. Pika. Pikachu's tone was pure focus. Battle mode engaged. Ash looked at his team. A traumatized psychic warrior. A defecting lieutenant. A Pikachu who'd fought gods. And himself, a trainer from Pallet Town who'd never learned how to give up. We go in 90 seconds. Any questions? No questions. Ashera. He turned to her. Through the bond, he sent not words but certainty, a wall of absolute faith in what she could do. You've been fighting on fumes since Moonvale. You've been running, hiding, surviving. That stops now. For 12 seconds in there, I need the Sentinel. Not the survivor. Not the refugee. The guardian who held the line when everything was falling. Can you give me that? She straightened. The change was visible, physical. Her posture shifted, her shoulders squared, the faded green of her coloring seemed to deepen. Through the bond, Ash felt something awaken in her, not new power, but old power, buried under grief and damage, rising to the surface like a blade drawn from its sheath. Her red eyes met his. In them, fire. I can give you more than 12 seconds. I can give you everything I have. 12 is enough. Save the rest for later. He almost smiled. We're going to need it. She didn't smile back. But through the bond, he felt something that was better than a smile, the first glimmer of the warrior she'd been before the world broke her, looking out through the eyes of the woman who'd survived its breaking. 90 seconds. Kale moved east, Bisharp already on the roof. Ash and Pikachu approached the front. Ashera took position at the southwest corner, close enough for the bond to remain strong, far enough from the dampening field to maintain her psychic abilities until the moment it fell. Ash counted down in his head. 50 seconds. 30. 10. A sound from the rooftop, barely audible. A single metallic snick. Bisharp's night slash. Then silence. The dampening field vanished. It was like uncorking a bottle. The psychic pressure that had been suppressing everything in the warehouse's radius simply ceased, and in its absence, Ashera's power expanded like a shockwave. Inside the warehouse, every severing hand operative saw the same thing simultaneously, the east wall exploding inward, a tidal wave of psychic energy consuming the room, Gardevoir after Gardevoir materializing from the breach, an army of sentinels, impossible and terrifying, descending on them like judgment. None of it was real. All of it was perfect. The operative spun east, shouting, releasing Pokémon to meet the phantom threat. 6 trainers, 6 Pokémon, all facing the wrong direction. Ash hit the front door. Pikachu was already ahead of him, a yellow blur that slammed through the entry with quick attack speed and veered toward the nearest cage emitter. The device was a crystalline pylon, waist-high, humming with energy. Pikachu's iron tail shattered it like glass. The first cage collapsed. The woman and her Flareon stumbled free, disoriented, blinking in the sudden chaos. "Get to the south door." Ash shouted. "Go." He was already moving to the second cage. The emitter here was larger, 2 pylons, synchronized. He grabbed a metal pipe from a demolished equipment rack and swung. The first pylon cracked. He swung again. Shattered. The Machamp was out before its cage fully dropped. The fighting type looked at Ash with 4 eyes full of fury and gratitude, scooped up its trainer, and charged for the south exit without a backward glance. Third cage. The boy and the Riolu. Ash reached the pylons, 3 of them, the containment stronger because the Riolu's aura interfered with the energy field. 7 seconds since breach. Ashera's illusion was holding. Pikachu hit the first pylon. Ash smashed the second. The third, an operative turned. The phantom army was flickering, 11 seconds, Ashera's projection straining at its limit. The operative saw Ash, saw the half-collapsed cage, and reached for a device on his belt. Not a pokeball. A severing unit. He pointed it at the boy and the Riolu. Time slowed. Ash saw the device power up, the lavender light building, the crystalline core spinning. He saw the boy's eyes go wide, the Riolu pressing closer, both of them bracing for something they couldn't fight. Ash didn't think. He threw himself between the device and the cage. The severing beam hit him in the chest. For one impossible instant, he felt it, a force reaching inside him, probing for the bond, trying to find the connection between his soul and Ashera's and tear it apart. It was the most violating sensation he'd ever experienced, worse than any physical blow, worse than any psychic attack. Like someone reaching into his chest and trying to rip out something he needed to live. Through the bond, Ashera screamed. Not the muffled scream of a nightmare. A real scream, psychic, devastating, loud enough to shatter every piece of glass in the warehouse simultaneously. The phantom army didn't flicker. It exploded outward in a nova of psychic force that knocked every operative off their feet and sent their Pokémon sliding across the concrete. The severing beam died. The device in the operative's hand crackled, sparked, and went dark, overloaded by the psychic backlash of trying to sever a soul bond that was orders of magnitude deeper than anything it was designed to break. Ash staggered. His chest burned. Through the bond, he felt Ashera's terror, white-hot, animal, the terror of someone who'd almost lost everything again, and beneath it, a rage that made the warehouse feel smaller. He smashed the third pylon. The cage collapsed. The boy grabbed his Riolu and ran. Ash pointed at the south exit and the kid didn't need to be told twice. Pikachu. Thunderbolt, widespread. Cover the retreat. Choo. Pikachu's thunderbolt wasn't aimed at anyone, it was aimed at everything. A web of lightning that arced across the warehouse, connecting metal surfaces, equipment racks, the ceiling struts. Not lethal, Pikachu's control was surgical, but blinding, deafening, and absolutely terrifying to anyone trying to get their bearings after a psychic nova. Ash ran for the south exit. His legs felt wrong, the severing beam had done something to his coordination, his nerves jangling with residual interference. But he ran, and Pikachu ran beside him, and they burst through the loading dock doors into salt air and sunlight. Kale was outside, Bisharp at his side, 2 unconscious operatives on the ground at his feet. The 3 freed hostage pairs were already moving up the dock, the Macamp carrying its trainer at a dead sprint. And Ashera was there. She was on her knees, both hands pressed flat against the ground, her psychic horn blazing so brightly that looking at it hurt. The illusion had cost her 12 seconds of full-spectrum sensory manipulation on 6 minds simultaneously, while maintaining the bond, while absorbing the backlash of the severing attempt. Her body shook with the effort of not collapsing. But she was smiling. Not a big smile. Not a happy smile. The fierce, feral smile of a warrior who'd been broken for so long she'd forgotten what it felt like to fight, and was remembering. Ash dropped to his knees beside her. Through the bond, their connection blazed, raw, exposed, singing with the aftermath of almost being severed. He could feel every atom of her exhaustion and every photon of her triumph. 12 seconds, he said, breathing hard. 14, she corrected. I found extra. He laughed. Actually laughed, on his knees in a dockyard, chest burning from a weapon designed to destroy everything he cared about. It was the kind of laugh that happened after survival, wild, relieved, slightly unhinged. Ashera looked at him. Through the bond, the laugh resonated, his joy meeting her triumph meeting his relief meeting her wonder at this ridiculous human who threw himself in front of a severing beam for a child he'd never met. You stepped in front of it, she sent. The device. It was pointed at the boy, and you put yourself between them. Reflex. Liar. It was a choice. You chose to risk the bond, risk me, to protect a stranger. Ash met her eyes. I chose to protect a kid. And I'd do it again. But the bond didn't break. No. Something vast and warm moved through the bond, wonder, gratitude, and the first tendrils of something that neither of them had words for yet. It didn't break. It should have. The technology was designed to sever bonds. But ours held. What does that mean? It means what we have is stronger than what they built to destroy it. They looked at each other. The harbor wind caught Ashera's hair, green, deeper green than yesterday, the color returning as she healed. The sun painted her in gold and shadow, and Ash thought, with a clarity that had nothing to do with the bond, she's extraordinary. Then Pikachu headbutted his knee, because they were still kneeling in a dockyard and the tactical situation wasn't over, and the moment passed. But it didn't disappear. It settled into the bond like a stone settling into a riverbed, permanent, foundational, and impossible to ignore. The aftermath was messy. Port Ashera erupted into controlled chaos as news of the rescue spread. The 3 freed pairs were taken to Marin's clinic, shaken but intact. Gregor's dock faction closed ranks, blocking severing hand movements through the harbor. Sable's garrison mobilized, too late to matter, which Ash suspected was intentional. But the real fallout happened at sunset. Riven's response to the failed hostage situation wasn't the rage Ash expected. It was worse. It was escalation. Ash was in the inn-room, Ashera resting on the bed, Pikachu eating berries on the windowsill, Kale reporting from a chair, when the harbor bells began ringing. Not the hourly chime. The emergency pattern. They reached the harbor in 3 minutes. The severing devices, the ones Riven's retreating operatives had planted at key points throughout the docks before the raid, activated simultaneously. Not 1 or 2. 18. And they didn't target individuals. They broadcast. The effect was immediate and horrifying. Every bonded pair within 100 meters of a device felt it, a wrenching, nauseating pull at the connection between them. Pokémon cried out. Trainers doubled over. A Mac-Hoke at the docks released the crate it was carrying, looking at its trainer with sudden, terrible confusion. The devices weren't strong enough to fully sever, not at this range, not at this power level. But they disrupted. Weakened. Created static in the bond between human and Pokemon, turning the constant warm signal of partnership into painful noise. 3 bonds broke. Out of dozens affected, 3 snapped. A fisherman's dugong. A merchant's Murkrow. A child's Stufful. Ash watched the dugong surface in the harbor, look at its trainer, a weathered old man reaching toward it with trembling hands, and simply, not recognize him. The Pokemon's eyes were blank. Not hostile. Not afraid. Empty. The place where the bond had lived was just, gone. The old man collapsed. His neighbors caught him, but the sound he made, a low, animal wail of loss, cut through the harbor noise like a blade. Pikachu pressed against Ash's neck, cheeks sparking. Not in anger. In fear. For the first time in Ash's memory, Pikachu was afraid. Because the devices had pulsed through their bond too, just a flutter, just a heartbeat of static, and in that heartbeat, Pikachu had felt what the dugong's trainer felt. The abyss where a partner used to be. Through the bond, Elara's reaction was seismic. She stood at the edge of the harbor, hood down, no longer hiding, and stared at the destruction with an expression that Ash had only seen once before, in her nightmares, when Moonveil burned. This is what they want, she sent. Her telepathic voice was hollow. Not just my knowledge. Not just the core. This. A world where this is normal. Where bonds can be erased at the push of a button and everyone is told it's freedom. Riven's voice crackled from a speaker mounted on one of the devices, the ones that were still active, still broadcasting, still poisoning the harbor. This was a demonstration. A small one. 3 bonds, out of mercy, to show you what's possible, not to maximize suffering. The etheric core can do this on a global scale. Permanently. Completely. Every bond, everywhere, ended. A pause. The speaker hissed with static. I don't want to use it that way. I want to give people the choice. But choice requires demonstration. Choice requires seeing what's on the other side. The 3 Pokemon freed tonight will wake tomorrow with no pain, no loss, no memory of what was taken. They'll be free. And their former trainers will grieve, because trainers always grieve the loss of their tools. The old fisherman was still on the ground, reaching for a dugong that didn't know his name. Surrender the sentinel. Let the bonds end on my terms, controlled, compassionate, 1 pair at a time, with counseling and transition support. Or I demonstrate again. And again. Until the choice is made for everyone. The speakers died. Ash stood in the harbor, surrounded by weeping trainers and confused Pokemon and the wreckage of trust. The sunset painted everything in red and gold, and it looked, he thought, like the world was bleeding. Elara moved beside him. Her hand found his, not through the bond. Physical. Real. Her fingers interlacing with his in a grip that spoke of shared horror and shared resolve. He targeted the weakest bonds, she sent, and her telepathic voice shook with suppressed rage. The 3 that broke, they were already strained. Bonds weakened by neglect, or distance, or unresolved conflict. He calibrated the devices to maximize visible impact with minimal actual power. It's surgical. Calculated. He wants the port to see the severances and think, if even that bond could break, mine might be next. And Sable? Ash asked. Kale answered from behind them. His voice was raw. The warden is convening a public assembly. She'll present herself as the solution, the one who can protect the port from Riven if they follow her leadership. He paused. She's not wrong that she has the resources. But the price of her protection is always the same, control. 2 people playing chess with the same pieces, Ash murmured. Riven breaks bonds by force. Sable protects bonds on her terms. Neither of them is asking the Pokémon what they want. He looked at Pikachu. The electric type looked back at him with eyes that held everything words couldn't, a decade of shared battles, shared meals, shared sunrises. A bond so deep and so old that it had become part of the molecular structure of both their souls. "What do you want, buddy?" Ash asked. Not rhetorically. Actually asking. Pikachu touched his nose to Ash's cheek. "Pikapi," he said. The word he used for Ash's name, and only Ash's name, since the day they'd met. It wasn't a complicated answer. It didn't need to be. Ash turned back to the harbor. The severing devices were still active, weakened, but pulsing, maintaining the disruption field. Trainers were pulling their Pokémon away from the affected zone, but the damage was done. The fear was planted. "We need to destroy those devices," Ash said. "They're booby-trapped," Kale said. "Tampering triggers a surge. Anyone who touches them gets the full severing effect at point-blank range. Then we don't touch them." Ash looked at Ashera. "Can you disable them remotely? Psychic disruption of the crystal cores?" She assessed. Through the bond, he felt her mind working, not just sentinel combat knowledge, but deep understanding of psychic mechanics, the architecture of resonance and interference. "The dampening field made them invisible to me before. But now that I've felt their frequency." She extended one hand toward the nearest device, 20 meters away, mounted on a dock post. Psychic energy gathered at her fingertips, shimmering, focused to a needle point. The device sparked. Crackled. The lavender light in its core stuttered. Then it went dark. Ashera swayed. The effort had cost her, she was still recovering, still running on the bond's energy more than her own. But the device was dead. And the disruption field around it collapsed. The trainers nearest that device felt the change instantly. The static in their bonds cleared. A Growlithe yelped and leapt into its trainer's arms. A Pidgeotto that had been circling in confused agitation landed on its partner's shoulder and refused to move. Ashera moved to the next device. And the next. One by one, with precision that left Ash in awe, she threaded psychic needles through the crystalline cores and killed them. Each one cost her, he felt the drain through the bond, felt her drawing on his energy to supplement her own, but she didn't stop. 14 devices. 15. 16. 17. The last device was the largest, mounted at the harbor's center point, the hub that connected the network. It was defended by something the others hadn't been, a psychic lock, coded to resist exactly the kind of disruption Ashera was using. "Riven expected me to try this," she sent, frustration bleeding through. "The lock is calibrated to sentinel frequency. He studied our methods. Can you break it?" "Not alone. Not at my current strength. I need." She trailed off. Through the bond, Ash felt what she needed before she said it, more power. More than she had. More than he could give through the passive energy of the bond. Unless they weren't passive about it. "What if I push?" Ash said. "Actively. Through the bond. Everything I've got. You don't have psychic energy, I have life force. Will. Whatever it is the bond draws from. What if I give it to you? Not just let it flow, push it." Ashera stared at him. Through the bond, calculation, fear, wonder. It's never been done. The old soulbond texts describe it theoretically, but no human has ever. The strain on your body could be what? Significant. Will it kill me? No. Then let's do it. She looked at him the way she'd looked at him in the clearing on Isla Verde, like he was something she'd never encountered before and wasn't sure the universe was allowed to make. "Hold my hand," she sent. "The contact amplifies transfer." He took her hand. Their fingers locked together, and the bond between them lit up, not metaphorically. Literally. A faint luminescence traced the air between them, visible in the sunset light, a thread of gold connecting his chest to hers. "Whenever you're ready." "Push." Ash pushed. He didn't know how, exactly. He'd never done anything like this, never even conceived of it. But the bond responded to intention, and his intention was absolute. He focused everything he had, every ounce of determination, every spark of the stubborn fire that had carried him from Pallet Town to the top of the world, and shoved it through the bond toward Ashera. The effect was immediate. Ashera gasped. Her psychic horn blazed white gold, Ash's color, not hers, and power surged through her with a force that lifted her hair, that crackled in the air, that made every psychic-type Pokémon within a quarter-mile turn toward the harbor and stare. She raised her free hand. The psychic needle she formed was different from before, not just her power, but a fusion. Psychic energy laced with something rawer, wilder. The kind of energy that came from a human soul operating at maximum output. The needle hit the last device. The psychic lock resisted for 1 second. 2. Then it shattered. The device exploded, not violently, but completely. The crystal core disintegrated into purple dust that the wind caught and scattered. The hub died. The network collapsed. Every remaining trace of Riven's severing technology in the harbor went dark. The silence afterward was deafening. Then the cheering started. Ash barely heard it. He was on his knees, again, always on his knees after the big moments, and the world was spinning. He'd pushed too much. His body felt like a wrung-out cloth, every muscle trembling, his vision graying at the edges. Ashera caught him before he hit the ground. Both arms, the broken one was healed enough for this, apparently, or she didn't care about the pain. She held him against her, and through the bond, he felt her pouring energy back, not psychic energy, but care. Warmth. The fierce, protective attention of a guardian who had found someone worth guarding. Pikachu was on his other side, nudging his face, sparking worriedly. "I'm fine," Ash mumbled. "Just, used a lot of, whatever that was." "Life force," Ashera sent. Her telepathic voice was tender in a way he hadn't heard before. "You gave me your life force." "Willingly. Without hesitation." "You absolute," she stopped. Through the bond, the emotion she was feeling didn't have a word in any language he knew. It was bigger than gratitude. Deeper than admiration. Closer to, she pulled the emotion back before it reached him fully. But not before he caught the edge of it. The shape. He knew that shape. His heart, already hammering from exertion, skipped a beat that had nothing to do with fatigue. "We should go," Kale said, appearing beside them. His voice was strained, even the stoic lieutenant was affected by what he'd just witnessed. "Sable will want to know how the devices were destroyed. She'll want to study the method. And she'll want your Gardevoir more than ever." Ash let Ashera help him stand. His legs were unreliable, but her arm around his waist was not. They moved through the harbor, the crowd parting, staring, whispering. The cloaked Gardevoir who'd just dismantled a network of weapons designed to destroy the most sacred bond in the Pokémon world. The trainer who'd glowed gold while feeding her his soul. Port Ashera would not forget this night. Neither would they. They didn't go back to the inn. Kale led them to a safe house, his own, a small apartment above a closed bookshop in the old quarter of town. Private, defensible, unknown to Sable's surveillance network. "I maintained it off the books," Kale explained, lighting a lamp. "Every good lieutenant has an exit strategy." Ash collapsed on the couch. Pikachu sprawled across his chest. Ashera took the chair beside him, and even after he was lying down, she didn't release his hand. They sat in the lamplight and processed what had just happened. The rescue. The severance broadcast. The harbor. Riven's escalation and Sable's maneuvering and the 3 bonds that had broken and couldn't be repaired. The dugong, Ash said quietly. The fisherman's dugong. Is there any way to restore a severed bond? Kale shook his head. The technology erases the psychic imprint. It's not like amnesia, the memories aren't suppressed. They're gone. The neural pathways that held them are restructured. The Pokémon isn't the same being anymore. Through the bond, Elara's grief was heavy and old. The Sentinels could have restored them. The etheric core's resonance can rebuild what the technology destroys. But the Sentinels are gone. And the core. She trailed off. Ash felt the rest of it, the core was them. Their bond. And it wasn't strong enough yet, not to heal 3 severed pairs, not to do what needed to be done. What about the hollow? Ash asked. Riven's devices, the disruption field, it was broadcasting psychic interference across the whole harbor. Broken bonds, psychic despair. Isn't that exactly what feeds the hollow? Elara went rigid. Through the bond, horror dawning. Yes. Every severed bond is energy for it. Every moment of psychic pain weakens the seal. Riven doesn't know what he's doing, he thinks he's liberating Pokémon. He's feeding a monster. Then we need to stop him. Not just contain him, stop him. Before he cracks open something nobody can close. And Sable? Kale asked. Sable is a problem for after. Right now, Riven is the active threat. Kale nodded slowly. Then he said something that surprised Ash, I'll get you a boat. Tomorrow morning, before Sable knows we've moved. The 4th island, that's where Sable's research site is, and it's also the closest point to the old Sentinel Temple ruins. If the answers are anywhere, they're there. Why are you helping us? Ash asked. Not suspicious. Genuinely curious. Kale was quiet for a long time. His Bisharp stood in the corner, watching its trainer with patient, knowing eyes. I was 12 when I bonded with Bisharp, Kale said finally. He was a Poniard then. We grew up together. Every battle, every loss, every moment that mattered, he was there. He looked at his partner. The steel type looked back. Something passed between them that didn't need a soul bond to communicate. Riven says bonds are chains. Sable says they're tools. They're both wrong. Bonds are us. They're who we are. And I'm not going to stand by while 2 people with more ambition than conscience tear that apart. Ash extended his hand. Kale took it. Welcome to the team, Ash said. Fair warning, we make plans, but they never survive contact with reality. Our actual strategy is just figure it out as we go and try not to die. Kale's mouth twitched. It might have been a smile. Comforting. That's what everyone says. Pikachu yawned from Ash's chest. Elara's grip on Ash's hand hadn't loosened. The lamp flickered, casting warm shadows across the safe house. And outside, far past the harbor, past the breakwater, past the continental shelf where the ocean floor dropped into abyssal dark, the water was changing. Not just the color. The texture. The surface of the sea had gone flat, impossibly, unnaturally flat, like glass poured over something immense. No waves. No current. No movement. Except underneath. The hollow had felt the severed bonds like a starving creature feels food. 3 broken connections, their energy dispersing into the psychic atmosphere. 3 meals. Small, but sustaining. Proof that the surface world was doing its work for it, cracking the bonds that held the seal, fracturing the network of connection that kept it imprisoned. And at the center of it all, burning like a sun in the psychic dark, the soul bond. The trainer and the sentinel. Brighter than anything the hollow had felt in centuries. Not a threat. Not yet. A prize. The flattest part of the ocean began to rotate. Slowly. Imperceptibly. A current forming where no current should exist, pulling the deep water in a spiral that had no name in any nautical chart. Something was rising. Not today. Not tomorrow. But soon. The hollow was patient. It had been patient for centuries. It could be patient a little longer. But its patience was thinning. And in the safe house, pressed against the warm solidity of a human who had fed her his soul without hesitation, a Gardevoir named Ashera dreamed of white stone and moonlight, and for the first time, the dream didn't end in fire. It ended with a hand in hers, and a voice that said, "I'm here. You're not alone." And even the hollow, ancient and vast and hungry, felt something it hadn't felt in a very long time. Uncertainty. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Sentinel's Memory. The boat Kale arranged was a flat-bottomed skiff with a quiet engine and no markings, the kind of vessel that fishermen used when they didn't want other fishermen knowing where they were headed. It slipped out of Port Ashera's secondary harbor an hour before dawn, cutting through water so still it looked like black glass. Ash sat at the bow with Pikachu on his lap, watching the islands emerge from the pre-dawn dark. Behind him, Kale handled the tiller with the confident economy of someone who'd grown up on water. Bisharp stood at the stern like a steel figurehead, scanning the darkness with blade-sharp focus. And beside Ash, close enough that their shoulders touched, Ashera sat with her hood down and her face turned toward the horizon. She looked different this morning. Not physically, though the physical changes were accelerating. Her color had deepened further, the green of her hair now vivid, the white of her form luminous rather than faded. The splint was gone from her arm, overnight, the bone had finished knitting, the potions and the bond's energy completing what should have taken weeks. She moved without pain for the first time since he'd found her. But the real difference was in her eyes. The haunted quality hadn't vanished, Ash suspected it never would completely, but it had receded, pushed back by something stronger. Purpose. Direction. The look of someone who'd stopped running and started heading somewhere. The fourth island is called Veilthorn, she sent through the bond. The telepathy was fluid now, almost conversational. Each day the bond deepened, her ability to communicate through it strengthened. It was never part of the Sentinel territory, too exposed, too close to human settlements. But it borders the strait where the old temple was built. The Sentinel Temple, Ash said. Marin mentioned it. Is that where the original seal was created? Yes. The temple sits on a convergence point, a place where psychic energy naturally pools, amplified by the geological structure of the islands. The first Sentinels chose it specifically because the convergence made their seal 1,000 times more powerful than it would have been anywhere else. And Sable's research site? On Veilthorn itself. She's been excavating Sentinel ruins for months, trying to understand our techniques, our technology. Trying to replicate the etheric core's resonance artificially. Bitterness through the bond. She was never going to succeed. The core isn't technology. It's the living resonance between bonded souls. You can't build it in a lab. But she built something, Kale said from the tiller. He'd been listening, Ashera's telepathy, when she directed it broadly, could reach nearby minds. She'd started including him consciously after the harbor, an acknowledgement of alliance. Her scientists produced the prototype that became Riven's severing technology. Whatever they found in those ruins was real enough to weaponize. Ashera's expression darkened. The ruins contain psychic architecture, structures designed to channel and focus Sentinel energy. Sable's scientists reverse-engineered the channeling principles. They couldn't create bonds, but they discovered how to disrupt them. It's easier to break things than to build them. The skiff rounded a headland, and the fourth island came into view. Veilthorn was aptly named. The island rose from the sea like a thorn, steep basalt cliffs, dense vegetation clinging to every surface, and at its center, a peak that caught the first rays of dawn and blazed orange. The coastline was jagged, hostile to boats, but Kale navigated a channel through the rocks with the ease of someone who'd done it before. Sable's research site is on the western plateau, Kale said, cutting the engine and letting the skiff drift toward a hidden cove. Security is minimal, she relied on secrecy rather than force. 2 guards, a rotating shift, 1 Pokémon each. And the temple. East Coast. Across the island, on a spur of rock that extends into the strait. You can't reach it by boat, the currents are lethal. The only approach is overland, through the forest and down the cliff face. Ash looked at the island. Dense forest, rugged terrain, a research site to investigate and an ancient temple to reach. A full day's work, minimum, on ground controlled by a woman who wanted Ashera captured and studied. Kale, take Bisharp to the research site. Find out what Sable's scientists have been doing, what they've found, what they've built, anything that tells us how the severing technology works at its core. If we're going to stop Riven's devices permanently, we need to understand the source. Kale nodded. And you? Ashera and I go to the temple. Together, Ashera added through the bond. Not a question. Together, Ash confirmed. He looked at Pikachu. Buddy, go with Kale. Pikachu's ears went flat. Pika. Kale needs backup, and if the research site has any active severing technology, your electrical disruption is the fastest way to shut it down. I'll be okay. Ashera's got me. Pikachu looked at Ashera. Ashera looked at Pikachu. Something passed between them, not the soul bond, something simpler. Respect, hard-earned over days of proximity and shared danger. The electric type's assessment of the Gardevoir had shifted from suspicious tolerance to grudging confidence, and now, in the pre-dawn cove, it completed the final transition. Trust. Pika, Pikachu said to Ashera. The inflection was unmistakable, bring him back. Always, she replied. Pikachu hopped to Kale's shoulder. The lieutenant and the Pokémon exchanged a look of mutual wariness that was almost comical, then turned toward the western trail. We regroup at this cove by sunset, Ash called after them. If we're not back, I'll come find you, Kale said. Not a promise. A statement of fact. They split. Ash and Ashera took the eastern trail, a barely visible path through undergrowth so thick it formed green walls on either side. The morning light filtered through the canopy in shafts, catching motes of pollen and the occasional flash of a wild Pokémon retreating deeper into cover. These Pokémon weren't hiding from danger. They were hiding from the psychic energy that intensified with every step toward the temple. Ash felt it through the bond, Ashera's sensitivity acting as an amplifier for his own nascent awareness. The convergence point was pulling at them, a gravitational well of psychic force that made the air taste like electricity. How are you feeling? Ash asked. Strong. Surprise in the word. Stronger than I've felt since Moonvale. The convergence is feeding me, feeding the bond. This place remembers sentinels. The residual energy recognizes what I am and is, welcoming me. That's good. It's complicated. The energy also makes the bond more open. You may experience things you haven't before. Psychic impressions. Emotional bleed. Memories that aren't yours. As if on cue, Ash stumbled. Not physically, mentally. A flash of image overlaid his vision, the same trail, but different. Younger trees. Different light. A Gardevoir walking ahead of him, not Ashera, someone else, and a human hand in his field of view that wasn't his hand, darker skinned, calloused, wearing a ring. The vision lasted half a second. Then it was gone. What was that? Residual memory. This trail has been walked by sentinels and their bonded partners for centuries. The psychic convergence preserves emotional imprints. You're picking them up through the bond. So I'm seeing ghosts. You're seeing echoes. The distinction matters. They walked deeper. The residual memories came more frequently, brief, fragmentary, always from the perspective of a bonded human walking this trail with their sentinel partner. Some were peaceful, a sunset scene from the cliff edge, shared laughter, the warm pulse of a bond in harmony. Others were heavy, a sentinel wounded in battle, carried by their human partner, the bond sustaining them the way Ash's bond sustained Ashera. And some were devastating. A memory that hit Ash like a physical blow, a human standing at this exact point on the trail, alone, the bond in their chest silent for the first time in decades. Their sentinel was dead. They'd survived, somehow, a partial severance, a sacrifice, and the emptiness where the bond had been was the worst thing Ash had ever felt. He staggered. Ashera caught his arm. "Breathe," she sent. "That memory is 300 years old. It can't hurt you." It felt like it could. The convergence amplifies everything. Including pain. She paused. "This is what I meant about the bond's other properties. On this island, near the convergence, you will feel what I feel with a clarity that," she stopped herself. Through the bond, Ash caught the edge of what she'd been about to say before she locked it down. Something about the convergence amplifying not just pain and memory, but desire. The bond's tendency to accelerate truth would be magnified here. Whatever they felt for each other, whatever was growing in the spaces between crisis and survival, would be impossible to ignore on this island. She was afraid of that. Not of the feeling itself, but of what it would mean to feel it fully, without the buffer of emergency and exhaustion. In the quiet spaces, with the bond wide open, there would be nowhere to hide. Ash felt her fear and understood it. He felt the same way, not afraid of her, but afraid of the raw honesty the convergence would demand. Because he already knew what he'd find when the buffers came down. He'd known since the harbor, when she'd crumbled Riven's devices and he'd fed her his soul and the golden thread between them had blazed in front of the entire port. He was falling for her. Had already fallen, maybe. The bond hadn't created it. The bond had simply made it impossible to pretend otherwise. But now wasn't the time for that conversation. Now was the time for the temple, the seal, the answers they needed to stop Riven and contain the hollow. So Ash did what he did best, put the complicated thing in a box, label it later, and focused on the next step. "Let's keep moving." Ashera nodded. But through the bond, he felt her gratitude, for the deflection, for the space, for the unspoken agreement that later didn't mean never. The trail ended at a cliff. Not a gentle slope or a manageable descent. A sheer face of black basalt, dropping 100 meters to a spur of rock that jutted into the strait between islands. And on that spur, carved into the living stone, was the temple. It stole Ash's breath. The structure was ancient, not in the way that implied decay, but in the way that mountains were ancient. Built to outlast everything. The stone was seamless, as if the entire temple had been shaped from a single block by psychic force, which, Ash realized, it probably had. Curved walls that followed the rock's natural contours. Openings that framed the sky and sea like windows in a cathedral. A central dome that shimmered faintly, even now, with the residual energy of the sentinels who'd poured their power into it centuries ago. And all of it wrapped in psychic energy so dense that Ash could see it, a faint aurora that clung to the stone, shifting between blue and violet and colors he didn't have names for. "It's beautiful," he said. "It's home." The word came through the bond laden with emotion, not just Ashera's, but the accumulated feeling of every sentinel who'd ever stood on this cliff and looked down at the place where their purpose was given form. Not Moonvale. This is older. The first place. Where the bond between sentinel and human was formalized. "How do we get down?" Ashera extended her good hand toward the cliff face. Psychic energy wrapped around them both, a platform of telekinetic force, invisible but solid. Ash felt it under his feet like standing on compressed air. "You can do this?" "The convergence helps. On a normal day, I'd need to be at full strength for a descent this controlled. Here, the ambient energy supplements my output." She met his eyes. "Do you trust me?" He didn't hesitate. "Yes." The platform lifted them off the cliff edge and floated them downward. The descent was smooth, eerily so, like riding an elevator made of thought. The straight's wind buffeted them, salt spray catching the light, and far below, the currents churned between the islands with a violence that justified Kale's warning about boats. They touched down on the temple's entrance platform. The stone thrummed beneath Ash's feet, a vibration he felt in his bones, in his teeth, in the bond. Ashera stood beside him, and as her feet made contact with the temple floor, something happened. The aurora brightened. The faint shimmer became a pulse, then a glow, then a blaze of light that raced along the temple's walls like fire along a fuse. Every carved surface illuminated, patterns, symbols, images that had been invisible moments ago emerging in lines of luminous energy. And through the bond, Ash heard them. Not words. Voices. Hundreds of them, layered, harmonizing, the psychic echoes of every sentinel who'd ever entered this temple, their memories and intentions and love embedded in the stone like data in a crystal. Ashera's hand found his. Her fingers trembled. "They're here," she sent. Her telepathic voice was thick with emotion. "All of them. Every sentinel who ever lived. Their echoes. Their memories. The temple preserved them." She wasn't alone. Not anymore. The last sentinel stood in a room full of ghosts, and every ghost was saying, "We're still here. We didn't disappear. You are not the last, you are the continuation." Ash held her hand and let her feel it. Let the moment be what it was. Then they walked inside. The temple's interior was a single vast chamber, the dome he'd seen from above, its inner surface carved with scenes that Ash recognized from Ashera's nightmares. The history of the Sentinels. Their founding, their covenant with humans, their centuries of guardianship. All of it rendered in psychic stone that shifted and moved when you looked at it directly, the carved figures almost animated. And at the chamber's center, the seal. It was a circle of stone set into the floor, 10 meters in diameter, inscribed with patterns so complex they hurt to look at. The patterns weren't static, they moved, slowly, like the gears of a clock made of light. This was the mechanism that held the hollow imprisoned. Not a wall or a cage, but a process, an ongoing act of containment, maintained by the resonance of the sentinels who'd created it. An ongoing act that was failing. Ash could see it. Dark threads ran through the seal's luminous patterns, cracks, corruption, places where the light had dimmed or gone out entirely. The gears still turned, but they stuttered. Gaps appeared in the mechanism, lasting microseconds, then closing, but each gap was a little wider, lasted a little longer. How long? Ash asked. Weeks. Maybe less. Ashera knelt at the seal's edge, her hands hovering over the patterns. Through the bond, Ash felt her technical assessment, precise, clinical, a sentinel evaluating the infrastructure of her order's greatest achievement. The seal was designed to be maintained by a full complement of sentinels, dozens of bonded pairs, feeding their resonance into the mechanism continuously. With Moonveil destroyed, the only energy source is residual. It's running on fumes. Can you repair it? She shook her head. Not alone. Not with one bond. The seal requires the resonance of multiple bonded pairs working in concert. What we have, what we are, it's powerful. More powerful than any single bond in the temple's recorded history. But it's still one bond. Then what do we do? We learn. The temple holds everything the sentinels ever knew about the seal, the hollow, and the etheric core. If there's a way to strengthen the seal with a single bond, or to adapt it, change its design, the answer is here. She placed her hands on the temple floor. Her psychic horn ignited, and through the bond, Ash felt her reach down, into the stone, into the centuries of accumulated knowledge, into the living memory of every sentinel who'd ever touched this place. The temple responded. Light erupted from the floor, the walls, the dome. The carved scenes came alive, not physically, but psychically. Ash's vision split, he could still see the chamber, but overlaid on it, like a projection on glass, was something else. A memory. Not Alara's. The temples. He saw the first sentinels, Gardevoir and Galade, standing in this chamber with their human partners. The bonded pairs were arranged in a circle around the seal, and the seal was new, blazing with power, and beneath it, something screamed. The hollow. He felt it, even through centuries of separation, the memory carried its presence. A psychic void of such profound hunger that it made his stomach clench. It wasn't evil in the way humans understood evil. It was empty. A hole in the fabric of consciousness, and everything that fell into it was consumed. The first sentinels sealed it by pouring their bonds into the mechanism, not sacrificing them, but extending them. Each bonded pair's resonance became a thread in the seal's weave. Together, they created a barrier of pure connection, a wall built not from power but from the strength of the relationships between human and Pokémon. The hollow couldn't consume it because there was nothing to consume. Connection wasn't a substance, it was a relationship. You couldn't eat the space between two people who loved each other. You could only drown it out, and the seal's design ensured that the bonds reinforced each other, amplified each other, creating a resonance chamber that the hollow's void couldn't penetrate. It was elegant. Brilliant. And fundamentally dependent on multiple bonds working in harmony. The memory shifted. Time accelerated, years, decades, centuries compressed into moments. Ash saw the Sentinel Order grow and evolve. New bonded pairs joining the seal's maintenance. Techniques refined. The temple becoming a center of learning and purpose. And then the decline. Slow at first. The outside world changing, humans building pokeballs, formalizing capture, industrializing the bond. The sentinels retreating, their ancient covenant seeming archaic in a world of gyms and leagues. Fewer bonded pairs. Fewer sentinels. The seal's maintenance becoming a burden rather than a calling. Moonvale Sanctuary was the last stand, a hidden refuge where the remaining sentinels preserved the old ways. But it was a remnant, not a civilization. A dozen sentinels where once there had been hundreds. The seal held, but it thinned. And then the attack. And then nothing. The memory ended. The temple's light dimmed to its baseline glow. Ash blinked, reorienting himself in the present. Elara hadn't moved. But through the bond, he felt her processing, vast amounts of information, technical knowledge, historical context, all of it flooding through her from the temple's archives. She was absorbing centuries of sentinel scholarship in minutes, her psychic capacity stretched to its limits by the convergence's amplification. "What did you find?" Ash asked. She opened her eyes. In them, wonder, grief, and the spark of something that looked like an idea. The original seal required multiple bonds. But the founders discussed alternatives, theoretical designs for a seal that could be maintained by a single bond of sufficient strength. She paused. They rejected the idea. The required strength was considered impossible. No single bond between human and Pokémon had ever, or could ever, generate enough resonance to match dozens of bonded pairs working together. But their calculations were based on normal bonds. Even deep ones. Even legendary ones. They never accounted for what we are. Ash felt it through the bond, the shape of her idea, forming like a crystal in supersaturated solution. The soul bond. It's different from a standard bond, not just deeper, but fundamentally different in kind. A normal bond is a connection between two minds. The soul bond is a merger. Our life forces don't just communicate, they interweave. The resonance we generate isn't additive, it's multiplicative. So one soul bond might produce resonance equivalent to many normal bonds. Potentially enough. The founders' theoretical model predicted that a bond of sufficient depth could compensate for numbers. Her eyes burned. But depth isn't just power, Ash. It's completeness. Emotional completeness. The bond must be fully open. No walls. No reservations. No part of either soul hidden from the other. The implication settled over them like a physical weight. To fix the seal, to save the islands, to contain the hollow, they would have to open the bond completely. Every defense, every private corner, every carefully maintained boundary between his feelings and hers would have to come down. Total transparency. Total vulnerability. Two souls, fully known to each other, with nowhere to hide. "I can't ask that of you," Ashera sent. The words were careful, controlled, but beneath them, the bond carried everything she wouldn't say, the terror and the longing and the desperate hope that he'd say yes anyway. "You're not asking. I'm offering." She flinched. "Through the bond, you don't know what you'd be offering. Full openness means you see everything I am. Every weakness. Every petty thought. Every fear. The parts of me I've never shown anyone. I know. And I would see you. All of you. Every doubt, every regret, every moment you've questioned yourself. I know that too. It's irreversible. Once the bond opens fully, it can't be partially closed again. We would be, completely known. For the rest of our lives." Ash looked at her. The temple's light played across her face, the sharp intelligence of her red eyes, the elegant lines of her form, the way she held herself with a dignity that even weeks of trauma and flight hadn't eroded. She was extraordinary. She'd always been extraordinary. And the fact that she was afraid, not of the hollow, not of Riven, but of being known, made her more real to him than anything the bond could have manufactured. "Ashera," he said. "I've been inside your nightmares. I've felt you grieve. I watched your home burn through your eyes. And you felt every stupid, reckless, stubborn thing about me. You felt my doubts. My loneliness. The part of me that's afraid I'm only good at leaving." He stepped closer. "We're already more known to each other than most people get in a lifetime. This isn't a leap. It's the next step. What if you don't like what you find? What if you don't?" Silence. The temple hummed. The seal's gears turned, stuttering, failing. Then Ashera laughed. It was small, barely more than an exhale with a shape to it, and it was the first time Ash had heard her laugh. Not through the bond. Actually heard it. The sound was low and clear and surprised, like she'd forgotten laughing was something she could do. "You've been inside my nightmares and you're worried I won't like what I find in you. You, the person who carried me through a forest while talking about ketchup. Who threw himself in front of a weapon designed to erase everything sacred between human and Pokemon. Who fed me his soul in front of a harbor full of strangers." The laughter faded, replaced by something quieter. Fiercer. "Ash Ketchum, I have been inside your heart since the moment the bond was formed. I have felt the shape of who you are every hour of every day since. And not once, not for a single moment, have I found anything I didn't." She stopped. The word she'd been about to say hung in the bond like a held breath, present, undeniable, terrifying. She pulled it back. Not denying it. Saving it. For the right moment. "We can discuss the full opening later," she sent, and her telepathic voice was steady despite the earthquake happening underneath. "For now, there's more to learn. The temple's archives contain the technical specifications for the seal redesign. I need to study them." "How long?" "Hours. The information is dense, centuries of psychic engineering. And I need to integrate it with what I already know." She settled cross-legged before the seal, hands on the stone. "This is what I was trained for. This is what sentinels do. Then do it. I'll be here." She looked up at him. Through the bond, the almost word resonated between them, unnamed, unspoken, but more real than anything either of them had ever felt. "I know you will," she sent. And turned to her work. The temple tested them. Ash didn't realize it at first. He thought the visions were residual, More echoes from the stone, fragments of ancient memories surfacing in his bond-amplified awareness. But as the hours passed and Ashera worked at the seal, the visions became focused. Directed. Personal. They weren't memories anymore. They were trials. The first trial came 2 hours in. Ash was sitting against the chamber wall, half dozing in the warm psychic glow, when the vision seized him without warning. He was standing in Pallet Town. Home. The house he'd grown up in, his mother in the kitchen, Pikachu on his shoulder. Everything exactly as he remembered, the smell of her cooking, the sunlight through the curtains, the sound of Mr. Mime sweeping the porch. But something was wrong. The details were too perfect. Too still. A snapshot, not a living moment. And his mother's face, when she turned to greet him, wore an expression he'd never seen on her, not love, but need. A consuming, desperate need for him to stay. "You keep leaving," she said. "Every time, you leave. Every journey, every region, every adventure, you choose the road over the people who love you. That's not, it is. It's what you do. You connect, you inspire, you save the day. And then you leave. Because staying means facing the ordinary, and you've never been brave enough for ordinary." The words cut because they were true. Not completely, but enough. Ash had spent his life in motion, and every person he'd left behind was a choice he'd made. A choice to keep moving instead of staying. Misty, Brock, May, Dawn, Serena, friends who'd become memories because he'd always chosen the next horizon. The vision pressed harder. "You'll do it to her, too. The Gardevoir. You'll save the day, fix the seal, defeat the monster. And then you'll leave. Because that's what you do. You're not a partner, you're a passerby." Through the bond, Ashera felt the trial hit. She was deep in the temple's archives, but Ash's emotional spike was impossible to miss, a jagged bolt of self-doubt so intense it disrupted her concentration. She reached for him through the bond. Not to save him, she understood, instinctively, that this was something he had to face himself. But she gave him an anchor, her presence. Steady, unwavering, patient. "I'm here." Ash faced the vision. His mother's face. The accusation that he'd never learned to stay. "You're right," he said to the phantom. "I've always left. Every time. Because I was looking for something, and I couldn't find it by standing still. And what happens when you find it? You'll still leave. You're made for leaving. Maybe. But I'm also made for choosing. And I'm choosing differently now." The vision wavered. "You can't know that." "No. I can't. But I can decide it. Every day, I can decide to stay." He thought of Ashera. Of the bond humming between them. Of the hand she'd placed on his chest in the nightmare's aftermath. "I used to think staying was giving up. Now I think it might be the bravest thing I've ever tried." The vision shattered. Pallet Town dissolved. Ash was back in the temple chamber, heart pounding, the psychic glow warm around him. Through the bond, Ashera's presence held him like a hand in the dark. "What did you see?" she asked. "My fear that I only know how to leave." A pause. And I told it I'm learning to stay." Warmth through the bond. Deep, resonant warmth. The second trial hit Ashera. Ash felt it happen, a sudden spike of distress through the bond, sharp enough to jolt him upright. Ashera's eyes were open, but she wasn't seeing the temple. She was somewhere else, somewhere the trial had taken her. Through the bond, he followed. She was standing in Moonvale's sanctuary. Intact. Whole. Moonlight pouring through the crystalline towers, the psychic gardens in bloom, every sentinel she'd ever known alive and present. And they were looking at her with disappointment. Meridia, the elder, the founder of the modern order, stood at the front. Her expression was grave, her scars vivid in the moonlight. You were supposed to protect the seal, Meridia said. You were supposed to carry our legacy. Instead, you bound yourself to a human boy and let him carry you. He saved my life, you saved your own life by chaining it to his. A sentinel doesn't cling. A sentinel stands alone. The other sentinels echoed it. Voices she'd loved, voices she'd trusted, all saying the same thing: you were weak. You chose survival over duty. You let a human into the sacred space of your soul and gave him the keys. Elara's composure cracked. Ash felt it through the bond, the guilt she'd been carrying since the moment she'd initiated the soul bond. The knowledge that she'd acted from desperation, not choice. The fear that Meridia would have been ashamed of her. The vision pressed. The bond was your surrender. Not your salvation. You could have died with dignity. Instead, you lived with dependence. Through the bond, Ash felt Elara's response building, not words, not argument. Emotion. Raw, unprocessed, volcanic. And he recognized what the trial was doing, forcing her to confront the possibility that the bond was a betrayal of everything she'd been raised to be. He didn't intervene. But he made himself as present as possible through the bond, not pushing, not pulling. Just there. Solid. Real. Elara faced the phantom Meridia. You gave me the location, she said. With your last breath, you gave me the core's secret. Not to a sentinel standing alone. To a sentinel who would survive. Survival was a means, not an end. Then what was the end? What was the point of carrying your legacy if I died in the rubble beside you? Who would have maintained the seal? Who would have remembered? Her voice shook. Ash heard it through the bond, psychic and real simultaneously. I didn't choose the bond because I was weak. I chose it because I felt something in him that reminded me of us. Of what we were at our best. Not isolation. Connection. The whole point of the Sentinel Order was connection between human and Pokemon. We didn't fail because we were connected. We failed because we were alone. The Phantom Meridia stared at her. For a moment, the trial held, the pressure of centuries of tradition bearing down on a single Gardevoir who dared to survive differently. Then the Phantom smiled. Not the grave, disappointed expression of a judge, the warm, proud smile of a teacher who just watched a student surpass the lesson. Finally, the Phantom said. You understand. The vision dissolved. The sanctuary faded. Elara gasped, her hands flying from the temple floor, her body swaying. Ash caught her. His arms around her, her weight against his chest, the bond between them resonating with the aftermath of confronted truth. She was shaking, not with weakness, but with the tremors of someone who just fought a battle inside herself and won. The trial, she sent. Her telepathic voice was raw. It tests the bond. Tests whether the partners can face their deepest fears without the bond breaking. Did we pass? We're still here. Still bonded. Still. She pulled back enough to look at him. Her eyes were wet, the first time he'd seen actual tears on her face. They caught the temple's light and shimmered like gemstones. Still us, she finished. So yes. We passed. Something in the way she said, us, hit Ash with the force of a hyper beam. Not the word, the reality. They were in US. Despite the circumstance, despite the desperation of the bond's beginning, despite everything, they had become something together that neither of them was alone. Through the bond, she felt his realization hit. And she felt his certainty follow it, not tentative, not qualified. Absolute. The temple's glow intensified. The seal's gears, which had been stuttering all day, smoothed, just slightly, just temporarily, as if the resonance of their shared truth had given the mechanism a boost. The trials were over. They'd been tested, individually and together, and they'd held. But the temple wasn't finished. As the trial's energy faded, the central dome illuminated with a final vision, not a test, but a gift. A revelation. The temple's accumulated knowledge, distilled into a single, crystalline understanding. Ash and Ashera saw it simultaneously, through the bond. The etheric core wasn't an object. It wasn't a location. It wasn't even a power source. The etheric core was the resonance generated by a fully open soul bond. The space between, the living, dynamic, ever-changing connection between two souls who'd chosen each other completely. It was what the first Sentinels had discovered when they'd bonded with their human partners, that the bond itself, at maximum depth, produced a resonance that transcended both participants. A third thing, born from two. Not human, not Pokemon. Something new. The seal had been built on this principle. Multiple bonds, each producing resonance, woven together into a barrier that the hollow couldn't consume because it wasn't a thing, it was a relationship. And the reason the seal was failing wasn't just because the Sentinels were gone. It was because the bonds that powered it had been static. Fixed. Maintained out of duty, not growth. Over centuries, the resonance had stagnated, strong enough to hold, but not strong enough to adapt. The Founder's theoretical alternative, the single bond solution, wasn't just about power. It was about dynamism. A single bond that was alive, growing, deepening every day would generate resonance that adapted to the hollow's pressure, evolved to meet its attacks, renewed itself through the continued choice of two souls to remain connected. A bond like that could hold the seal not just for centuries, but forever. But only if it was complete. Only if both participants chose the bond freely, fully, with total knowledge and total vulnerability. Only if it was love. Not love as a feeling. Love as a decision. Renewed every day, tested by every trial, chosen over and over in the face of fear and doubt and the thousand small temptations to hold something back. The revelation faded. The dome's light dimmed. The temple settled into quiet, its gift given, its purpose served. Ash and Ashera sat in a silence and absorbed what they'd learned. So that's what we are, Ashera said finally. Her voice was very quiet. The etheric core. Not something we carry. Something we create. Together. Yeah. And to seal the hollow permanently, we need to open the bond completely. Which means being completely honest with each other. About everything. Silence. The bond hummed between them. Through it, both of them could feel the same thing in the other, the edge of something enormous, waiting to be said. Not yet. Not here, in the aftermath of trials and revelations, with the weight of the world pressing down. The words, the real words, the ones that would change everything, deserved better than a moment stolen between crises. But soon. The bond practically vibrated with the promise of it. We should go, Ashera sent. The temple has given us what we need. The theoretical framework for a single bond seal. I can design the mechanism, it will take time, but I have the knowledge now. And the hollow? Still contained. For now. The trial's resonance gave the seal a temporary boost, maybe another week of stability. But that's all. 1 week. Ash stood, pulling her up with him. Their hands lingered, neither letting go, the contact electric with everything unsaid. Then we make it count. They ascended the cliff face the way they descended, on a platform of Ashera's telekinesis, rising through salt spray and sea wind. At the top, the island's forest welcomed them back with green shade and birdsong, and the Convergence's pressure eased as they moved away from the temple. They were halfway back to the cove when Ash heard the explosion. The Western Plateau. Sable's research site. Where Kale and Pikachu and Bisharp had gone. They ran. Ashera's telekinesis boosted their speed, not flight, but something close, her power propelling them through the undergrowth at a pace that should have been impossible for a human on foot. The bond fed them both, adrenaline and purpose creating a feedback loop of energy. Smoke rose above the tree line. Not campfire smoke. The acrid black plume of burning chemicals and melting electronics. They broke through the forest edge onto the plateau, and Ash processed the scene in fragments. Kale was down. Not dead, moving, but hurt, pinned behind the wreckage of an overturned equipment rack. Bisharp stood over him, one blade arm shattered, the other raised in a defensive guard against Sable's forces. 6 of them. Not garrison regulars, her personal unit, the ones Ash had seen drilling in the courtyard. Elite trainers with Pokemon that matched, a Metagross, a Hydreigon, 2 Houndoom, an Aegislash, and Sable's own Gothitelle. And in the center, standing amid the ruins of her research site, which Kale had apparently been in the process of destroying when reinforcements arrived, was Warden Sable herself. She looked different outside her office. Harder. The warmth was gone, the political mask discarded. In its place, cold fury and the calculating focus of a woman watching months of work burn. Pikachu was fighting 3 opponents simultaneously, the 2 Houndoom and the Aegislash. He was holding his own, because he was Pikachu, but he was outnumbered and the Aegislash's King's Shield kept negating his most powerful attacks. Sparks and fire and ghostly energy crackled across the plateau. Sable saw Ash and Ashera emerge from the tree-line. Her expression didn't change, she'd expected this. Planned for it, maybe. Ah, she said. There she is. The Sentinel. Ashera stepped forward. She dropped the cloak. The effect on Sable's forces was immediate. They'd been told about a Gardevoir, maybe even briefed on what a Sentinel was. But seeing Ashera at full height, psychic horn blazing, eyes burning crimson, the ambient energy of the convergence wreathing her like a crown of invisible fire, that was different. That was presence. Call off your people, Ash said. This doesn't have to be a fight. It became a fight when your friend destroyed 6 months of irreplaceable research. Sable nodded toward the burning buildings. Do you know what we were building here? Not weapons, Riven stole that application. We were building a shield. A way to protect bonds from psychic disruption. A technology that could have safeguarded every trainer in the archipelago from the Hollow's influence. You were building a cage, Kale said from behind the wreckage. Blood ran from a cut above his eye. I saw the plans, Sable. The shield works by routing bond energy through a central processor, your processor. You weren't protecting bonds. You were creating a system where every bond in Veil Reach runs through your network. A kill switch. One command, and you can sever anyone. Sable's composure cracked for one instant. That's a contingency, that's control. Same as Riven. Different packaging. Kale stood, leaning on Bisharp's remaining arm. I was loyal to you for 4 years. I believed you were protecting people. But you're not protecting them, you're collecting them. I'm doing what's necessary. Sable's voice went flat. Cold. The voice of someone who'd stopped pretending. The Hollow is real. The seal is failing. When it breaks, and it will break, the only thing standing between total psychic collapse and the people of this archipelago will be whoever controls the infrastructure to maintain bond stability. That's me. Not a wounded Gardevoir and a trainer with a hero complex. The seal doesn't have to break, Ash said. We found another way. At the temple. A single bond, fully opened, can sustain the seal permanently. Sable laughed. Short, sharp, utterly without humor. A fairy tale. The founders rejected that theory centuries ago. The founders didn't have what we have. And what is that? A soul bond forged in desperation by a dying Pokemon? You think love will hold back the Hollow? She shook her head. I deal in certainties, not sentiment. Gothitelle. The Gothitelle stepped forward. Its eyes fixed on Ashera, and this time, without the dampening field and without surprise, it attacked. A psychic probe, targeted, surgical, aimed at Ashera's mind like a scalpel. Ashera swatted it aside. Not blocked. Not deflected. Swatted, the way a master swordsman parries a child's swing. The Gothitel's probe dissipated harmlessly, and Alara's counterattack was already moving, a psychic pulse so precisely calibrated that it hit the Gothitel's defenses at their weakest resonance point and shattered them. The Gothitelle staggered back, eyes wide with something Ash had never seen in a psychic Pokémon, shock. Sable's expression changed. For the first time, uncertainty flickered behind her calculated composure. She'd known Alara was a sentinel. She hadn't known what that meant. Now she did. Enough. Ash's voice cut across the plateau. Sable, call off your people. Alara, hold. Alara's hand was raised, psychic energy coiling, ready to follow through. Through the bond, Ash felt her battle instincts screaming, finish it, end the threat, protect what's yours. The sentinel in her didn't half measure. But she held. Because Ash asked. Because she trusted his judgment even when her instincts roared otherwise. Ash stepped between the two forces. 6 elite trainers and their Pokémon on one side. A wounded Gardevoir, a bleeding lieutenant, a shattered Bisharp, and a Pikachu engaged in a 3-on-1 on the other. Here's what's going to happen, Ash said. His voice carried across the plateau with an authority he hadn't consciously summoned, it was just there, rising from the same place that made Pokémon listen and people follow. You're going to let us leave. You're going to recall your forces. And in exchange, I'm going to do something neither you nor Riven can do, I'm going to fix the seal. And I should trust you because you don't have a choice. Your research is Ash's. Riven has your technology. The hollow is rising. And the only person on these islands who can actually contain it, he pointed at Alara, is standing right there. Not as your prisoner. Not as your tool. As my partner. Sable stared at him. The calculation behind her eyes was visible, processing options, evaluating outcomes, running the numbers on a situation that had spiraled past her control. You have 1 week, she said finally. Fix the seal. Prove your fairy tale works. If the hollow breaks through before then, I will use every resource at my disposal, including your Gardevoir, to protect this archipelago. That is not a threat. It's a contingency. We won't need your contingency. Everyone thinks that. Sable turned on her heel. Until they do. Her forces withdrew. The Houndoom broke off from Pikachu, the Aegis Lash phased into its shield form, the Metagross levitated backward. Sable left last, her Gothitelle trailing her, still watching Alara with an expression that had shifted from hostility to something approaching reverence. Pikachu bolted to Ash the moment the path was clear, leaping to his shoulder and pressing his face against Ash's cheek. Through the familiar contact, Ash felt everything, relief, exhaustion, the residual thrill of a fight well fought. You okay, buddy? Pika Pie. Translation, I had them right where I wanted them. 3 more minutes and I'd have won. I believe you. Chew. Smug. Kale limped over, supported by Bisharp. The steel-typed shattered arm hung limp, but its remaining blade was still raised, still guarding. Still doing its job. I found what we needed before they showed up, Kale said, producing a small data drive from his jacket. Research logs. Technical specifications. Everything Sable's team discovered about the Sentinel ruins and the Severing technology's origins. Ash took the drive. Was it worth the arm? Kale looked at his Bisharp. The steel type looked back. Something passed between them, not a soul bond, but the next closest thing. Years of partnership compressed into a single glance. Bisharp regenerates, Kale said. The truth doesn't. Yeah. It was worth it. They made for the cove. The sun was touching the horizon, painting the strait in gold and copper. Ash carried the temple's revelation in his mind and Kale's intelligence in his pocket and the growing certainty that everything, Riven, Sable, the Hollow, the Seal, was converging toward a single point. 1 week. 7 days to open the bond completely, redesign the seal, and contain an ancient psychic horror. He looked at Ashera, walking beside him, her stride strong, her presence in the bond like a sun that had come out from behind clouds. She caught his look. Through the bond, he felt her response, not words, not images. A feeling. Ready. She was ready. And so was he. Terrified, underprepared, probably in way over his head, but ready. 1 week, he said. 1 week, she echoed. And through the bond, beneath the words, the promise of everything they hadn't said yet vibrated like a plucked string, waiting for the moment when the music could finally begin. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, breaking point. 4 days into the week, and the ocean had turned black. Not dark. Not murky. Black, a depthless, light-devouring absence of color that spread from the deep waters between the islands like ink through cloth. It started at the continental shelf and crept inward, consuming the turquoise shallows hour by hour. Fish fled ahead of it. Tentacle and tentacruel surfaced in panicked swarms, choking the harbors. A pod of lapras that had lived in the Vale Reach Strait for generations simply vanished overnight. Port Ashera didn't panic. Port Ashera had moved past panic 3 days ago, when the nightmares started. Every Pokémon in the archipelago was dreaming. Not their own dreams, something else's. A psychic broadcast from beneath the waves, seeping into sleeping minds like poison into groundwater. The dreams were all the same: darkness, drowning, the sensation of bonds dissolving like sugar in water. Trainers woke to find their Pokémon trembling, confused, staring at them with expressions that flickered between recognition and blankness. 3 more bonds broke. Not from Riven's technology, from the dreams alone. The hollow was feeding, and every broken bond made it stronger, and every increment of strength made the broadcasts more powerful, and the cycle was tightening like a noose. Ash felt it through the bond. Every night, the hollow's influence pressed against the edges of their connection, not direct attack, not yet, but presence. Testing. Probing. Learning the shape of the soul bond the way a predator learns the shape of its prey. Ashera worked through it. She'd commandeered a room in Kale's safe house and transformed it into something between a laboratory and a shrine, the walls covered in psychic diagrams she projected from memory, floating constructs of light that mapped the seal's architecture in 3 dimensions. She worked with the focused intensity of a surgeon performing an operation that couldn't be paused, her hands moving through the luminous models, adjusting, calculating, rebuilding. The single bond seal was theoretically sound. She'd confirmed the math. 1 soul bond of sufficient depth could generate the resonance needed to contain the hollow, not by matching the original seal's raw power, but by producing a dynamically adaptive field that evolved with the threat. Where the original seal had been a wall, the new seal would be a living system. Growing. Changing. Responding. But the theory required the bond to be fully open. And they hadn't opened it yet. Ash didn't push. Ashera didn't bring it up. They circled the subject like 2 people walking around a door they both knew they needed to walk through, each waiting for the other to reach for the handle. It wasn't reluctance. It was the opposite. The certainty of what they'd find on the other side was so overwhelming that approaching it required a kind of courage neither of them had needed for anything else. Battles were easy. Enemies were simple. Looking into another person's soul and showing them yours in return, with nowhere to hide and nothing to soften the truth. That was the hardest thing either of them had ever been asked to do. On the 4th morning, Riven forced the issue. The attack came at dawn, not on the port, not on the garrison, but on the island bridges. The land connections between Vale Reach's islands, exposed at low tide, rigged with explosives that detonated in a synchronized chain. The blast severed the walking routes between islands, cutting Port Ashera off from the outer ring and isolating each island in the chain. Then the ships came. Riven's fleet, a dozen vessels, some stolen, some purchased, all armed with severing technology scaled to naval proportions. They emerged from the pre-dawn fog in a line, engines growling, and took positions in the channels between islands. Not attacking. Blockading. Ash watched from the harbor wall as the last ship settled into position, its hull-mounted severing array glowing lavender in the grey morning light. "He's boxing us in," Kale said beside him. The lieutenant had dark circles under his eyes. Nobody was sleeping well. "The bridges are gone. The channels are blocked. Port Ashera is cut off. He wants to control the timeline. Force a confrontation before we're ready. Is it working?" Ash looked at the black water. At the ships. At the port behind them, where frightened trainers were gathering their Pokémon and talking in low, urgent voices. "Yeah," he said. "It's working." Riven's broadcast came an hour later. Same format, every screen, every speaker. But the man who appeared on them was different from the one who'd spoken 5 days ago. Thinner. Harder. The white in his hair had spread, and his eyes had a fever brightness that Ash recognized from people who'd pushed past the boundary between conviction and obsession. "Citizens of Vale Reach," Riven said. "I've spent the last week watching your warden fail you and a foreign trainer play hero. Neither has addressed the truth. The hollow is rising. You can feel it in your dreams. Your Pokémon can feel it in theirs. The seal is breaking, and when it does, every bond in this archipelago, every bond on this planet, will be consumed." He paused. The screens held his gaunt face. "The etheric core can prevent this. Not by reinforcing the seal, that's a temporary fix, a finger in a dam. The core can end the hollow by giving it what it wants, the bonds themselves. If every bond is severed, willingly, compassionately, under controlled conditions, the hollow has nothing left to feed on. It starves. It dies. The threat ends permanently." Through the bond, Elara's reaction was immediate. "He's wrong. The hollow doesn't just feed on broken bonds, it feeds on the psychic despair of severance. Mass severance wouldn't starve it. It would be the largest meal it's ever had. It would break free in minutes." "He doesn't know that," Ash murmured. "Or he doesn't care. He's so deep into his ideology that the hollow is just another argument for what he already wanted to do." Riven continued. "I'm not asking for surrender. I'm asking for choice. Today, my ships will begin broadcasting severance fields across the channels. Any trainer who wishes to sever their bond voluntarily can approach the ships and do so under medical supervision, with counseling and support. Those who choose to maintain their bonds will not be forced. But when the hollow rises, and it will rise, soon, those who chose freedom will survive. Those who clung to their chains will not." The screens went dark. The port erupted. Arguments. Shouting. A trainer hurling a chair through a screen. Another, a young woman Ash recognized from the market, quietly walking toward the harbor with her Pokémon, her face blank with terror, considering Riven's offer. Ash intercepted her. Not physically, he just stepped into her path and met her eyes. "Don't," he said. "My Floette's been having nightmares for 3 days," she said. Her voice was hollow. "She screams in her sleep. She doesn't recognize me in the mornings. If I don't sever it now, the hollow will do it worse. The nightmares are temporary. We're fixing the seal. 3 more days, you've been saying that. Everyone's been saying that. 3 more days. 1 more week. But the water's black and my Pokémon is suffering and nobody is actually doing anything." Through the bond, Ash felt Elara's reaction, not to the woman's words, but to the truth underneath them. They hadn't acted. For days of preparation, for days of theory and planning, and the hollow was stronger than ever. The woman wasn't wrong to be afraid. But she was wrong about the solution. Elara stepped forward. She pulled back her hood, fully, openly, in the middle of the port. The trainers nearby gasped. The sentinel of Moonvale, standing in broad daylight, her psychic horn pulsing with visible power. She knelt in front of the young woman's floette, a tiny fairy type, trembling, its eyes glassy with the hollow's influence. Ashera extended one hand, and a pulse of psychic energy, warm, precise, delicate, flowed from her fingertips into the floette's consciousness. The floette's trembling stopped. Its eyes cleared. It blinked, looked at its trainer, and let out a small, sweet cry, the cry of a Pokémon who recognized the person it loved. The young woman broke down. She scooped up her floette and held it against her chest, and the sound she made, gratitude and relief and the raw aftermath of almost losing something precious, carried across the harbor. Ashera stood. Through the bond, Ash felt the cost. The psychic cleansing had drained her reserves she needed for the seal. But she didn't waver. "This is what sentinels do," she sent to Ash. "We guard the bonds. All of them. Can you do that for every Pokémon in the port?" "No. Not without emptying myself completely. But I can treat the worst cases, buy them time." She looked at the harbor, at the frightened trainers, at the black water beyond. 3 days, Ash. We need 3 more days. Then we need to stop Riven from making things worse. Ash turned to Kale, who'd followed them to the harbor. "The severing broadcasts from his ships, how do we shut them down?" "We don't. Not from here. The ships are in the channels, out of range for a ground assault. We'd need a navy, and Sable's boats are penned in the harbor by the blockade." "What about from below?" Kale blinked. "Below? The water. If the ship's severing arrays are hull-mounted, they're vulnerable from underneath. One precise hit to the array mechanism on each ship, and the broadcast dies. You'd need a Pokémon that can operate in those channels. The currents are, I know someone with a dugong that's looking for a purpose." Kale stared at him. "The fisherman's dugong had its bond severed." "It doesn't, not the dugong. The fisherman." Ash's mind was racing. "He knows these channels better than anyone alive. He can navigate them blindfolded. And Gregor controls the docks. He's got submersible equipment, diving Pokémon, and a grudge the size of the archipelago." Something in Kale's expression shifted, from skepticism to the dawning recognition that Ash's plans, however insane they sounded, had a disturbing tendency to work. "I'll talk to Gregor," Kale said. "What are you going to do?" Ash looked at Ashera. She looked back. Through the bond, the answer formed simultaneously in both their minds, not planned, not discussed. "Known. What we should have done 4 days ago," Ash said. They went back to the safe house. Not to plan. Not to strategize. To open the bond. The room was small. The walls were covered in Ashera's psychic diagrams, luminous blueprints for the new seal, theoretical models, resonance calculations. They glowed softly in the afternoon light, turning the space into something that looked like the inside of a star map. Ash closed the door. The sounds of Port Ashera's crisis, the arguments, the harbor bells, the distant hum of Riven's ships, faded to background noise. Through the bond, he felt the world narrow to this room, this moment, the two of them. Pikachu was with Kale, coordinating the harbor defense. The safe house was empty. Private. No interruptions, no emergencies, no convenient distractions. Nowhere to hide. Ashera stood at the window, her back to him, watching the black water. Her psychic diagrams cast shifting light across her form, blue, violet, gold. She was perfectly still, but through the bond, Ash felt a storm. Fear. Not of him. Of being known. The same fear she'd confronted in the temple trial, but deeper now, because the trial had been abstract and this was real. In minutes, seconds, if they didn't keep stalling, she would open every wall she'd built since Moonvale burned. Every defense. Every locked door. The places she'd survived by keeping hidden would be exposed. And she wasn't afraid of what he'd find. She was afraid he'd realize the full weight of what she felt for him, and that the weight would be too much. That seeing the depth of a Gardevoir's love, ancient, total, a love that sentinels had built civilizations around, would overwhelm a human heart that hadn't had time to grow into it. Ash felt all of this through the bond, because even half open, the bond carried her emotional landscape to him with devastating clarity. He crossed the room and stood behind her. Not touching. Close enough that the bond hummed with proximity. "I'm scared too," he said. She turned. Her red eyes searched his face. "You're going to see every part of me. The good parts, you already know those, mostly. But the rest. The loneliness I've never admitted to anyone. The nights I've questioned whether any of it mattered. The part of me that wonders if people care about Ash Ketchum or just the champion who shows up and saves the day." He held her gaze. "That's not pretty. It's not heroic. It's just, me." "I know," she sent. And through the bond, he felt her understanding, not pity, not reassurance. Recognition. She had her own version of the same fear, that people valued the sentinel, not the person. The guardian, not the grieving woman underneath. So we're both terrified. Apparently. Good. Means we're doing it right. She almost smiled. Almost. Ash took her hands. Both of them. The contact was a circuit completing, the bond flared, responding to the intention behind the touch, preparing for what was coming. "How does this work?" Ash asked. "Technically. We lower our defenses. All of them. The bond does the rest, it's designed for this. The soul bond wants to be open, we've been the ones holding it back." She paused. "It will be intense. The merging of full emotional landscapes is overwhelming. The sentinel texts describe it as drowning in light. Some bonded pairs took days to adjust. We don't have days. No. We don't." Her grip tightened on his hands. "Ash. Before we do this. There's something I need to say. Not through the bond. In words. Because words are deliberate, and I want this to be a choice, not an impulse." "Okay." She took a breath. Through the bond, he felt her gathering herself, every fragment of courage, every lesson from every trial, every morning she'd woken up and chosen to keep going. "I love you." The words hit him like a sunrise. Not through the bond. Through her telepathy, direct, intentional, chosen. 3 words in a language of the mind, carrying the weight of everything she'd held back since the moment in the inn room when she'd touched his face. "I love you. Not because of the bond. Not because you saved me. Not because my survival depends on you. I love you because of who you are, the ridiculous, stubborn, unreasonable human who walked into a psychic blast with open hands and carried me through a forest while talking about ketchup. I love you because you see me, not the sentinel, not the last of my kind, not the key to the etheric core. Me. Ashera. The person underneath all of it. Tears, actual tears, shimmering in the light of her own diagrams, traced lines down her face. I love you because you make the impossible feel like the next step. Because your hope is the same shape as mine. Because every morning since the bond was formed, I've woken up and felt you in my soul, and every morning it has been the best thing I've ever felt. And I'm terrified, absolutely terrified, that opening the bond will show you how much, and that you'll realize it's more than you signed up for." Silence. The diagrams shifted. The light moved. Ash stood in a small room in a frontier town with the world crumbling outside the window and a Gardevoir who just laid her soul bare in front of him, and he felt, with perfect clarity, the most important thing he'd ever felt: he wasn't falling. He'd already landed. Ashera. She waited. Through the bond, her heart hammered, exposed, vulnerable, the bravest she'd ever been. "I don't have telepathy. I can't put the words in your mind. So I'm going to say this the human way, out loud. He squeezed her hands. I love you. Her breath caught. I've been in love with you since the night I pushed into your nightmare and found you fighting alone, and I decided that you were never going to fight alone again. I didn't call it love then because I didn't know what to call it. But it was. It's been growing every day since, every conversation, every argument, every moment you looked at me like I was something worth believing in. He stepped closer. Through the bond, his emotions met hers, not crashing, not colliding. Merging. Two rivers flowing into the same sea. You want to know if what you feel is too much? It's not. It's exactly enough. It's exactly what I want. And I don't care if the bond accelerated it, or the convergence amplified it, or the circumstances forced it. I care that it's true. And it is. It's the truest thing I've ever known. Ashera made a sound, not a word, not a sob. Something between the two. Through the bond, Ash felt her last wall tremble, the final defense, the deepest barrier, the one she built when Moonveil fell and everything she loved was taken from her. The wall that said, don't love again, because everything you love dies. I'm not going anywhere, he said. Not this time. Not ever. You're stuck with me, Ashera. Bond or no bond. Soul or no soul. I chose you. The wall fell. Not gradually. Not in stages. All at once, a collapse so total that Ash felt the shockwave through the bond like a physical force. And in its wake, everything. Ashera. All of her. Unfiltered, unguarded, infinite. The bond opened. Ash had braced for intensity. He hadn't braced for this. It was like being inside a symphony played by every instrument that had ever existed. Ashera's emotional landscape wasn't human, it was vaster, deeper, more textured than anything his mind had the architecture to fully process. He felt her love, not as a single emotion but as a living ecosystem. Love for him threaded through grief for her lost family, threaded through duty to her calling, threaded through fierce joy at being alive, threaded through the ancient, ancestral understanding of what it meant to be a Gardevoir, a species whose entire existence was built around emotional connection. He saw her. All of her. Every memory, every fear, every secret thought. The young Kirlia who'd been chosen for sentinel training and felt proud and terrified in equal measure. The Gardevoir who'd mastered psychic combat and secretly preferred dancing to fighting. The Guardian who'd held the line at Moonveil until holding was no longer possible and running was the only option left. The refugee who'd spent weeks alone, injured, hunted, and kept going on nothing but the stubborn refusal to let the people who'd destroyed her home have the last word. And threaded through all of it, every memory, every moment, the constant, unwavering core of who she was, a protector. Not because of training or duty. Because she couldn't imagine being anything else. Just like him. The symmetry of it, the perfect, ridiculous, impossible symmetry of two beings built from the same blueprint of stubborn love and refusal to quit, hit Ash with a force that made the hollow look small. And she saw him. Everything. The boy from Pallet Town who'd overslept and gotten a Pikachu who hated him. The trainer who'd walked into his first gym battle and lost spectacularly. The friend who'd said goodbye too many times. The champion who'd stood on the biggest stage in the world and felt empty. The man who'd been drifting between journeys, looking for a reason to stop, and found it in a devastated clearing on an island no one had heard of. She saw his loneliness, the specific, aching kind that came from being surrounded by people who admired him and having no one who truly knew him. She saw his fear, not of failure, but of success without meaning. She saw the moment, years ago, when he'd stood on a cliff in Alola and watched the sun set and thought, for the first and only time, is this all there is? And she saw the answer he'd found. In her. In the bond. In the choice to stay. The merging peaked. For one instant, timeless, eternal, the length of a heartbeat or a century, they were one consciousness. Not two minds sharing space. One being, vast and complete, every thought and feeling and memory a shared landscape they inhabited together. In that instant, the etheric core ignited. Not metaphorically. The bond's resonance, amplified by total openness, produced a frequency that the temple's diagrams had predicted but that no one had ever felt. A vibration at the deepest level of psychic reality, the frequency of two souls in perfect harmony, choosing each other with full knowledge and zero reservation. The safe house trembled. Ashera's diagrams blazed white gold. Outside, every psychic-type Pokémon in Port Ashera lifted its head and turned toward the safe house, sensing something ancient and powerful stirring to life. And beneath the ocean, the hollow screamed. The scream shattered the moment. The bond snapped from merger back to connection, still fully open, still deeper than anything either of them had experienced, but two minds again instead of one. Ash staggered, and Ashera caught him, and they held each other while the aftershocks of full openness rippled through their shared consciousness. What was that? Ash sent. Telepathic communication was effortless now, the open bond made it as natural as breathing. The hollow felt the core activate. It's afraid. Ashera's eyes were wide. Ash, I don't think it's ever been afraid before. Good. It should be. But the hollow's fear made it desperate. And desperate entities didn't wait for convenient timelines. The attack came through the bond. Not from outside, from inside. The hollow couldn't breach the soul bond's defenses by force. The core's resonance was too strong. So it did something worse, it used the bond's openness against them. With the walls down, the bond was a two-way door. And the hollow, pressing against the seal from below, found the gap between external reality and the bond's shared consciousness, the same gap the nightmares had been seeping through for days, and poured itself in. Not all of it. A tendril. A fraction. But a fraction of the hollow was still a tidal wave of psychic darkness. Ash felt it hit. One moment the bond was warm, golden, full of Ashera's presence and his own. The next, something cold was in there with them, an intruder in the most intimate space they shared. The hollow's corruption was subtle. It didn't attack their emotions directly. It twisted them. Amplified the wrong frequencies. The love they just confessed became possessiveness, mine, only mine, I need you, you can't leave, you can't exist without me. The trust became paranoia, are you hiding something, what don't I know, what are you keeping back? The admiration became judgment, you're not enough, I expected more, you're disappointing me. Through the fully open bond, the distortions were devastating. Every twisted emotion felt real, indistinguishable from genuine feeling, because the hollow wasn't creating false emotions. It was warping true ones. Taking the raw material of their connection and bending it toward destruction. Ash felt himself slipping. The paranoia was insidious, it whispered in his own voice, using his own insecurities. She only loves you because the bond makes her. She said it herself, the bond accelerates truth. What if the truth it accelerated wasn't love? What if it was dependence? What if she's grateful, not in love? He knew it wasn't real. Intellectually, rationally, he knew. But the corruption bypassed intellect. It hit the emotional bedrock, the place where knowing and feeling diverged, where logic couldn't reach. Ash. Ashera's voice through the bond, strained. It's inside. The hollow, I can feel it. It's trying to, I know. I feel it too. It's using our openness against us. The full bond, it gave it a pathway. We should have been more careful, stop. He fought through the paranoia, through the possessiveness, through the insidious whisper that she was pulling away. This is it doing what it does. Breaking bonds. Finding the cracks and wedging them open. There are no cracks. Exactly. There are no cracks. So it's trying to make some. Through the corruption's fog, Ash found the core of what he knew. Not what he felt, feelings were compromised, poisoned, unreliable. What he knew. Facts. Truths. Bedrock certainties that no amount of psychic distortion could alter. He knew Ashera loved him. Not because the bond said so. Because she'd told him in words, deliberately, before the bond opened. Words chosen with her whole will. That was fact. Immutable. He knew he loved her. Not because the bond made him. Because he'd been falling since the clearing on Isla Verde, before the bond existed, in the moment when a dying Gardevoir attacked him and he came back with open hands. That was fact. Bedrock. He knew the hollow was afraid. It had screamed when the core activated. Fear meant vulnerability. Vulnerability meant it could be beaten. He gathered these facts like stones. Solid. Real. And he pushed them through the bond, not as emotions, which the hollow could twist, but as memories. Concrete, specific, unalterable. The memory of carrying her through the forest. His arms aching, her weight against his chest, and the quiet certainty that he would carry her forever if that's what it took. The memory of her hand on his face in the inn-room. The touch that had nothing to do with the bond and everything to do with choice. The memory of the harbor, the golden light, the shared power, the moment when their resonance had destroyed Riven's weapons and the entire port had watched two souls burn in perfect harmony. These weren't feelings. They were events. Things that had happened. Things the hollow couldn't rewrite because they existed in the bond as recorded fact, as real as the stone of the temple, as permanent as the seal itself. Ashera. Look at these. Not the feelings, the memories. The truth underneath. She found them. Through the corruption's noise, she found the memories he was offering, his truth, presented not as argument but as evidence. And she matched them with her own. The moment in the clearing when she'd read his emotions and found hope that matched her own. The night she'd reached for him after the nightmare, her choice, before the bond was deep enough to influence. The morning on the trail to the temple when she'd walked beside him and felt, for the first time since Moonvale, like she was heading towards something instead of away from it. Memory by memory, truth by truth, they built a wall against the corruption. Not a psychic barrier, a shared record. A catalogue of every genuine moment between them, annotated with context, time-stamped with emotional honesty. This happened. This was real. This was us, before and beyond whatever the hollow tried to make it. The corruption pushed back. Harder. The twisted emotions intensified, jealousy, suspicion, the poisonous whisper that love was just another bond to be broken. But it was pushing against bedrock now. Against a record of truth compiled by two people who'd spent days learning to be honest with each other, building the muscle of vulnerability long before the hollow tried to exploit it. The corruption fractured. Not all at once. It peeled away in layers, each layer exposing the real emotion underneath, clean and undistorted. Love. Trust. Partnership. The genuine, complicated, imperfect, human experience of two beings who'd chosen each other with full knowledge of what it would cost. Ashera's mind blazed. The sentinel in her, the guardian, the warrior, seized the retreating corruption and burned it. Not with power. With resonance. The etheric core's frequency, sustained by their fully open bond, was antithetical to the hollow's nature. Where the hollow was void, the core was connection. Where the hollow consumed, the core created. The corruption couldn't survive in an environment of genuine, unguarded love. The tendril withdrew. Screaming, the same scream as before, but weaker. Diminished. It retreated through the gap between the bond and the outside world, and Ashera sealed the gap behind it with a psychic lock forged from their shared resonance. The bond cleared. Warm. Golden. Clean. Ash was on the floor. He didn't remember falling. Ashera was beside him, on her knees, her hands pressed to his chest, her psychic horn dimming from the blazing white gold of the core's activation back to its normal gentle pulse. That, Ash said, breathing hard, was the worst thing I've ever experienced. Agreed. Elara's telepathic voice was shaking. But underneath the shake, triumph. And we won. It'll try again. It can't. Not the same way. I've sealed the vulnerability it exploited. The open bond is a strength now, not a weakness, the core's resonance is self-sustaining. The hollow can't enter a space filled with what we are. What we are. He covered her hands with his, her hands on his chest, over his heart. And what's that? She looked at him. Through the fully open bond, he felt her answer before she gave it, not words, but the vast, warm, unshakable reality of what they'd become. Certain, she sent. We are certain. He pulled her close. Not carefully, not gently, urgently, the way you hold something you almost lost. She came willingly, her arms around him, her face against his neck, the bond between them singing with a clarity that made everything before feel like static. They held each other on the floor of a safe house while the world crumbled outside, and the hollow howled in the deep, and nothing, had ever felt more right. They had 90 minutes of peace before the harbor exploded. Ash felt it before he heard it, a concussive pulse through the bond, Elara's psychic awareness acting as an early warning system. She was on her feet instantly, the post-battle exhaustion burned away by adrenaline. The harbor. Multiple detonations. Riven's ships they were attacking. Not broadcasting. Attacking. The blockade ships had activated their severing arrays at maximum power and turned them on the port itself, a blanket of severance energy washing over Port Ashera like a psychic tsunami. Bonds shattered. Dozens of them. All at once. The screams, human and Pokemon alike, hit Ash's ears as he burst through the safe house door and into the street. Trainers stumbled, clutching their heads. Pokemon howled, their eyes going blank, the connections that defined their lives winking out like snuffed candles. It was Moonveil happening again, and Elara was watching it happen again, and through the bond, Ash felt the parallel hit her like a hammer to the chest. But this time was different. This time, she wasn't alone. Elara, the core. Can you shield the port? Not the entire port. But the harbor, the epicenter, I can create a resonance field. It won't block the arrays completely, but it'll reduce their effect. Fewer bonds broken. Do it. She planted herself in the middle of the street, raised both hands, and the etheric core ignited for the second time in an hour. White gold light erupted from her horn, from her hands, from the bond between them. It spread outward in a sphere, a bubble of resonance that rolled across the harbor district, and where it touched, the severance energy weakened. Didn't stop. Weakened. Inside the sphere, the bonds held. Outside it, in the residential districts, the market quarter, the areas beyond Elara's range, they didn't. The math was brutal. Elara could protect maybe a third of the port. The rest was exposed. And Riven's arrays were still broadcasting. Kale. Ash spotted the lieutenant sprinting toward them, Bizharp at his side, Pikachu on his shoulder. The harbor defense, Gregor's people, already moving. 3 diving teams, 1 for each channel ship. But the arrays are hull-mounted and armored, they need time to breach. How much time? 15 minutes. Maybe 20. 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, with the arrays at full power, every unshielded bond in Port Ashera would be destroyed. We need to buy them time. Ash's mind was a machine. Elara, hold the shield. Don't drop it, no matter what. Kale, get to the garrison, tell Sable that if she wants her archipelago to survive, she deploys every trainer she has to the harbor wall. Defensive positions. Any Pokemon with Protect, Safeguard, Light Screen, barriers to supplement Elara's field. And you? Ash looked at the harbor. At the closest blockade ship, its hull-mounted array blazing lavender, a beam of severance energy sweeping the port like a searchlight. I'm going to have a conversation with Riven. Ash, Ilara's telepathic protest was immediate. I'll be inside your shield. I'm not leaving the resonance field. He met her eyes. Through the fully open bond, she saw exactly what he planned, and she saw that it might work. Be careful, she sent. The words carried everything: love, fear, trust. I'll be right here. Where you can feel me. He ran to the harbor wall. Riven's flagship was the closest vessel, a converted cargo ship with the largest severing array, positioned at the channel's mouth. Through binoculars, Ash could see the deck. Riven was there, standing at the bow, his Absol beside him, watching his ideology play out in real time. Ash climbed the harbor wall and stood at its edge. The severance beam swept toward him, and he felt it, a cold pressure against the bond, weakened by Ilara's shield but still present. The Hollow's hunger, channeled through technology, trying to eat the connection between his soul and hers. It didn't even tickle. Riven. His voice carried across the water. Amplified, not by technology, but by the residual psychic energy of the core. Ilara's doing, through the bond. She was making sure his words reached the ship. Riven turned. Through the binoculars, Ash saw the man's face, gaunt, fevered, the face of a true believer watching his crusade bear fruit. Call off the arrays. Riven's response came through speakers on the ship's hull, the same broadcast system he'd used for his addresses. This is mercy, Ketchum. Quick. Clean. Better than what the Hollow will do. The Hollow is feeding on this. Every bond you break makes it stronger. You're not saving anyone, you're ringing the dinner bell. Silence from the ship. The arrays continued broadcasting. Your Absol is right there beside you. Ash shouted. You didn't sever her. After everything, after the scar, after the trauma, you kept the bond. Because you know it's real. You know the bond isn't a chain, if it were, you'd have cut it years ago. The speakers were quiet for a long moment. Then Riven's voice, stripped of performance, stripped of ideology, she won't let me. I've tried. 3 times, I've put the device to her head and tried to free her. And every time, she looks at me, and his voice broke. Actually broke, live on speakers, broadcast to the burning harbor. I can't. She looks at me and I can't do it. Then you already know the truth. The bond isn't the problem. The people who abuse it are the problem. And you're becoming one of them. The arrays continued. But through the binoculars, Ash saw something on the ship's deck, Riven's Absol, pressing against his leg. Looking up at him. The old bond, the scarred bond, the bond that had survived everything, speaking in the only language it had. Please stop. The Absol didn't use words. But the message was clear in every line of its body, every press of its head against Riven's hand. This isn't who you are. This isn't who we are. Riven looked down at his partner. The fever in his eyes wavered. Then the diving teams hit the ships. Gregor's people were precise. 3 simultaneous breaches, divers with water-type Pokemon punching through the hull plating at the array mount points. The arrays on the channel ship sputtered, flickered, and died. One by one, the severance beams cut out, and the pressure on the port lifted. Only the flagship remained. Riven's hand hovered over the array controls. One ship's broadcast was weaker than 12, but it was still active. Still breaking bonds. He could keep going. He could prove his point, finish what he'd started, stay the course of the ideology that had consumed his life. His Absol looked up at him. And made a sound, low, quiet, the sound a Pokemon makes when it's tired. Not of fighting. Of watching the person it loves become someone it doesn't recognize. Riven's hand dropped. The flagship's array went dark. The harbor fell silent. The severance beams were gone. The pressure lifted. And in the aftermath, the sounds of the wounded port filled the air, crying, shouting, the confused calls of Pokémon who'd lost their bonds and the relieved calls of Pokémon who hadn't. Riven's voice came through the speakers one last time. Not a broadcast. Not a speech. Just a man, tired and broken, talking to no one in particular. I was trying to stop the pain. I don't know when stopping the pain started causing more of it. Then the speakers cut out. The flagship's engines engaged, and slowly, almost reluctantly, the vessel pulled away from its position. The other ships, disabled but not sinking, drifted in the channels. Ash sagged against the harbor wall. Through the bond, Ashera's shield collapsed, not from failure, but from the conscious decision to stop spending energy that was no longer needed. She appeared beside him 30 seconds later, having crossed the harbor at a run that would have been impossible a week ago. She didn't speak. She just stood beside him, her shoulder against his, and together they looked at the port they'd saved. Saved was generous. 47 bonds broken. 47 trainers and Pokémon who would never know each other again. The number would haunt Ash for the rest of his life, and through the bond, he knew it would haunt Ashera too. But hundreds more held. Hundreds of trainers clutching their Pokémon, feeling the bond sing clear and strong, weeping with relief. Kale arrived with Sable's forces, late, as always, but present. The warden herself was among them, and her expression when she saw the damage was the first genuine emotion Ash had ever seen on her face. Not the calculated warmth of a politician. Real horror. Good. Maybe she'd learn something from it. Gregor's people secured the disabled ships. The diving teams resurfaced to cheers. The old fisherman, the one whose dugong had been severed, was among the divers. He'd volunteered. Couldn't fight, couldn't contribute Pokémon, but he could navigate the channels. And he'd done it. For the port. For the bonds he couldn't save but refused to let anyone else lose. As the sun set over the damaged harbor, painting the black water in shades of red and gold, Ash and Ashera stood together at the harbor wall. The bond between them, fully open, battle-tested, forged in fire and confession and the desperate, beautiful act of choosing each other completely, hummed with a frequency that made the air around them shimmer. The hollow felt it. Far below, in its ancient prison, the entity pressed against the weakening seal and felt the core's resonance, stronger now, sustained now, a constant note that cut through its darkness like a blade. The seal stuttered. Cracked. Held, barely. 3 days. We'll be ready, Ashera sent. Ash took her hand. Through the open bond, his certainty met hers, and together they were something that the hollow, in all its ancient hunger, had never encountered, a force that grew stronger when tested. A bond that burned brighter when threatened. A love that had looked into the void and said, simply, clearly, without flinching, not today. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Eternal. The seal broke at midnight. No warning. No gradual deterioration. One moment the ancient mechanism was holding, stuttering, cracking, but holding, and the next it simply wasn't. Ashera felt it first, a psychic shockwave that ripped through the bond and dropped her to her knees in the middle of the safe house, both hands clutching her horn as centuries of sentinel engineering collapsed in a single catastrophic instant. Ash caught her before she hit the floor. Through the open bond, he felt what she felt, the seal's final note, a sound like a bell cracking, resonating through every frequency of psychic reality simultaneously. And then silence. The specific, terrible silence of a lock that had held for 400 years ceasing to exist. It's free, Ashera sent. 2 words. The worst 2 words in any language. The ocean responded first. The black water that had been creeping inward for days surged. Not waves, the sea itself rose, defying tide and gravity, climbing the harbor walls of Port Ashera like a living thing. The water was wrong, too thick, too dark, moving with intention rather than physics. It didn't crash against the stone. It crawled over it. Then the sky changed. The stars went out. Not all at once, they dimmed, one by one, eaten by a darkness that spread from the horizon inward like a closing eye. The moon held longest, its light turning sickly gray before it too vanished behind a ceiling of nothing. Port Ashera plunged into a blackness so complete that Ash couldn't see his own hand. But he could feel. Through the bond, through the core's resonance, he could feel everything. Every mind in Port Ashera, human and Pokemon, screaming silently as the hollow's presence washed over them like a tide of ice water. The entity wasn't attacking yet. It was arriving. Unfolding from its prison beneath the ocean floor, expanding into the space between minds, filling the psychic atmosphere with its hunger. And it was vast. Incomprehensibly, sickeningly vast. The tendril that had attacked their bond was a fingernail compared to the hand that was now emerging. The hollow existed in a dimension adjacent to physical reality, a psychic space where consciousness lived, and in that space, it was the size of an ocean. A void shaped like a god, and every bond in its range was a candle flame it could snuff with a thought. Pikachu pressed against Ash's leg, sparking wildly. The electricity was the only light in the room, brief, stuttering flashes that turned the safe house into a strobe-lit nightmare. Elara. Talk to me. She stood. The effort was visible, not physical, but psychic. The hollow's presence was crushing, a weight on every mind that had psychic sensitivity, and Elara was the most psychically sensitive being on the island. She should have been paralyzed. She wasn't. She was furious. It's emerging above the strait. Between the fourth island and Port Ashera. The convergence point, the temple's location. It's drawn to the place where it was sealed because that's where the psychic architecture is weakest now. How long until it reaches full manifestation? It's already manifesting. What we're feeling now is its passive presence, the pressure of its existence. When it becomes active, when it starts feeding deliberately, every bond within 10 miles will be consumed in minutes. Then we go now. Right now. To the temple. The temple is across the strait. The water is, I don't care what the water is. We have the core. We have each other. We go. Through the bond, her fear met his certainty, and his certainty won, not because it was louder, but because it was older. The same certainty that had walked him into a psychic blast in a burning clearing. The same certainty that had carried him through every impossible moment of his life. The certainty that said, this is what I'm for. The door burst open. Kale, armed and pale, Bisharp at his side, the steel type's regenerated arm gleaming in Pikachu's sparks. Behind him, Gregor, massive and grim, a team of his dock fighters at his back. The whole port's going dark, Kale said. Pokemon are collapsing. People are, he stopped. Looked at Ash. At Elara. At the faint white-gold glow that had begun emanating from the bond between them, the core's resonance, activating in response to the hollow's presence. What do you need? A boat to the strait. The fastest thing that floats. The currents, won't matter if we don't get there. Gregor stepped forward. I've got a racing skimmer. Cuts through anything. But the water out there, it's not water anymore. My divers went in to check the channel ships and came back screaming. Something's in it. Something that touches your mind. It touches ours too, Ash said. But it can't hold on. He looked at Elara. She looked back. Through the open bond, the plan formed between them without words, a shared understanding so complete that it was less like communication and more like a single mind reaching a single conclusion. They'd go to the temple. They'd use the convergence point's amplification to boost the core's resonance. And they'd seal the hollow, not with the old mechanism, but with the new one. Their bond. Fully open, fully alive, generating a frequency that the hollow couldn't consume because it wasn't a thing to be consumed. It was a relationship. A choice. A love that renewed itself with every heartbeat. It would work. The theory was sound. Ashera's calculations were precise. The core's power was real. But the hollow wouldn't let them reach the temple unopposed. It was ancient, intelligent, and it had been sealed once before. It knew what sentinels could do. It would fight. Kale, Ash said. I need the port defended while we're gone. Every trainer, every Pokemon. Keep the bonds intact. If people start losing hope, the hollow feeds. If people hold on to their partners, the hollow starves. Can you do that? Kale's jaw set. I can. Gregor, your people on the harbor wall. Physical defense. The black water's going to try to climb. Whatever it spawns, whatever it sends, hold the line. Gregor cracked his knuckles. Held worse. No, you haven't. But I believe you anyway. One more figure appeared in the doorway. A figure Ash hadn't expected. Riven. The commander looked like he hadn't slept in days, which he probably hadn't. His white-streaked hair was unkempt, his uniform disheveled. But his eyes were clear. Clearer than Ash had seen them. The fever was gone. In its place, the stark, exhausted clarity of a man who'd watched his ideology nearly destroy the thing he loved and had finally, stopped running from the truth. His Absol stood beside him. Its scar, the one it had given Riven years ago, caught Pikachu's sparks and glinted. I'm not here to argue, Riven said. His voice was rough. I'm here because my Absol can sense the hollow. She's been sensing it for hours, it's why she's been on edge since we arrived in Valereach. She knew it was down there. She was trying to warn me. He paused. Swallowed. I didn't listen. Through the bond, Ashera's reaction was complex, anger and something adjacent to sympathy, tangled together. The severing technology, Riven continued. The broadcasts. Every bond one broke, it fed that thing. I know that now. The 47 bonds in the harbor, the 3 from before, that's on me. I did that. And if the hollow destroys every bond on this planet, that'll be on me too. He straightened. So tell me what to do. Not to redeem myself, I don't think that's possible. To stop the damage I've caused. Ash studied him. Through the bond, he reached for Ashera's judgment. She'd been reading people's emotional truth since before Ash was born. He means it, she sent. The ideology is gone. What's left is a man with skills we need and guilt that will keep him useful. You're severing technology, Ash said. The arrays on the ships. Can they be reversed? Not to sever bonds, to broadcast a protective frequency. Like Ashera's shield at the harbor, but technologically. Riven blinked. The question clearly wasn't what he'd expected. The arrays are calibrated to disrupt psychic bond resonance. Reversing the polarity would. He trailed off, his tactical mind engaging despite everything. It would reinforce bonds instead of breaking them. Amplify the connection. Make them harder to sever. Can you do it? With the ship's equipment? In an hour, maybe. The flagship's array is the most powerful. If I recalibrate it and position the ship at the harbor mouth, I could broadcast a reinforcement field across most of the port. Then do it. Every bond you strengthen is a bond the hollow can't eat. Riven looked at Ash for a long moment. Then at Ashera, the Gardevoir he'd hunted, the sentinel he'd tried to capture, the living embodiment of everything he'd spent years trying to destroy. I'm sorry, he said to her. Not through a speaker. Not in a broadcast. Directly, quietly, to her face. For Moonvale. For the hunt. For all of it. I don't expect forgiveness. Ashera regarded him. Through the bond, Ash felt her processing, centuries of sentinel wisdom meeting the raw, immediate reality of a broken man asking for something he didn't deserve. You don't get forgiveness, she sent, and she opened her telepathy wide enough for Riven to hear. He flinched at the voice in his mind, the first time a Gardevoir had spoken to him since his world fell apart. You get a chance to make what you've done mean something. Don't waste it. Riven nodded once. Turned. Left. His Absol pressed against his leg as they walked, and the old bond between them, scarred, strained, battered by years of its master's self-destruction, held firm. Because that's what bonds did. They held, even when the people on either end didn't deserve it. Ash watched him go. Then he turned to his team. Let's move. Gregor's racing skimmer was a needle of a boat, carbon-hulled, twin-engine, built for speed over open water. It was also completely wrong for the current conditions, because the water it was designed to cut through had stopped being water. The Black Ocean was alive. Not metaphorically, the hollow's psychic presence had saturated the sea to the point where the water itself responded to thought. Currents formed without wind. Waves rose without reason. The surface rippled with patterns that looked, if you stared too long, like the outlines of faces. Ash, Ashera, and Pikachu hit the strait at full throttle. The skimmer screamed across the black water, its hull slapping the surface with sharp, rhythmic impacts. Around them, the darkness was total, the sky eaten, the stars gone, the only light the white-gold glow of the core's resonance emanating from the bond between Ash and Ashera. They were a burning match in an infinite dark room. And the dark noticed. The first tendril came from the left, a column of black water rising from the surface like a serpent, curving toward the skimmer with deliberate, predatory intent. Ashera blasted it apart with a psychic pulse. The water scattered, reforming behind them. The second and third came simultaneously. Pikachu hit one with Thunderbolt, the electricity turning the black water briefly incandescent. Ashera shattered the other. More rose. The ocean was spawning them, tentacles of hollow-infused water, each one reaching for the bond, trying to touch it, taste it, drag it beneath the surface. Ash drove. The skimmer's engines howled. He wove between the tendrils with instincts sharpened by the bond's psychic enhancement, dodging before the attacks fully formed, reading the water's intention through Ashera's constant psychic scan. Half a mile to the convergence point, Ashera sent. The hollow's presence is intensifying, it knows where we're going. Can it stop us? It's trying. The ocean heaved. Not a wave, a wall. A barrier of black water rising across their path, 10 meters high, stretching from island to island. A living blockade. Pikachu, Pika. Pikachu didn't wait for the command. He leapt from the skimmer's bow, cheeks blazing, and unleashed a thunderbolt so powerful that the air itself ionized. The bolt hit the water wall at its center and detonated, electricity arcing through the hollow-infused water, disrupting the psychic cohesion that held it together. The wall didn't fall. It evaporated, turned to steam and spray by the discharge. Pikachu landed back on the bow, first standing on end, sparks cascading. "Chew," he said. Punctuation. They punched through the gap. The temple spur appeared ahead, a spike of rock jutting from the strait, the ancient structure clinging to its peak. In the darkness, the temple glowed. Not with the warm aurora Ash had seen on their first visit, with a desperate, flickering light, the last embers of sentinel energy burning against the hollow's encroachment. Ash beached the skimmer on the rock and they scrambled up the cliff face. No time for telekinetic platforms, they climbed with hands and feet, Pikachu scrambling ahead, Ashera using bursts of psychic force to boost them over the worst sections. They reached the temple entrance and stopped. The hollow was here. Not its tendrils. Not its influence. It. The entity had concentrated its manifestation at the convergence point, the place where it had been sealed, the place where the psychic architecture was most vulnerable, the place where sealing it again was the only option. It filled the sky above the temple like a second night. A void given shape, not a body, not a form, but an absence. A hole in reality where consciousness should have been, so vast that looking at it felt like looking into infinity's negative. It had no face, no eyes, no features. But it was aware. Intensely, terribly aware. And it was looking at them. The pressure hit Ash like a physical force. Not psychic attack, presence. The sheer weight of the Hollow's existence pressing down on every mind in range. His legs buckled. His vision grayed. Through the bond, Ilara's psychic sensitivity amplified the effect 100-fold. She staggered, her horn blazing defensively, the core's resonance flaring to push back the crushing darkness. Pikachu stood between them and the void. Small. Yellow. Absolutely unintimidated. Electricity wreathed his body in a corona of light, and he stared up at the Hollow with the flat, fearless eyes of a Pokémon who'd fought legendary after legendary and never once considered the possibility of losing. Pika, he said to the abyss. The word meant, I'm not impressed. The Hollow responded. Not with words, it didn't use words. With a pull. A gravitational tug on every bond in range, trying to unravel the connections between them. Ash felt it reach for his bond with Pikachu, the oldest, deepest friendship of his life, and twist. For one sickening moment, Pikachu looked at him and Ash felt the connection flicker. Static in the signal. A heartbeat of blankness where a decade of partnership should have been. Then the soul bond with Ilara blazed. The core's resonance surged through the open connection and reinforced every bond Ash held, not just with Ilara, not just with Pikachu, but with every Pokémon he'd ever partnered with. The Hollow's pull broke against a wall of accumulated love, years and years of it, journeys and battles and quiet moments, friendships forged in fire and sustained by choice. The Hollow recoiled. Not far. Not for long. But enough. Inside, Ash said. Now. They entered the temple. The dome overhead blazed with the last of its sentinel energy, flickering, failing, but responsive. The seal on the floor was dark, the mechanism dead, the patterns inert. Where once the gears of light had turned, now there was only stone. But the convergence point was alive. The natural psychic amplification of the island's geology didn't depend on the seal, it was a feature of the earth itself. And as Ash and Ilara stepped onto the seal's dead center, the convergence locked onto their bond like a lens focusing sunlight. The core's resonance doubled. Tripled. The white gold light that had been a glow became a blaze, filling the temple, pushing back the Hollow's darkness from the dome, from the walls, from the cracks in the ancient stone. Ilara moved to the seal's center and placed both hands on the stone. Through the bond, Ash felt her mind engage, the sentinel, the scholar, the architect. She was accessing the temple's knowledge, the redesigned seal she'd spent days calculating. Mapping the new mechanism over the old one. Preparing to write a new seal using the only material that mattered, their bond. I need you here, she sent. Beside me. Hands on the stone. The core channels through both of us, I design the mechanism, but you power it. Your life force, your will, everything. Ash knelt beside her. His hands found the stone, warm, humming, alive with convergence energy. Pikachu positioned himself at the seal's edge, facing outward, a tiny guardian against an infinite dark. Ash. Ilara's voice through the bond was steady. Calm. The calm of absolute focus. This will take everything we have. The new seal isn't a static barrier, it's a living process, sustained by the bond's resonance in perpetuity. Once we activate it, the core becomes the seal. Our bond becomes the seal. It won't drain us, the resonance is self-sustaining, but the activation requires a surge. Everything at once. Maximum output. Like the harbor. When I pushed. Like the harbor. But more. Much more. Will it hurt? Yes. Will it work? Through the bond, her certainty met his. Two flames merging into one. Yes. The Hollow struck. It came through the temple dome, not physically, but psychically. A torrent of void, pouring through the cracks in the ancient stone, flooding the chamber with darkness so thick it had texture. The sentinel energy in the walls guttered and died. The temple's glow vanished. Only the core remained, white gold, blazing, the single point of light in a universe of nothing. The pressure was annihilating. Ash felt his consciousness compress, squeezed by the hollow's presence the way deep water crushes a diver. His thoughts slowed. His vision tunneled. The bond with Ashera was the only thing keeping his mind from collapsing, and she was fighting her own battle, the hollow pressing against her psychic defenses with a force that would have shattered any other Gardevoir in existence. But she wasn't any other Gardevoir. She was a sentinel. The last sentinel. Trained in a tradition that had held this entity at bay for 4 centuries. And she was bonded to a human whose stubbornness was a force of nature. Now, she sent. Push. Everything. Ash pushed. Not like the harbor. The harbor had been a river. This was a dam breaking. Every ounce of life force, every spark of will, every fragment of the thing that made him Ash, the hope, the stubbornness, the refusal to quit, the love for every Pokémon he'd ever known, he poured it through the bond and into the convergence point. The pain was exquisite. His body screamed, not metaphorically, actually screamed, his muscles seizing, his nerves firing in patterns they'd never been designed for. Human bodies weren't meant to channel this kind of energy. The bond protected him from the worst of it, Ashera absorbing the psychic shockwave and converting it into structured resonance, but the physical toll was brutal. He held. Not because he was strong. Because giving up wasn't a configuration his soul could achieve. Because somewhere in the harbor behind them, a fisherman had lost his dugong and still volunteered to dive. Because a 15-year-old kid was holding his Riolu and trusting that someone would make this right. Because Pikachu was standing at the edge of the seal, sparking into the void, refusing to be small in the face of something infinite. The core's resonance hit critical mass. The new seal ignited. It was nothing like the old one. The old seal had been machinery, gears of light, precise and mechanical, designed to contain through structure. The new seal was organic. Alive. It erupted from the convergence point like a tree growing in fast forward, branches of white gold light spreading through the temple floor, the walls, the dome, reaching outward through the stone, through the island's geology, through the bedrock of the strait itself. Wherever the light touched, the hollow screamed. Not the frustrated scream of the harbor. Not the fearful scream when the core first activated. This was the scream of something being contained, caged by a force it couldn't consume, couldn't corrupt, couldn't comprehend. Because the new seal wasn't power. It was relationship. Every branch of light was a thread of the bond between Ash and Ashera, their shared memories, their shared truths, their love expressed not as emotion but as structural reality. The hollow couldn't eat it because there was nothing to eat. You couldn't consume the space between two people who'd chosen each other. You couldn't destroy a decision that was being made fresh every moment. You couldn't break a bond that was broken and remade with every heartbeat, each iteration stronger than the last. The hollow fought. Of course it fought. It threw everything it had at the seal, waves of void, torrents of despair, the psychic weight of centuries of hunger focused on a single point. The temple shook. The cliff face cracked. The strait's water heaved and boiled and turned from black to white as the hollow's influence was burned away by the core's resonance. But the seal held. Not because it was stronger than the hollow. Because it was different from the hollow. It existed in a space the hollow couldn't reach, the space between souls. The intimate, sacred, terrifying space where two beings met each other fully and said, yes. All of it. I choose all of it. The hollow's screams diminished. Its presence contracted, pulling back from the islands, from the strait, from the sky. The stars reappeared, one by one, like candles being relit. The moon emerged from behind the veil of nothing, its light silver and clean. The black water began to clear, darkness draining from the sea like ink washing from glass. The new seal pulsed. Once. Twice. Then settled into a rhythm, steady, self-sustaining, the resonance of the bond cycling through the convergence point in a perpetual loop. Each cycle strengthened the containment. Each cycle drew from the bond, and the bond drew from them, and they drew from each other, and the whole system breathed like a living thing. The hollow was sealed. Not destroyed. Ashera had been right about that. Some darkness couldn't be erased. But it was contained. Locked behind a barrier that would hold as long as the bond held. And the bond was forever. Ash collapsed. Not gracefully. Not heroically. His body simply stopped cooperating. The energy expenditure had been catastrophic, every reserve emptied, every cell drained. He hit the temple floor and lay there, breathing in shallow gasps, his vision swimming with afterimages of white gold light. Ashera was beside him instantly. Her hands on his chest, his face, checking pulse and breathing with the efficiency of someone who treated fallen comrades. Through the bond, still open, still blazing, now the literal architecture of the world's defense, her concern poured into him like warm water. You're alive. You're whole. The surge didn't damage you permanently. You need rest, days of rest, but you'll recover. Did it work? His voice was a rasp. She looked around the temple. The new seal's light filled the chamber, gentle now, not blazing. The patterns in the stone were different from the originals. Where the old seal had been geometric, mechanical, the new one was organic. Curves and whirls that looked like, if you tilted your head, like two figures, entwined. One human. One Gardevoir. Holding each other at the center of everything. It worked, she sent. And then she laughed. The same small, surprised sound she'd made on the trail to the temple, but fuller now. Richer. The laugh of a person who'd been carrying the weight of the world and felt it lift. It worked. Ash, it worked. Pika. Pikachu barreled across the seal and launched himself at Ash's chest. The impact knocked what little air Ash had managed to recover right back out again, but he didn't care. He wrapped one arm around his first partner and felt the bond between them, old, deep, unbreakable, sing in harmony with the new seal. Pikachu was crying. Ash had only seen Pikachu cry once before, a long time ago, in a rainstorm, when they'd both thought it was over. The tiny, crackling tears landed on Ash's shirt and left scorch marks. "Hey," Ash said. "We're okay. We're all okay." Pikapi. Just his name. Just the word Pikachu had used for him since the beginning. Ashera watched them with an expression that Ash, through the fully open bond, felt in its entirety. Not jealousy. Not exclusion. Completion. She was seeing the bond that had started everything, a boy and a Pikachu, chosen for each other by chance and sustained by choice, and recognizing it as the template for everything that followed. Including them. She settled beside Ash on the temple floor. His free arm found her waist, the most natural movement in the world, as automatic as breathing. She leaned into him, her head against his shoulder, her horn pulsing softly in rhythm with the seal. The three of them lay in the temple as the dawn broke over Vale Reach. The sky was clean, stars fading into blue, the horizon blushing pink and gold, the sea returning to its natural turquoise as the last of the hollow's influence drained away. Birds sang in the forest above the cliff. A wind gull circled the temple's dome, confused by the new light, and settled on a carved spire with a disgruntled squawk. The world was still here. The bonds were still here. They were still here. For a long time, nobody moved. Recovery was slow, messy, and nothing like the stories. The seal held. That was the headline, the unshakable fact that everything else orbited. The hollow was contained, its influence retreating from the archipelago hour by hour, the black water clearing, the nightmares ceasing, the psychic pressure lifting like a fever breaking. But 47 bonds were gone. 47 trainers and their Pokémon, severed permanently, the connections between them erased by Riven's technology. Those people didn't get a happy ending. They got grief, and counseling, and the slow, awful process of learning to exist without the other half of themselves. Ash visited every one of them. Over the following days, as his body recovered from the seal's activation, he walked Port Ashera and sat with the people who'd lost the most. He didn't give speeches. He didn't offer empty comfort. He sat with them, and he listened, and he let them know that what had happened to them mattered. Through the bond, Ashera felt every visit. Felt his pain for them. Felt his guilt, irrational but real, that he hadn't been faster, hadn't been stronger, hadn't prevented the losses. You can't save everyone, she sent him once, after a particularly devastating visit with the old fisherman who still walked to the harbor every morning to look for a dugong that didn't know him. I know, Ash said. But I can make sure they know someone tried. Port Ashera rebuilt. Gregor's Dock faction took over harbor security, replacing the compromised garrison forces with a coalition of local trainers. The damaged buildings were repaired. The blown bridges were reconstructed, slowly, laboriously, but with a communal effort that spoke to something Ash had learned a long time ago: people were strongest when they worked together. Riven kept his word. The flagship's recalibrated array broadcast a bond reinforcement field across the harbor during the worst of the recovery, a continuous signal that strengthened the connections between trainers and Pokémon, easing the psychic aftershocks of the Hollow's emergence. It was, Ash reflected, a profoundly strange kind of atonement, the weapon that had broken bonds now holding them together. On the third day after the sealing, Riven turned himself into the warden's garrison. Not to Sable. Sable was no longer warden. Kale had presented the evidence from the research site to the other island wardens, and the revelation that Sable had funded the technology that became Riven's weapon, combined with her attempted seizure of Ashera and her secret bond control network, had ended her tenure with the kind of quiet efficiency that spoke volumes about Valereach's political machinery. Sable didn't go gracefully. But she went. Last Ash heard, she'd been confined to the outer islands pending a formal tribunal. Her Gothitelle had been offered a choice: stay with its trainer or leave. It stayed. Bonds held, even for people who didn't deserve them. Kale became acting warden. He didn't want the title, that was visible to anyone with eyes, but he took it because the archipelago needed stability and he was the only person both factions trusted. His first act was to establish a formal council of island wardens with equal authority, preventing any single leader from accumulating the kind of power Sable had wielded. His second act was to commission a memorial for the 47 severed bonds. A stone marker at the harbor, inscribed with the names of every trainer and Pokémon who'd been separated. Not to assign blame. To remember. Riven's trial was held on the 5th day. Ash attended. So did Ashera, no longer hidden, her presence in Port Ashera openly acknowledged. The Sentinel of Moonvale, standing in a frontier court, watching the man who'd hunted her face judgment. The trial was short. Riven pled guilty to everything: the attacks, the severances, the harbor assault. He offered no defense. No ideology. Just the bald facts of what he'd done and the acknowledgement that it was wrong. The council deliberated for an hour. Their sentence was unusual, not imprisonment, but service. Riven was ordered to work with the severed trainers, to use his understanding of bond disruption technology to develop rehabilitation methods. To spend his expertise not breaking bonds but trying, however imperfectly, to help people build new connections where old ones had been destroyed. It wasn't forgiveness. It was utility. Valereach was practical that way. After the sentencing, Riven's absol pressed against his leg, and he stood in the courtyard with the specific, disoriented expression of a man who'd expected punishment and received purpose. Ash found him there. "You got a second chance," Ash said. "I got a task." Riven's voice was raw. "Not the same thing." "Maybe not. But it's a start." Riven looked at him. Then at Ashera, standing a few paces behind Ash, her red eyes steady. "The bond," he said quietly. Between you two. It really held the seal. It's holding it right now. And it'll hold it tomorrow, and the day after that. Because you chose each other. Because we keep choosing. Riven was quiet for a long time. His hand rested on his Absol's neck, the same gentle, unconscious gesture Ash had noticed at their first meeting. The bond he'd spent years trying to philosophically destroy, alive and present in his own touch. I was wrong, Riven said. About bonds. About freedom. About everything. He paused. I don't know what to do with that. Figure it out, Ash said. You've got time. He walked away. Ashera fell into step beside him, naturally, automatically, the way moons orbit planets and tides follow the moon. Through the bond, her presence was a constant warmth. Not overwhelming. Not diminished. Just there. Permanent. You feel sorry for him, Ashera said. Aloud. Her speaking voice, the one she used through telepathy, had developed a quality that sounded like music when she projected it. But lately, she'd started using actual vocalization too. A Gardevoir's vocal cords could produce human speech with effort, and she'd been practicing. The words came out accented, careful, and for some reason Ash couldn't explain, hearing her speak aloud hit different from telepathy. More intimate, maybe. More deliberate. I do, Ash said. He loved his Absol enough to scar the world trying to protect her. That's not nothing. It's not an excuse either. No. But understanding isn't excusing. And he's doing the right thing now. Ashera considered this. Through the bond, he felt her wrestling, the Sentinel's judgment against the person's empathy. The balance tipped, as it increasingly did, toward the person. You make me kinder, she said quietly. I don't know if I like it. You love it. A pause. Then, through the bond, the warmth that meant she was smiling even when her face was composed. I love you. The kindness is a side effect. He took her hand. They walked through Port Ashera's recovering streets, and people looked, and people pointed, and nobody said anything hostile. The Sentinel and the Champion. The soul-bonded pair who'd sealed the hollow and saved the archipelago. They were already becoming legend, and the legend was only 3 days old. Ash didn't care about legend. He cared about the hand in his, and the bond that hummed between their hearts, and the yellow Pokemon on his shoulder who was currently trying to steal a berry from a market stall while nobody was looking. Pikachu, put it back. Pika. Offended innocence. The berry disappeared into the void between his cheeks. I saw that. Chew. What berry? Ashera covered her mouth with her free hand. The sound she made was suspiciously close to laughter. They left Port Ashera on a morning so beautiful it felt like the world was apologizing. Sky like blue glass. Water like liquid crystal. A breeze carrying salt and flowers and the indefinable smell of things growing. Kale saw them off at the harbor. He stood stiff and formal, the way he always stood, but his eyes said things his posture wouldn't. You could stay, he said. Vale Reach could use people like you. Vale Reach has people like you, Ash said. It'll be fine. Where will you go? Ash looked at Ashera. She looked at him. Through the bond, the conversation was instantaneous, a shared impulse, perfectly synchronized. Wherever's next, Ash said. Kale almost smiled. Almost. Then he extended his hand, and Ash shook it, and Bisharp and Pikachu exchanged a look that was as close to warmth as either steel type or electric type would ever admit. Gregor gave them the skimmer. You break it, you buy me a new one, he growled. Then, quieter, take care of yourselves. Marin pressed a bag of medical supplies into Ash's hands. For the road. And for her, she nodded at Ashera. Sentinel-grade tinctures. I've been working on them since you came in. Custom formula. She paused. Look after each other. We will, Ash said. The skimmer cut through the strait, clean, fast, the water no longer black, no longer hostile. Just ocean. Just the world, doing what the world does. They passed the temple spur. Through the bond, both of them felt the seal, steady, pulsing, alive. Their bond's resonance cycling through the convergence point in an endless loop, containment and connection indistinguishable from each other. The hollow was silent behind it. Not gone. Not destroyed. But contained, by a barrier that would hold as long as two souls kept choosing each other. Which was to say, forever. Ashera stood at the skimmer's bow, face turned to the open ocean. The wind caught her hair, vivid green now, the color of deep forest and new growth, all traces of the faded, drained Gardevoir from Isla Verde gone. She was healed. Completely, fully, radiantly healed. Not by potions or medicine, but by the bond. By connection. By the simple, world-altering fact of being loved and loving in return. She was, Ash thought, the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. And through the open bond, she felt him think it, and her response was a warmth so vast and so deep that it made the ocean look shallow. Where to? She asked. Ash looked at the horizon. It stretched in every direction, limitless, uncharted, full of things he'd never seen and places he'd never been. The old restlessness stirred, the drive that had carried him from Pallet Town across every region on the planet. But it felt different now. The restlessness wasn't running anymore. It was reaching. Toward the next adventure, the next challenge, the next impossible thing that needed doing. And for the first time in his life, he wasn't reaching alone. Pikachu sat between them, ears pricked, tail twitching with the particular energy of a Pokémon who knew exactly what was coming and couldn't wait. Ash put one hand on the tiller and the other on Ashera's waist. She leaned into him, natural, easy, the gesture of someone who'd found the place she fit. Everywhere, Ash said. We go everywhere. Ashera smiled. Not the ghost of a smile. Not the almost smile she'd been building toward for weeks. A full, real, incandescent smile that changed the geometry of her face and made the morning light look dim by comparison. It was the kind of smile that changed the meaning of words like, forever. Always, she said. The skimmer hit open water, and the horizon opened before them, vast and blue and infinite with possibility. Behind them, the Veil Reach archipelago grew small against the sky, its islands green and bright, its waters clean, its bonds intact. And beneath the strait, behind a seal made of love and choice and the stubborn refusal to let the darkness win, the hollow waited. Patient. Eternal. Contained. It would wait a very long time. Because somewhere out on the ocean, getting further away every second, a trainer from Pallet Town and a sentinel from Moonvale sailed into the sunrise with their hands intertwined and their souls wide open, and the resonance of what they were to each other pulsed through the convergence point like a second heartbeat, steady, strong, and utterly unbreakable. The world turned. The sun climbed. The ocean breathed. And two hearts, bound by choice and sustained by love, beat on. Together.